to those that put it on that, you know, this is new times, and maybe if we are in this position again in the winter or next summer, maybe that is the one area that we could learn from, and that could happen.
We start at 10 o'clock.
We could start at 9 o'clock, we'll be all here. Play till 8:30.
Up comes Broad then, he bowls to Naseem Shah. It's outside the off stump. It's a very curious, I suspect it's probably a defensive shot. That was hard to tell. And Rizwan didn't like the look of it very much. He's going down having a word with the number 11.
No, I think it's odds on that if Stuart Broad gets one straight, I'm not so sure Naseem's technique is going to survive it. It was quite ironic though that the TMS game of cricket, there was a period where they did delay it for bad light. Ironic.
Was there?
They came in a bit bad light.
Right. Well, they're probably hoping the food would have arrived by then, are they? In comes Broad over the wicket. He bowls, and Naseem does get some bat on this, pushing away to mid-wicket. And Pope fields. The earlier defensive shot was interesting because, having seen the replay, you know, you're taught obviously to put the front foot to the pitch of the ball and play. Well, Naseem put his back foot to the pitch of the ball and played. I've not seen that before. Alternative defensive stroke. Broad will be cross if he doesn't knock him over, because he doesn't really seem to have the skill required to survive 6 balls of Broad. He's over his bat now. There was something rather exciting about watching a completely hapless number 11. 2:31 for 9. Broad comes in, bowls to him, it's outside the off stump, and he gropes towards it without really truly offering the bat. But that's 3 balls gone.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. Stuart Broad, he's had 4 balls. Naseem Shah, 1 in the last over and 3 in this over, and he's only made him play 1. 25% so far. He's working on.
Oh, full marks to Thomas Shafanaka. I'm looking at a horrible radar picture there, yellows and purples and all sorts of things, but it's just hanging to the south of us. In comes Broad. Bowls. Oh, it's gone straight through him. Beautiful ball. I'm afraid way too good for our old friend Naseem, who again groped in the vague direction of the ball, which moved away cruelly. And so he missed it, and he's got a big smile on his face, and so too is Rizwan, saying, come on, you've done 4 balls. Goodness knows how you have, frankly. But that one was an absolute beauty.
He's getting confused with his feet.
They're all over the place.
Yeah, well, that right foot, which should stay back, he's coming forward, and his left foot, which should go forward, is staying back.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name again? Who's that?
Thomas Shafanaka.
Shafanaka?
Yeah, he's one of the top BBC weather forecasters. He's spot on with this. Broad on his way over the wicket, bowls, and Naseem's hit on the pad. Oh, Broad's going to be cross.
Well, this is going to be remarkable. If Naseem Shah can survive an over against Stuart Broad in these conditions, Rizwan's coming down saying, come on, you've got 1 to go, come on. The gloves have been met. A little fist pump.
I do like Rizwan. He looks a real character to me, a typical chirpy wicketkeeper batsman who winds people up when he's out there a bit. He's got a great smile, and I think, well, he's just keeping his fingers crossed that somehow Naseem survives this ball. Broad on his way. There's 3 slips bowling to the right-handed Naseem Shah. Oh, it's way outside the off stump, and Broad will be very disappointed with that over. All things considered, there was one beauty in it that was far too good, and Rizwan's coming down, he's punching his fist, he's saying well done, he's got a big smile on his face. Naseem's saying, how did I do that? And Rizwan's saying, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you've done it.
Looking at England's field now, the Rizwan, what have they got? They're going to go 3 slips. Keep on about the third man, because you might as well have him catching, because he's not going to take the singles for the first few deliveries.
I might drop back a bit here.
Yeah, just
because he's going to have a swipe.
Yeah, definitely.
Or at least the way he's played up to now suggests he will do. Anderson goes in, bowls to him. Oh, that's gone a long way off the seam. Really did. There'll be some rather anxious batsmen in that slip cordon, particularly at numbers 2 and 3. The opening batsman looking at this.
Well, you've also got Zach Crawley at 3, coming back into the side.
Yeah.
Jet Root at 4. He's been playing okay, but he's not had the big scores. You do start looking at the surface and the conditions, and particularly Mohammad Abbas, and think, this is going to be a challenge.
Isn't it funny how commentators think alike? I'm looking at the TV screen, who they focused on. Burns and Sibley. Outside the off stump, and a swipe and a miss from Rizwan, very wide. Yeah, he's a very belligerent follow through, puts a lot into it.
But again, that shot, Aggers, if that edge is found, it's going to fly down. So that third man region. I'm amazed that Jimmy Anderson's not thinking.
Broody looking clouds overhead. Some lighter, the dark stuff is higher actually. Anderson bowls short and Rizwan's played that beautifully off the back foot. Not a good ball, and some width as well. And Rizwan's absolutely picked the gap. It moves to 71.
Well, it's some innings this, Aggers, because conditions are so in favour of the ball. Glorious shot, it's short, but it's the way that he just lets it get to him. And then he just uses that bottom hand just to kind of give it a bit of oomph. Wonderful timing. Opens the blade as well to find the gap.
Anderson again moves in bowls and that's punched away by Rizwan down to mid-on. So 20 minutes gone and no interruptions so far, at least Andy Zoltzman.
Rizwan's innings 71 now is the joint 5th highest by a Pakistan wicketkeeper in England. Just 9 50-plus scores by Pakistan wicketkeepers in England. This is their 55th test in this country.
Isha's looking anxious. If you're right, Isha's. Thomas Shafinaga says we're okay for now. There's a bit coming on the radar though, I think. Anyway, in goes Anderson again over the wicket. Bowls, and that's pushed away for the single that they wanted. Well, I think Root will be saying, come on. I put the man there in the last over. And now Anderson will have one delivery.
But you've got to say that, Aggers, with 2 balls to go in the over, England must be concerned about the runs because you just bring square leg up for the last 2 balls to save that single. And if he hits a 4, that's kind of null and void. You just want to be making sure that you're bowling.
That's a good point.
To Naseem Shah, the next over. He's now got 1 ball to bowl to Naseem Shah.
And he's on his way. Shah's waiting for him. Bat raised optimistically. Anderson bowls to him. He's tucked it. A beautiful stroke. Tucked it down the fine leg and he's been denied a run. And that, I tell you, there's nothing crueler for number 11 than play a lovely little shot like that and not to get anything for it. 2:36 for 9. He's coming up for a chat with Rizwan, who's played really well again this morning. 72 not out. That's my 20 minutes completed, Michael. And after some thoughts from you, Isha Goer's coming in here.
And did you have any stats on how many runs tailenders would have got in times like this? Well, clearly Naseem Shah should be on 2 now.
And I mean, it seems unfair, doesn't it? In baseball, they have earned runs and unearned runs. Maybe cricket needs a metric for spurned runs.
The amount of number 11s that had their runs stolen off them because they have to stay down the non-strikers end.
Pakistan have added 60 for the last 2 wickets.
Here comes Stuart Broad then, bowling from the pavilion end. Rizwan inside edge out to deep square. Naseem Shah is halfway down the track. He's sent back as deep square runs in to collect the ball. Well, he was keen to get on strike there, Naseem Shah. And he talked about number 11s. I wonder how many Jack Leach would have scored in that innings last year if he'd have taken all the singles.
Well, he nearly got that 100 at Lords, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, against Ireland. Promoted up the order. There must be a few stories like that, Andy, of night watchman coming up the order and scoring big runs. As Broad bowls again to Rizwan. It's gone high in the air and it will be caught at cover. In fact, he looked to whip it leg side and it was a comfortable catch. It was hanging in there up against the backdrop of the clouds. Zach Crawley takes it easily and Rizwan will go for 72. Pakistan all out for 236. So England will be happy with that. They were able to extract that final wicket relatively quickly and wasn't the best of deliveries. In fact, it was angled down the leg side. It hit the seam and came back in and Rizwan looking to turn it off a length, catches the top edge and it balloons up. So Dom Sibley disappearing up the purple stairs into the dressing room and
there's movement down to our left, Isha. You just see that the digital advertising boards are being pushed to one side to get the hover cover low. You could actually see Tom Sibley and Rory Burns when they were running off. They were looking to the left, and there is a big dark cloud just over the back of the golf course, over the Colt ground, cricket ground. So not only do the England Open have to think about this pitch if they get out, and the movement, that's on and off kind of mentality is such a difficult one to deal with. Just gone for the heavy roller as well.
Yeah, you can hear it coming onto the ground now. So England in that innings, 3 for 60 for James Anderson, 4 for 56 for Stuart Broad. He's been outstanding this summer, extends that tally to 26 wickets and an average of 12.8. Simply ridiculous, to be honest. When you think that he missed that first test match, he has been sensational for England, bowling that fuller length, and extracts the final wicket for England. Sam Curran 1 for 44 from his 18, and Chris Woakes 1 for 55 from his 19. So 236. They added a further 13 runs to the scoreboard this morning. Dark and grey skies above, although you see the clouds moving quite quickly from left to right. There is a decent breeze blowing across the ground. Lowly lit lights as well here, as the roller is now out on the pitch. Markings being redone by the ground staff as well. And for those of you who want a reminder, yesterday of course no play whatsoever because of the bad light and the mizzle in the air. We'll go through the scorecard for you. So Shah Masood was out for 1. LBW to Anderson, a brilliant delivery from him, shaping back into the left-hander. That was when the score was on 6. Then a partnership formed between Azhar Ali and Abid Ali. They made it to 78 before Azhar Ali went caught Burns, bowled Anderson. Abid Ali followed when the score was on 102. Caught Burns, bowled Curran. Came into the game. Asad Shafiq was caught Sibley, bowled Broad on 117. And then Fawad Alam, his first match in 11 years. He was out of the middle. Unusual technique. He was out LBW to Woakes for a duck. So disappointment for him as he had to walk back to the pavilion. Yasir Shah caught Buttler, bowled Anderson for 5. Shaheen Shah Afridi run out, dawdling halfway down the track, and a brilliant run out from Dom Sibley aiming at the stumps when the score was on 176. That was when they were 8 down. Mohammad Abbas fell LBW to board. He hung around for a little bit alongside Mohammad Rizwan, then he started to play his shots. Rizwan made it up to 60 and finished not out a couple of nights ago, and in this innings ends up going for 72. Mohammad Rizwan now caught Crawley, bowled Broad. So Naseem Shah not out 1.
Yeah, he played nicely, the number 11, but I think this is a very competitive score for Pakistan. Obviously the lack of time left in the game, it's looking like it's going to be very difficult for either team to force a result. But for Pakistan, they've got to think, right, wickets, can they bowl England out for 100, 110, something like that? It'll take them to bowl extremely well and take every chance you would feel. For England, can they bat the day out? They get to something like 300, 320. Gives Pakistan a very nervy last day. So England can get 320 today, but if they can get it to around 320 by an hour into the last day's play, you just never know. Test cricket, in these conditions, the game can escalate quite quickly.
Well, it says like this where you earn your respect as a batsman, isn't it?
Yes.
Test and examination of your technique, especially with the likes of Mohammad Abbas, who loves bowling in these conditions. Well, you saw him, didn't you, a couple of nights ago?
He was very excited.
Yeah, very excited to get a go on this wicket with the overheads as they are. Slightly cooler here than it was on day 1, where it was humid and muggy. You can see him now just warming up, wearing a long sleeve jumper. Mohammad Abbas bowling to, I think that's Waka Yunus with a glove on.
Shaheen Afridi as well. I mean, he swung it to Old Trafford with a new ball. And I'm just looking down to the pitch. It looks to me that Martin Saggers was he waved to the ground stuff? He was waving down to them for something. I don't know what he's waving for them to come and get. I don't know if he wants, I don't know what he's asking for, but one of the young ground staff members is just running off to the hut. I don't know if it's a spade or something, but he wants something out there.
It is looking a little bit brighter over to our left. That's where it's coming from. So hopefully that rain will be staved off. We can see the fielders by the side of the pavilion, just going through their warm-ups. Andy?
Just looking at Pakistan's last 2 wickets, they went move from 176 for 8 to 236 all outs. Added 60 runs. Mohammad Abbas scored 2 from 20. Naseem Shah 1 not out from 10. Rizwan scored 48 of those 60 runs, and there were a few extras. So superb tail marshalling effort from the Pakistan wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he really did a wonderful job. Scored 95, I think, up at Brisbane last winter. He, of course, coming in for Sarfraz, the former captain of the Test side, and wanting to prove a point, but very steely sort of determination to when he is out there in the middle and batting. Finished 72 not out in the end, 236 all out then Pakistan. And Azam Mahmood has stepped in. We heard from Jonathan Agnew talking about TMS Curry Club last night. How did you find the food?
Food was excellent, yeah. As always, when you're stuck somewhere and you want to Asian food and you get food like this, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Tim Peach, I thought he did an excellent job. He was ribbed a little bit for it being late, but at least he paid for it. Pretty sure I paid for mine as well, the one before. Jonathan Agnew, not so sure. I know Michael Vaughan paid for his.
Next week I'm
So
yes,
are you putting your hand up?
Yes, I am, and maybe Friday or Saturday Adam will tell us, and I'm asking the guy who deliver from London Spice Village food. I love that food, and that's why I can order from here, but this food is special. So.
Oh right, okay. How quickly do you reckon he can get to us?
Whatever time we will give him. Hopefully, I'm watching last night. Tim was on the phone, and he was under pressure. So looking at that, I will say, you guys come down around 8 o'clock. So I will ask him to come down at 7:30.
Yeah. Well, mine was actually early as well. Mine was early, which
Depending on the traffic of A3.
That's true. Maybe you can come down on a motorbike. I wonder how many dishes you can fit on the back of a motorbike. Anyway, we're just here in the interval at the moment at the Aegeus Bowl. It's day 4, and England will be ready to come out and bat very, very shortly. You can see Rory Burns and Dom Sibley just getting themselves ready. Burns just playing with his grip, and now standing and looking out and surveying the field.
Interesting to see how these guys can go on this pitch. Last delivery, if you see, Rizwan got top edge airs. It was on leg stump.
Yeah, it was outside.
Outside leg stump, and seamed a bit. And Rizwan was looking to flick that ball, and went leading edge to covers.
The noise you're hearing is the sound of the heavy roller, which is doing a circle around the infield. It's off the pitch and speeding away towards the hut as Dom Sibley comes down the purple steps of the England dressing room.
Spoke to Shaheen and Abbas yesterday. They were eating the ball on this wicket, and they will test Sibley and Burns' technique, temperament. Looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating passage of play here as the umpires return to the field. Richard Kettleborough with a smile on his face. He was grimacing quite a lot yesterday and looking up to the skies in disbelief because we weren't able to get any play. It is looking quite dark at the moment and gloomy. Grey skies above, ominous looking clouds. But I'm delighted that we can have some action as the Pakistan players sprint onto the field. A lot of energy about them. They've had to wait 4 days to have their first bowl.
They've been well rested.
They have. As we can see Shaheen Shah Afridi walking with purpose. Not sure which end he's going to bowl from. It looks like the northern end. He's got his white wristband on as he marches towards the stumps now, just scratching away at the popping crease where he will be bowling from. Dom Sibley coming to the non-striker's end, and Rory Burns taking his guard. Burns, who has scored 234 runs this summer, an average of 46. And he's just marking his guard on the middle before coming down the pitch and assessing the conditions. A lot of grass on this wicket.
You should look at that Abbas. We talk about Abbas, he's a great bowler with a new ball. Look at this guy. Look at his body language. Shaheen, Shah, Afridi, and having the first over. So he's a leader in this bowling attack for last year and a half. Every time he got ball in his hand, he mean business. Which is great to see him growing as a cricketer, growing as a bowler, and be more confident what he's doing.
Just rehearsing a few deliveries to mid-off at the moment. 20 years of age and the leader of this attack. He's got 3 slips in a gully in position, a point, a man at extra, no one at mid-off, wideish mid-on, Naseem Shah position there, short leg and a man down at fine leg. Here he is, he's ready to go. Rory Burns sets himself up. Shah Afridi pushes away now. First delivery of the innings. Edged and falls in front of second slip. Well, nearly a wicket. First ball, Asad Shafiq diving forwards. It didn't carry. Perfect delivery first up.
Just short of Asad Shafiq. Look at the seam. Excellent seam. It will...
Yeah, we're looking at the replay here. Yeah, it falls just in front on the half volley as Shaheen Shah is now past the umpire again. He bowls and Rory Burns leaves. Lovely shape on the ball, moving away from the left-hander. It's something he's worked tremendously hard on, is that ability to shape it away from the left-hander into the right-hander. Generally gets it going across the right-hander. That's his natural sort of angle. And you were actually talking last night, weren't you, about his foot alignment.
Foot alignment. We work on that, and now he's working with Babar. So he worked really hard on this skill. Normally he take the ball away from right-hander, and now he can bring the ball both ways.
The left armour comes in again. Afridi bowls full. Burns drives with caution to mid-on, but gets right in and behind it. Burns had to play at that delivery. Lovely seam, as you mentioned, for that first delivery. Lovely wrist position as well, to just allow the ball to shape, as he now has it back in his hand, and at the top of his mark gives it a little shine. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Sets himself, assesses his prey. Now he runs away from us. Mop of hair blowing in the wind is Burns, edges and taken. Yes. Asad Shafiq. This time it does carry. He's moving to his right and arms aloft for Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's picked up the first wicket in the first over. 0-1 England, as Rory Burns will have to trudge back to the pavilion. We talked about this being testing conditions, and England have failed at the first hurdle.
Same delivery, same result, edge. Good taken by Asad Shafiq. Excellent seam position. Look at the body language of him. He's running in, charging in, pitching the ball up.
Was there anything Burns could have done there? A lovely movement, good length delivery, just outside the line of off. Did he have to play at it? We'll have a look at the replay in just a moment. But Asad Shafiq moving to his right. It wasn't an easy catch. He had to move and almost reach to his right. It was probably shoulder height when he took it. But an excellent catch. He laid on the floor for a little while there.
It's really important, we were talking about testing condition and everything, but Sip Corden need to take any opportunity, come in there where they need to take it. And Asad Shafiq is a brilliant slip fielder.
So Zach Crawley out in the middle, tall frame, probably a similar sort of height to Dom Sibley as they now punch gloves. And tricky circumstances, but This is what you expect when you play here in England, Andy.
It's the 4th duck by an England opener this summer. Sibley's had 2. Josh Buttler had 1 when he was promoted up the order, and now Burns today. Only once previously in an English summer have England's openers had 4 ducks, and that was in the disastrous summer of 1989 when England were hammered 4-0 by Australia.
Zach Crawley spins the bat in his hand, open stance to Shah Afridi. He's got 4 slips in position as he pushes away now. Here he comes, he bowls full, stuck on the pads, this looks close. Unmoved the umpire, Michael Goff. And Shah Afridi immediately turns to his captain. I think he's interested in this. Well, they go for the review. Mohammad Rizwan is signalling down the leg side, but Azhar wants to have a look.
TV umpire to director, we've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. We have a fair delivery, so we can look at front on, please.
Hearing the voice of Richard Illingworth. Pitches
okay,
in line.
Just roll that back to the edge of the bat. Roll it through.
Is there any bat involved? Doesn't look like there is.
Appears to be no bat involved, but can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please?
Ultra Edge will tell us whether he's
Just waiting
got
for
an edge
Ultra
on
Edge,
it.
gentlemen.
Goes past the bat and hits him on the knee roll. It does look like it's going down the leg side.
Okay, we've got a flat line, roll it through.
So no bat involved.
And we've got a spike next to the...
Oh,
roll
there
it
is.
back, please.
There is a spike.
Okay, we've got a spike next to the bat. So we'll go back to Michael on field. Michael, there's a spike when the ball is next to the bat, so stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
Heart in mouth moment for Zach Crawley.
Good to see, and I was looking look down the leg side. You know, it was maybe pitch down the leg side as well.
So Pakistan lose a review. Crawley sets up once more, still in his crease, taps his bat down a couple of times. Afridi on the charge, bowls and a leave from Crawley. It bounces and goes over the top of middle stump. Leaves on length for the final ball of the over. But what a sequence of deliveries for Shah Afridi. What a start for Pakistan. England 0 for 1.
Yeah, he has to play this ball because of his technique, because his head goes over on offside. He has to play that delivery, and great length, great line. Look at last over, Shaheen Afridi make him play every single delivery.
Simon Mann's going to be coming in here, but I'll just do this delivery from Mohammad Abbas. He's going to have 4 slips in play as well. Point extra cover, mid-on, short leg, and Naseem Shah down at fine leg, about 10 metres off the boundary. Mohammad Abbas, here he comes. Arms swaying from side to side. Sibley struck on the back leg as he hobbles away. Extra bit of bounce off a length there, looking to play straight. He's now crouching down. I wonder where that did hit him. Azhar, you'll be able to tell us as Simon Mann will come in.
Yeah, it's just a bone, tummy area, hip line, bone area. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. Painful. Bit of extra bounce. And look at the seam moment after that. He was...
Well, England need 37 to avoid the follow-on. The light meters are coming out, though. Of course they are. A cry of anguish around his Zoltzman at the far end of the box. It has got darker. I'm afraid we're fighting an unequal battle, it seems. So the light meters are out there. Sibley is back on his feet. He's playing a few shots. England are 0 for 1. Pakistan all out for 236. It's not going to be easy against this new ball. Pakistan have 4 slips in and a short leg. Here is Mohammad Abbas. Goes in now, bowls to Sibley. And Sibley is... Here's Mohammad Abbas, goes in now, bowls to Sibley, and Sibley is forward very carefully there. playing it way into the offside, goes out towards cover, and there is no run. Lovely conditions for Mohammad Abbas to bowl in it, as long as he gets an extended go at it. That's the thing. It has filled in a bit. It's very dark over the Edges. Well, the lights are on, of course, but we know what happens if the natural light fades a bit, even with the floodlights on. This issue we've been talking about throughout this game. Mohammad Abbas from the pavilion end moves in now to bowl to Sibley. Sibley squared up by that one. His natural movement is to play a ball, a straight ball into the onside. There's a bit of a way movement, and he played it back up the pitch, and it's picked up by the bowler.
Simon, you mentioned, it's a great condition to bowl for Mohammad Abbas. I think it's a great condition to any seam bowler to bowl in these conditions. Abbas have ability and skill and all the tricks.
Yeah, he's got the ability to exploit them. He's got that control. Comes in now, bowls to Sibley, and Sibley pushes that one outside the off stump and misses it. And it's taken by Mohammad Rizwan, leaping in the air. I thought he was going to throw it up for a moment. Rizwan, the only man out this morning, and finishing it off eventually out for 72. It's interesting seeing England's tactics this morning, that because it was first up this morning, they didn't push the field back. They kept the field up. They tried to get Rizwan out. And eventually they did.
Great seam position, wobble seam, hitting those areas, and ball was seaming away.
Down the slip cord and go again. The Bass bowls. Past the outside edge again. This is torture. Shouldn't be allowed.
The beauty of these, only we are into second over, but the beauty of these things, these guys make them play every delivery. So they're asking question, hitting those areas, and you hit on the area and ball will do something in these conditions.
It's lovely bowling, it really is.
He has to play this delivery. He has to.
So Rizwan out for 70, then Burns out for naught. Caught at slip by Shafiq. Here is...
That's good.
Bowling, hit him on the pad, it's not out. It goes away into the offside. Sibley there looking to turn into that. It didn't, from our angle, we're a long way away actually in our commentary position here in the hotel. That looked as a good shout against Sibley, but there was no interest in the umpire, and there was no thought of a review. As he got his back to us, it's difficult to tell exactly where that struck in. It must have been going down the leg side or a bit high.
From where I'm sitting, I thought it looked close to me. But Sibley stand on the leg stump, and maybe that's why it was going down the leg side.
But you feel at the moment that there could be a wicket any ball. That's the way the game's going. With this new ball, Pakistan, they're keen, they want to get out there, take some wickets. I mean, it's very hard to see them getting into a winning position. Even if wickets fall, there's a lot of work to do for them in this test match. Unless there's a real England collapse here, a huge collapse. Here's Shaheen Afridi bowling to Crawley, who's forward carefully there. Haven't seen many of those so far, where the ball is roughly hit somewhere in the middle of the bat. There's a check defensive shot from Crawley back up the pitch, and it was picked up by Shaheen Shah Afridi. Not easy being a top order batsman in these conditions. There's poor old Rory Burns. He's waited into the fourth day of his innings, and he's out first over.
It's hard for any opener in the world, in these conditions. It's not easy.
You can't escape between test matches either. You've got to stay here, the players. Here's Afridi bowling very full, and a check defensive shot again from Crawley. Check to push into the offside, and it's picked up in the covers, and there is no run. And Pakistan are on the attack with that short leg in. There's Abid Ali under the helmet at short leg, and 4 slip fielders. Asad Shafiq's been in action already with one that was very low to him that he couldn't quite take first ball, and then one that he did take. I say couldn't quite take, it didn't quite carry to him. Crawley, this open stance for the left armour, coming over the wicket now, goes in and bowls, and Crawley there is he's hoping to get off the mark. In these conditions, you hope something goes your way and slides off the outside edge. Well, it did, and it went down, but it was stopped at 4th slip. So there was no run from Crawley. Third man can be quite a profitable area in these conditions.
That's open stance because of the left arm seamer, or he normally opened that much for the right-handers?
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Whether we'll watch him against Mohammad Abbas, whether he just closes up a bit, but he's quite open for the left armour.
Negotiating that swing, coming back to him.
It's 0 for 1 England in reply to 236. Shaheen bowls, that swings in. Crawley was looking for an off drive there and then realised the ball was dipping back into him. Again, checked the shot, played it more carefully up towards mid-on. And there is no run.
These are testing conditions, but Shaheen never afraid to pitch the ball up when he got new ball in his hand. So he always looked to take wickets. So that's the good thing about this young guy. He always looked to take wicket, never on a defensive mode.
Well, if only the weather gods would allow us some cricket, we were in for a fascinating day today. Yeah, we've got away with it for the first 50 minutes play. The lights beaming down, shining down on the Aegeus bowl. There goes Shaheen, bowls to Crawley, wide of off stump this time. Crawley leans forward and lets it go through to Rizwan. Great test for Crawley, talking about, thinking about that maiden test 100. Be a good innings if he makes it in this one.
Yeah, I think I like him. I like his technique. I like his temperament. When he played against West Indies here, he got 50 odd.
Yeah, he
and
got
he
76 in the second innings, I think it was, from memory. So I'll look back. Played very well, actually. Yeah, 76 in the second innings. Here is Shaheen bowling to him. It's full, and he gets his first run. Probably runs past short leg. They've gone for one. They're coming back for the second. They might get 3 here, actually. And they are coming for the third. Mohammad Abbas sends in the return, low to the base of the stumps. And it needed Sibley to get a move on to make it to the striker's end. Although, actually, that was the last ball of the over. So Crawley keeps the strike. He's off the mark with 3. Thickish inside edge off a defensive shot that went quickly past short leg. It wasn't in the air. Abid went to his right, couldn't stop it. So England are underway finally. They are 3 for 1. And they are 233 runs behind.
Best thing was in the last defensive shot, he let the ball come to him and play the ball really late and managed to get 3 runs. Let's see how he stand against Mohammad Abbas here.
The one tactic England used at Old Trafford was to bat. A few batsmen batted out of their creases against Mohammad Abbas. So their interception points worth noting as well. Did you just hang back a bit? No, I think Crawley's quite a long way forward. Here is Mohammad Abbas into bowl to him. Oh, that's another beauty, absolute beauty past the outside edge. Oh, the thing is about Mohammad Abbas, he gets close to the stumps, bowls straight, and if there's a bit of nip, you're in big trouble because you have to play at it.
Yeah, because he used crease as well, so he bowled from different angle at the crease. And look at this one.
Oh, it's gone over the top of off stump.
What you can do as a batsman, you will. Wow, look at that. He done everything right, but the ball done enough to beat his bat.
It's because he is getting so close to the stumps. Well, he did in that one. It does again here. Crawley plays quietly in defence towards mid-on this time. Goes rolling up towards mid-on. And there's no run.
It's 5 plays and misses in the first 7 balls that Mohammad Abbas has bowled today.
Yeah, it's beautiful bowling, and exploiting these conditions. You feel he is the main threat. I mean, there's some significant threat from all the Pakistan seam bowlers, but you feel he's the main threat. Difficult to play. Tight into the stumps, having to play, a little bit of nip. Mohammad Abbas bowls. Crawley gets a straight ball. She turns into the onside for 1. Are they going to come back for the second? Yes, they do. Naseem Shah, Shaheen Shah, Afridi rather, goes from mid-on to deepish mid-wicket to pick up. So 2 more to Crawley. Of course, if it doesn't do anything and you bowl a straight ball and it's on middle and leg stump, then you can turn it away. I see the umpire there talking about him getting close to the stumps. Umpire at the fire, and Richard Kettle was just checking his follow-through, making sure that he's getting off the pitch, not landing in a notional red zone. Here is Mohammad Abbas bowling wide of off stump. Not such a good delivery to Crawley that time. Perhaps adjusting after the ball before was a bit too straight. And he put it wide, and Crawley ignored it and comes down the pitch to do some gardening.
And we saw the dismissal of Rizwan. He was on 5th thumb down the leg side and seam away. So Abbas was looking from middle and leg stump.
Yeah, they put that red zone on our television monitors now. It might have been a bit of his foot in the first part of it. Abbas goes in, bowls to Crawley, who comes down the pitch there, takes a step down the pitch to meet him. He's a tall man, plays it defensively, back to the bowler, who picks up. And there's no run, he gets a pat on the back from his captain, Azhar Ali. What have the Pakistan players been doing? We've heard about what the TMS team have been doing this morning. What have the Pakistan players have been doing, Azhar? Do you know?
I think they got game rooms on top of us, and I think there's a pool table as well, and a few of the guys, listening to music and watching YouTube.
Bass bowls again. Crawley comes down the pitch, but a nip back into him there, strikes him on the thigh pad, and it runs into the offside, and there is no run. So Crawley using that tactic, trying to get well forward against Mohammad Abbas. Quick check on the light meter from umpire Kettleborough, and for now, back in the pocket. The danger of coming down the pitch is that you do get struck around the body there, and I think he got that one in the stomach or a back or the top of the right hip.
Just enough seam moment, it will just jab back to Crawley's stomach, I would say.
Yeah, both ways. You can do it both ways. 5 for 1 England. In reply to Pakistan's 236. Broad another wicket this morning. 26 wickets at 12 this summer, since not playing on this ground in the first test. Shaheen goes in, bowls to Crawley. Crawley gets one outside the off stump. He lets it go very close to his off stump, swinging back in. Not swinging back in quite enough for Shaheen Afridi.
It was Sibley, I think.
Sorry, Sibley, yeah. Apologies, Sibley at the far end. Both tall men. But they got a very different way of playing the game, though. A lot of players actually today with their sweaters on a coolish day in Southampton, so not that we need the numbers for the batsmen, but we can't see the numbers of the players apart from Shaheen Afridi. He's got number 40 on his back as he runs away from us, goes in now and bowls to Sibley. It's full, and Sibley shovels that into the leg side. Not particularly elegant stroke, but it gets him off the mark. Goes out towards deep mid wicket, so he is underway.
Good, and 40% of the full.
Sibley waits, bat raised, very open stance. Not quite as open as Fawad Alam, but it is open outside the off stump from Shaheen, and Sibley allows it to go through. Where is Fawad Alam fielding? Is he at backward point?
Yeah. Yes, he is.
So we've got Babar Azam at first slip, Shafiq at second, Yasir at third, and Shan Masood is at fourth slip.
Yeah.
Abid Ali under the helmet, short leg. Talk about burns. You wait ages for your bat. There's poor old Fawad who's waited 11 years. And he's out for naught. 4 days. He's done practically nothing. Here's Shaheen bowling, very full, and that swung a long way after it went past the off stump. Sibley let it go, and a spectacular diving take by Rizwan away to his left. Big in swing after the ball had gone past, though. And Sibley played that well. I mean, that delivery, it looked like a nice, tempting ball to drive through the offside, but Sibley denies himself, or generally does until he really gets into his innings.
That's what Shane wants to do. He wants to.
Shaheen moves in again to bowl to Sibley. Sibley gets a full ball, which he defends back to the bowler who doesn't field it cleanly. It goes up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Naseem Shah, and that's the end of the over. It's 7 for 1. Had 5 overs of England's struggle against this testing new ball pairing. Crawley has 5, Sibley has 2, Burns out for 0, Rizwan out for 72 earlier. More from Azhar, and then it will be Atif Nawaz for the first time today.
Yeah, Rizwan, we saw the last delivery. Rizwan kept really well in the last test match. Different conditions, spinning, bouncing, and this hairs, seaming around someone coming from subcontinent. It's not easy to keep wicket here. We saw so many people coming from abroad struggle to keep well in these conditions.
Good morning, Azhar.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very good, Atif. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm enjoying these conditions. As long as they hang in there, as long as they stay exactly as they are, then we'll be okay. I've been enjoying watching Andy Zoltzman's reactions to almost every ball this morning. Well, it's been an exciting session until right about now, and I'm very sad to tell you that, well, the umpires have decided to go off. Well. 7 for 1 England. 229 runs behind. We've had an hour of play, exactly an hour of play, and that noise you can hear behind me is the hover cover being dragged on by the ground staff. Well, it's hard not to take it personally, really. I just arrived.
That's because of you, Atif.
Just because of me. Just to drown me out. Well, what can you do? It's a lot of frustration around this test match. 1 hour of just scintillating play, so absorbing, and well, I guess we were spoiled there already. 1 hour of consecutive play here at Southampton. Well, we'll keep talking on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app, but radio for long-wave listeners now, leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. And, well, it's really frustrating, isn't it, Azhar? I mean, there were so many pockets of time yesterday where we felt like we could have seen cricket quite easily, but it just didn't come through, and yeah, it's quite frustrating really, watching the way the Pakistanis were bowling this morning, exploiting the conditions, even the way Anderson and Broad bowled towards Rizwan. I know he was playing quite a dashing innings, but watching that ball beat the outside edge swinging away, it was quite something.
It's a lot to do with this pitch, and condition as well, underlight, overcast condition. We saw the whole yesterday, the cover was on, there was a lot of moisture on the pitch as well this morning, and what we saw this morning from Pakistan bowler, they make batsmen play every delivery. We saw from England bowler, they were slightly wider. Yes, I understand if they were bowling to Rizwan because he was trying to get some runs, so it was different condition. But now, looking at these guys, they make him play all the deliveries.
They really have. They put it in that channel where they really want to get a little bit of action from the batsmen. The official word here is rain stop play. Phil Tufnell's with us as well. How are you, Tuffers?
Afternoon, everyone. Azhar, Atif.
How's it going?
Well, it was going lovely, wasn't it? We was enjoying that,
yeah,
weren't
we were really enjoying watching from the balcony, just watching, rushing in to see replays and things like that.
A green top at Southampton. Doesn't get much better than that, especially with this Pakistan bowling line-up, and then I just sit myself down and they're off again.
It's been exceptionally frustrating, the weather on this.
Yep, it has indeed.
In this test match.
And I'm getting bigger and bigger and bigger because every time I'm not doing anything, I'm just eating chocolate and crisps and everything. We've got to have play. Otherwise I won't be able to get in the bedroom door.
It's extraordinary, really. I mean, there's been a lot of frustrating moments, and there's been a lot of questions asked about the way the game should be run and things like that. And I think enough has been said about that. I think everybody knows the frustration. The suggestions are all out there, and hopefully, those in the administration of the game can take note and try and protect this game of ours from this kind of scenario that we face right now.
Well, yes, I mean, at least it's raining now, though, isn't it? There is a little bit of rain. We've had a look at the maps, haven't we, and everything.
Sure.
There's been some rain knocking about. Hopefully that might move on. But, yeah, certainly the light has been extremely frustrating. But, we can't do nothing about the rain, I'm afraid. So...
we can talk about the rain, we can talk about the weather, but that's not what we're going to talk about for now. For now, we're going to talk about some of the all-time great Pakistani fast bowlers. We've seen some great Pakistani fast bowling today, obviously. I think England will be pleased to have only lost the 1 wicket. There were a couple of moments there where a second could have fell. We saw Joe Root just waiting on the edge of the balcony as if he was going to be summoned at any moment. Some great Pakistani fast bowlers. We've got a phenomenal bowler with us as well, and Azhar Mahmood. And Azhar, growing up, sort of, who was the first, I think I know the answer to this, but who was the first Pakistani fast bowler that you idolised?
Not the bowler, he was
all-rounder,
an
of course.
all-rounder. Yes, Imran Khan. I used to have his poster in where I used to sleep. I never had a room for myself on those days, but wherever I sleep, I put his poster in, and he was my childhood hero, and still he is, and he was phenomenal. He got so much influence on Pakistan cricket.
Yeah.
He was. Look at the Wasim, Waqar, Inzamam, Mushtaq. They all his product, and then when he left a legacy, and these guys become a world beater.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 listeners as well. We're talking about great Pakistani fast bowlers because rain has stopped play here at Southampton. It's currently 7 runs for 1 wicket. England in reply to Pakistan's 236. We're talking about great fast bowlers. Azhar Mahmood, they're recounting his love for Imran Khan, who he adored as a child and loved his work and his technique and his skill. Phil Tufnell, what are your first memories of Pakistani fast bowlers?
Well, Imran Khan again, probably the 92 World Cup, was over there playing in that, and can't still to this day believe that Pakistan beat us in that final, but they did, because I think they had a lot of injuries. I think Imran himself was injured,
Shoulder problem.
Yeah, had a shoulder problem, and we could have knocked them out at Adelaide and bowled them out for 74, 74. Then the rain came, and if they hadn't have done that, and then there was a few other, it was almost like it was destiny for Imran to be holding that 92 World Cup. But played against him also for Sussex, of course, when he played for Sussex, and that was a little bit tasty coming down the hill at Hove, I can assure you. With the old sea fret coming in and just nipping around a little bit. So I'd probably say Imran, but then for me, Wasim and Waqar, those two are in full flight.
Can you describe for us, Tuffers, what it's like? You come into bat, England, Middlesex, whatever it is, and you've got Wasim Akram at the other end, and you've got to face up to, and you know everything about the guy. You've seen the compilations, you've heard all the rumours, you've seen the X-rays of toes, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
What runs through your mind when you're at the crease, ready to face him?
This was when Waqar had sort of just come over and was bowling these ridiculous reverse swing Yorkers. I can remember at the Oval I played against them. I think I might have been batting 9.
Promoted.
9, which just goes to show what the tail was like in those days. And I can just remember Waqar's run up. He used to virtually be on the sight screen, and there was this beautiful sort of fluid, lovely sort of like in control, gathering pace to the wicket, beautiful run up, and then that lovely action, and then whoosh, and just this thing that used to come zipping down at your toe, hit me about 3 times on the toe at the Oval, and then at the so that was that to contend with, you know what I mean?
Did you ever put anything in the toe to protect yourself?
Well, no, I didn't. I should have done. I should have worn a steel toe cap DM boot, you know what I mean? Because the boys were just getting toe crushed. And then at the other end, so I've managed to survive a couple of balls there. And then the other end, Wasim was at the other end bowling around the wicket, and I've sort of taken guard, and I didn't even know where he was. I couldn't see him running or anything. I just saw him sort of run the old hand through the hair and flick it back. Next thing I know, he's jumped out from behind David Shepherd, as he sort of snuck in behind David Shepherd, jumped out like that, and then bowled this sort of like massive in-swinging, away-seaming, I don't know, everything, completely knocked every stump out of the ground, and that was my knock done. I didn't even see him bowl it virtually, just sort of, because when he came round the wicket, then he and then just used to leap out at you at the last moment. So
run
really
behind
short
run behind the five, you can't really see him, and he was so quick coming from.
Quick arm.
Quick arm.
Yeah, and then it was just all, he just sort of like, oh, blimey, out. You know what I mean? Stumps everywhere. Didn't even see the ball.
They used to say he could take a wicket at will. Azhar, obviously you played with both Wasim and Wakar. Tell me what it's like in the practice session, in the nets, right? When they're kind of trying to get their bearings and they're trying to work out their lines and things like that. Are the batsmen queuing up to go to the bathroom at that exact moment when they want to go to the nets?
Yeah, these two guys were absolutely legend. You know, they got pace, they got everything what you want, and they were competitor. You know, like if Wasim got a fifer and then Wakar wants to get a fifer as well, so it's a tussle between them inside the team, and that helped Pakistan cricket a lot. And yes, definitely, you know, like especially against Wasim bhai, I never, you know, I've slogged against Shoaib, I slogged against Wakar bhai, but never slug in the nets against Wasim bhai, because his arm speed was so quick, and suddenly you see length ball there, and the next delivery you see is going next to your head. So he was so good. I was lucky enough to play with these two legends. Unfortunately, I was doing the debate last night. I missed Wakar bhai in my combined 11, so because only reason because it was in a combined team between Pakistan and England. So I picked Broad purely the way he's bowling. So you know, he got 25 wickets, 12 apiece, and 500 wickets. So for me, I thought, because I can ask Vicky bhai, you know, when he was captain, I was left out quite a bit. So I can
Got your own back on it.
It's okay. I think now is a safer time to leave him out. You wouldn't want to leave him out in the mid-90s. That would be dangerous.
Well, it's funny. We were doing during lockdown and what have you. We were doing a little show on the radio, Tough as and Vaughan and what have you, and we were then sort of like going through, you know, teams all around the world, teams, you know, best this team, best that team. Teams that, you know, alphabetically it's got to go A, B, C, D, E and G, and I think Wasim made every single team in about 2 months, and so that was about 20 odd sort of teams of the world, you know, because you want left arm for the angle, for the variety, you want someone who can bat, you know, good leader and everything like that, and I think Waz got into every team we picked. You know?
People forget he's got a double hundred to his name in Test cricket, Wasim Akram, and
but it's interesting what Azhar said as well. Great competitors, you know, competitors. Same with Imran as well. You know, you forget how, you know, what they called themselves the Tiger, didn't they? In '92,
Corner Tiger.
Yes, the Corner Tiger. You know what I mean? And so sometimes you forget how, you know, how tough these boys were. You know.
Yeah, I mean, they've got that. They really had that mental toughness, and they became stars. Really, I think, you know, if you compared both bowlers, you could do an endless subjective comparison about who was better and never really get an answer. I think Wasim Akram maybe offers you that value with the bat, and obviously, you know, his personality is a huge personality. Everybody knows that, and then obviously the captaincy was there as well. Quite an inspirational leader. You played under both players' captaincies. What was it like? Just describe what it's like as they like as captains.
Because I can tell you, Imran bhai had a lot of influence on Wasim bhai, Wakar bhai, you know, when they become captains. So that's the leadership quality they gather from Imran bhai to come to Wasim bhai. And I think Wasim bhai, international captain, he was one of the best captain I played under. I played a lot of cricket under him, and you can go and speak to him and he will give you confidence. And I always want Wasim bhai to stand on mid-off area to discuss, you know, what the plan is going on. And I learned a lot from him, you know, like in our days there was no analyst to tell you which to bowl, you know. He was so good reading the batsman, like Arvinder De Silva, anything short, he cuts, pull. And I asked him, I said, how you read that? So he told me that thing, which I applied throughout my career. So watching the batsman and see, you know, he's strong on a front foot, so you don't bowl on that area, especially when you're playing in subcontinent, when ball doesn't do anything for you. And if someone is struggle on the back foot, you know, you're putting the ball up. So these sort of thing I learned from him, and it was a quality leader, and give you so much confidence. You know, you suddenly feel, you know, oh yeah, you're on top of your game, you're top of the world, and these sort of thing you need from leader.
You do it. Tough is like, what is describe that dynamic of captains. Like, certain captains, particularly if you're a bowler and there's a batsman who's a captain, they kind of let you get on with it or maybe give you a bit of cursory support. But when you got someone like a Wasim Akram, somebody who really knows the business, coming over, giving you that arm around the shoulder treatment every time, how useful is that?
Well, it must be. Well, it must have been huge. As you said, I've only played with batsmen who are captains who don't, listen, fantastic
get on with
captain,
it.
fantastic captains.
But they let you get on with it.
Yeah, they let you get on with it a little bit. But as a bowler, that must be wonderful to have just someone, like that, just to sort of help you through times and put an arm around your shoulder and everything, and also just to know the kind of the mindset that's going through a bowler, especially fast bowlers. Oh crikey, because sometimes, batsmen who are captains just sometimes wind up fast bowlers and say, "Oh, come on, just let him bowl, get him to bowl." It's quite difficult to do that, or give him an over before lunch. You know what I mean? Give Devon Malcolm an over before lunch. Well, hold on a minute, right, all right. And he said, "Well, can't you do it? You're a paid bowler." You know what I mean? So to have that sort of mindset and what physically bowlers are going through mentally as well must have been a huge help. And just talking about Wasim, I've got to say that we were winning that World Cup in 1992, and then he bowled those two deliveries, one to Alan Lamb and one to Chris Lewis, which to this day I still think are the two best balls I've ever seen. The one to Lammy from round the wicket was just, it swung in, pitched about leg stump, top of off. I mean, Lammy just went, the stumps everywhere. I mean, completely. And that's what I think he also had as well, all these guys. They have the ability within 2 overs to change the outlook of a game through just sort of, just doing it, 3 or 4 quick wickets, bang, 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 bang.
Hugely influential for sure. And it's a testament to Wasim Akram's career. He took nearly 1,000 wickets in international cricket, and yet those 2 balls are always at the top of the highlight reel.
Wow.
I mean, obviously it was World Cup, it was 92 and all that kind of stuff, but even so...
Lovely kit.
It was a great kit.
And his batting as well in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. He batted
cameo.
also.
His cameo out of it, Inzi.
Oh, yes, that's right. He must have got 30 or 40, did he?
Yeah. He got some runs in that game as well. Without anything on his head. Like, that was the thing. He was the first time we really saw a cricketer in those days without a hat, helmet, nothing. He just came a tail ender, come out and hit some runs, and he did really well. And obviously, he's remembered for that very fondly.
And a great lad. I mean, he's been around here, hasn't he?
Well, we had a little game of cricket with him yesterday. I feel like I've got to mention this. Nobody played cricket. Well, people think no cricket happened at the Achievers Bowl yesterday. That's just not true.
Bad light didn't get in the way of our game, did it?
Yesterday, Andy Zaltzman and took the initiative, and he had a little cricket set with him. He's like, let's play some cricket on the concourse. So we played a little bit of cricket and having a nice friendly game. And tough as you had a bowl. And I'll get to that. I've got to say, I think the standout really would have been any other day. Would have been Andy Zaltzman. Beautiful stroke play.
Played well.
Beautiful stroke play and application, and also entertainment value. He wasn't one of those I'm going to sit here. He played some great shots. And any other day, his performance would have been the highlight. But yesterday, Adam Mountford, TMS producer, what a performance. So first Tuffers comes into him and he puts Tuffers away, and Tuffers says, hang on, I'm going to go grab somebody. So he goes into the inside, and he comes back with Wasim Akram. And all of a sudden 3 of us ran to the slips because just to be part of that slip cordon is a privilege. And Wasim Akram bowls sort of a low full toss, and Mountford gets his bat all the way through it, elevated. Now, we don't have actual boundaries, but it got some good distance on it, pretty decent shot.
That was 4.
Career highlight for most of us. And then, Wasim gave him the elbow tap and walked off, and Tuffer says, well, I'm going to get somebody. And then he goes in and gets Shane Warne. Now, Shane Warne's having a bowl at TMS producer.
Wow.
And he came in, and it was a nice turning delivery as well, but he pushed it again through the covers, really nice, off the back foot.
It was in sparkling
what a performance, like shades of Alex Tudor in the late 90s. And Andy, chime in.
Well, to put in context Adam Mountford's achievement in hitting Wasim Akram and Shane Warne, obviously Warne, the second highest wicket taker in all Test cricket. Wasim Akram's peak 40 tests. Now, I always like to look at bowlers' peaks, how good they were at the absolute peak of their career. 40 tests are quite a long period. 200 wickets, average under 21. There's only 11 bowlers who've ever had 200 or more wickets in 40 tests, average under 21. It's basically pretty much a who's who of great bowlers. Sorry, Tuffers, you didn't quite make the list. Wasim and Wakar. We've just been talking about Richard Hadley, Malcolm Marshall, Muralitharan, Botham, Imran Khan, Glenn McGrath, Fred Truman, Dale Steyn and Alan Donald. And Wakar Younis in his first 31 tests had 19 fifers and 180 wickets.
Wow.
At an average of, I think it was 17 or 18. So two truly extraordinary bowlers.
Well, if you'd like to look into my peak, if you could, Andy. I think I might have been around that sort of thing on that Tuesday.
With DRS, you'd have been tough, clearly.
I mean, like toughest, that's what you had to do. I mean, I wouldn't put it past you at that point to go into the butt and find Wakai Yunus and pull him out next.
It was here. But there again, it just shows how great the fellas are, you know, what great guys.
Oh, they were great
are.
sports.
There you go. I mean, it was
us.
raining a little bit, and they were just having a sort of an half a lager after the day, and they just came out and turned their arm over, which made just all the day so much better, didn't it?
It really did. Well, somebody should have played cricket at the Aegeus Bowl yesterday. So
yes.
We're glad somebody did. Azhar, you didn't join us, sadly.
Yeah, I was doing the debate when I came. As you guys finished the cricket, I would love to.
We conveniently finished just in time for you to arrive.
Yeah, and you asked me Pakistan fast bowlers. You know, like everybody know about Wasim Akram, Wakai Yunus, Shoaib Akhtar.
Yes.
One guy I played with is Mohammad Amir. He played, I think, 5 or 7 test matches and few ODIs for Pakistan. Oh boy. This guy was quicker than Shoaib Akhtar.
Yeah, they say this about him.
Who's this, sorry?
Mohammad Zahid.
Yes, I think you remember.
He got 11th on his test debut at Rawalpindi. Boy, I played... I had a tour with him in under 20 against New Zealand. I've seen this guy bowl, and I can tell you, one day we were playing the inter-squad game at Qaddafi Stadium. Shoaib was bowling from one end, and Mohammad Zahid was bowling from the other end. Me and Inzi was in the slips. So I can tell you, for Shoaib, we were 20 yards back. For Zahid, we were literally 25 yards back.
Wow.
He was that quick and tall guy, and he can bowl rapid, man. Poor guy got a back fracture, knee ligaments damage, and he came back in 98. And in 96, Carlton and United series, when Pakistan won that, and Brian Lara said he never faced quicker bowler than Mohammad Zahid. Yeah. And he was that quick.
Yeah. And he was extraordinary. He's a very consistent, good bowler.
Yeah, it's also as well. I think it's perhaps the wickets that Pakistan bowlers are brought up on, everything so skillful. I mean, I think we were having a little chat, weren't we, in the bar last night, Azhar, with John, and Azhar was just sort of saying about little things and little ways just to slightly hold the ball, different pressures and thumb and reverse swing and everything like that. Aggers, he was going, no one ever told me that when I was growing up. It was all eyes English seamer, seam upright and try and swing the ball away. And Aggers was just sort of like, his eyes were lighting up listening to all these little things. So very, very skillful, and on the pitches, very flat, no grass. Yeah. It's sort of like you're going for pads, you're going for bowls. And this is like reverse swing and all these wobble seam and all this kind of stuff.
And Andy, you got some stats on Mohammad Zahid?
Well, on his test debut that Azhar mentioned against New Zealand in Rawalpindi, November 96, 11 for 130 in the match, one of only 15 bowlers to take a 10-wicket haul on their test debut, and the only pace bowler to have done so since John Lever for England in 1976.
Extraordinary.
Sadly, only played the 5 tests.
Has anybody done it since?
Only Jason Crasher, Australian off-spinner, who took 12 wickets, and he only played one more test after an expensive 12 for 358 in 74.5 overs.
My God.
Which was exciting for bat and ball.
Yeah, I'd just like to say about Andy, very, very impressed. He bowls right arm and left arm.
Yes.
It was amazing.
He bats right-handed and left-handed as well.
Amazing. I couldn't tell the difference between the right and the left arm. Both right on the spot, left and right-handed. Very, very good.
I think
ambidextrous.
Because we were using a floodlight tower as our wickets, and as you can imagine, that's quite a wide wicket, and very few. Pretty much everybody got bowled out at some stage, except for Andy. He did. Actually, no, wait, sorry, I just remembered. I got him. So
beautifully teed up by yourself there, Artie. You cross them and you head them in.
When you do a podcast called The Dusra, you have to bowl a few Dusras. Mohammad Zahid was extraordinary. If we go a little bit further back, Wasim and Wakai, they do dominate the headlines and people associate them with reverse swing, but sort of the original reverse swing man.
Sarfraz
Nawaz, indeed. Yeah. I often get confused for a relation.
Northants, used to play for Northants, didn't
yes,
Sarfraz, yeah.
And he's just extraordinary, and he still talks about the art of reverse swing in such an engaging way.
Yeah.
And I love that anecdote that you mentioned yesterday from Agaz, where you said, like, nobody talked to us about this stuff.
No.
Azhar, how old were you? Do you remember the first time you had a discussion about reverse swing?
No, actually, when I started playing cricket, I used to bowl off spin and open the batting. Yeah, and
heck of a transition.
Cricket. With a cricket ball, you know, like I was little guy, you know, I wasn't strong enough. I was year 9 at school, you know, didn't get picked, and I used to bowl with tape ball, which we all do in Pakistan. So I used to bowl quick ones. So I find I used to get all the net ball, and we used to put, because we never have enough money to buy new balls, so we used to put I shine the ball every night, and we used to put the tape on the seam. So, and I find this little ball, and I start bowling with that, and it was one side is shiny, and because of the ground in Pakistan, there's no grass, you know, the mud, and one side get reversed, and I find out, you know, bowling with that one, and it's going in. And one of the club guy came to me, and I asked him, I said, he was a bowler, I said, it's going in, what I need to do? And he said, change the shine. And I changed the shine, and it went the other way. So you see, all the Pakistani bowlers, they are very good at bowling reverse swing. When it's come to conventional swing, that's where they struggle. So because we were doing at early stage, putting the tape on there, and then I've realized myself, you know, when it's hitting the tape and ball is going a bit quicker, and when hit the shiny side or rough side, it's a bit slower. So I try to hit every time on that area. So that's why you know, my wrist was so good and everything, because wrist was behind the ball and hitting those areas to get extra bit of pace. And then we used to play on the cement pitches, where, you know, if you're putting the tape on there and having a practice session, and suddenly you see the ball get extra bit of bounce and, you know, skid through. And that's how I find myself. And then eventually, you know, with the club players, find out how to swing the ball, you know, take the ball away, and I learned, like Agaz said, you know, he born in this country, and where, you know, wicket offered a lot more swings, seam and everything, condition is great, but when you're playing in subcontinent, when pitches are flat, it's nothing there, and you can see how you're gonna get people out. Only thing, maybe, you know, you can bowl a full toss Yorker and get people out, and because of arm speed, and you just only thing do, you just run in and try to bowl as quick as you can. And that's why Pakistan produced a lot more fast bowler, because wicket offered nothing, and you only thing you can get people out by bowling bouncer, or maybe ball stay up and down, and then people get caught mid-wicket area. Otherwise, you know, if you're bowling on these ones, I remember first year of first class. Yeah, you know, batsmen were so good at that era in 92. There were so many quality cricketers, and pitches are flat and nothing for the bowlers, and, you know, every time you go and you're bowling, oh my God, when are we going to get wickets? So it was like that.
I can imagine. We're having this fascinating discussion about swing bowling and Pakistani bowlers and Pakistani conditions, because we can't watch them in real time, sadly. A little over 25 minutes ago, the rain came down after an hour of uninterrupted play this morning in Southampton. England 7 for 1. They trailed Pakistan by 229, and rain has stopped play. In fact, just in front of us, we can see it getting a little bit faster. So I'm sorry I couldn't bring you better news. The covers are on. Hopefully it'll stop at some stage and we can get some more cricket. It looked very exciting when it was happening. Ooh. But also this chat about reverse swing and tape ball is really quite fascinating, because I mean, I played some tape ball cricket in Pakistan, and, you know, there was always a designated tape guy as well. Like, you can't just turn up and start putting tape on the ball. This is a skill that's been built up over years and years and years.
I was master of every time, you know. I remember playing, it's a 6-hour game, so full side 6-hour game, so 3 bowler can bowl 2 over each. So we used to play a lot of tournaments, you know, small tournaments here and there. So my job was to go there next to the committee members, whoever, you know, put the tape in, sat down and, okay, I'll help you to put the tape on and do the tape according to ourselves. You know, one side is slightly heavier, the other one slightly, so the ball can go swing. So these sort of things, you know, we learn by playing in these conditions. think
Here's a question for both
It's
of
all
you
about.
that.
It's all. Sorry, it is all about that learning.
Yeah.
When you're a young fella, you know, as I say with the spin bowling as well, you're messing about with your mates, going this way, that way, how to do this, how to do that. It's all about that sort of apprenticeship, you know what I mean? And sometimes you're lucky, and there's a senior player at a club that perhaps, you know, takes you under his wing a little bit. If not, it's just bowling at your mates and trying to find out you're going to get them out.
Just working it out
It
all the
is.
time.
and learning on the job, you know,
Yeah.
like
Oh,
when
of
you're
course.
playing and you're doing it. Because we've never been coached. I remember I never been coached to anyone in my childhood.
No.
So here's a question for you guys, right? I mean, now it feels like the standard thing to do is like, you know, when you're playing a game of cricket, as the ball gets older, you shine one side of the ball. This is just what you do now. I think a lot of club cricketers are, you know, probably listening and they want some insight into this. Is there ever a circumstance where you don't do that, where you just, you know, let the ball deteriorate or shine both sides of the ball, or do you? Is it just a standard thing in cricket now?
Well, you conventional on this green top.
Yeah.
You don't want to even think about doing reverse swing on this. What is the point? I mean, it's doing all sorts anyway. It's only on those sort of flat pitches, and of course they need to be abrasive surfaces. You know, it's difficult to make the ball reverse swing if it's a very lush outfield or the pitch is a bit dry. That's why, you know, club cricketers find it difficult in English club cricket because, you know, the fields are usually lush, you know, and the ball just naturally won't deteriorate on that side, so it's tricky.
Interesting.
It's one thing, you know, like you can give any ball, reversing ball to anyone. It's very difficult art to bowl as well. So it's not easy. I was surprised in last test match, we haven't seen the reverse swing on that pitch, Old Trafford pitch, which was
Rough,
dry and
yeah.
everything. So, you know, that's the thing Pakistan bowlers need to. Yes, they got
Yeah.
a great skill with the new ball now because Shaheen can swing the ball both ways, Naseem can do that. But if they can look after the ball a bit more, like what we used to do, or Wasim Makar used to do, and then these guys with their pace and with their action, they can be a lethal. You know, like we saw in 92, 96 series, 200 for 2, and suddenly, you know, 240 all out.
Yeah.
So these sort of things, because these guys have ability and everything, so they just need to look after the ball a bit more.
You're correct. It doesn't just happen. You know, you do need to have certain people. So I can remember we used to play, you know, with Devon or big Sid Lawrence and things like that, and we'd be, you know,
Darren Gough.
and you know, in other words, what I'm trying to say is some sort of, you know, big sweaty old bowlers. You know what I mean? with the back all wet and the vest, you know, hot day and they're steaming in and everything like that. And we've been sort of like trying to keep this side dry, you know, for about 10 or 15 overs and working on it and everything like that. And then all of a sudden, you know what I mean, you throw it at Dev and it just go like that. Big sun, you go, oh no, we've got to start all again. So Azhar is exactly right. It's the same with conventional swingers. You must look after the ball. A lot of cricketers now, they don't. That is your weapon of choice. You know, that is how you are going to get the job done. You know, look after it, nurture it, and it'll look after you.
And I find this very strange, you know, like we're talking about reverse swing here. Generally, I find for last 5-6 years, playing in county cricket as well and around the world, people don't shine the ball.
No.
If you're not shining the ball, how are you going to swing the ball?
Yeah.
Because, and then they say, oh, the conditions are not good for swing. Swing, there's a difference between swing bowling and seam bowling. Swing is in your hand, from your wrist position. You can swing the ball anyway. If you got a new ball in your hand, doesn't matter about the condition. If you go in Chennai where temperature is 50 degrees, you can swing the ball over there as well. It might be not as much as here, but you can swing. Swing is in your hand and seam is after pitching the ball. So people get confused about what is the seam and the swing bowling. So that's where people need to understand a bit more.
Do most teams have a designated ball shining person? Who was the one in your team?
Well, we didn't particularly, but I mean they do now. I mean it was Marcus Trescothick, wasn't it? Alistair Cook as well, because he didn't actually sweat. I don't think Cook sweats. Is that correct? I think that's correct, isn't it?
No.
He doesn't sweat a lot. And Athers and what have you. So you do actually have it. But I mean, as you say, back in the old days, we were just flowing it about. We didn't sort of, you know, giving it a little shine, and it wasn't quite an art. It's an absolute art now, which they talk about in team meetings. Who's going to be doing this? Who's going to be doing that? Whose, you know, job is it to look after the pill?
Who's the guy in the Pakistan team, Azhar, who does that?
Picking the ball or shining the ball?
Shining the ball.
Because now slightly a different situation of this pandemic, and we can't use saliva and anything. So I think the guys in the slip, that's their job. You know, I used to pick when Wasim Wakar was there. I used to go and pick the ball because I learned that art from Imran Khan. Because I asked him what is the best way to pick the ball, and he showed me the certain things, you know, which you look at the ball, and. I pick up the ball, and I remember this gentleman on my TV screen, Wasim Akram, and he got the ball in his hand, and ball was hooping, and he said, "Who picked the ball?" I said, "I picked the ball," and he said, "Next time, your job to pick the ball," and then the rest of the time.
When you say pick the ball, what do you? I mean, as much as you're comfortable telling us, what are you looking for?
Because look, it's a feel on your hand when you throw the ball up there. It's not wobbly, and the other thing is, what you say is a seam, and then the slightly, we call it tummy needs to be slightly inside, so that sort of ball sit well in the hand. And every time I go and look at the ball like that, and I used to shine the ball, so that was my job. And because I sweat a lot, wherever I play, even if it's a minus, so if I run around I sweat. So for my job was, and we never, to be honest, in Pakistan and subcontinent, we never use saliva. Sweat is enough to shine the ball, for me especially. But here, it's a different ball game, playing county cricket, and people are using the mints and all those things.
Lots of fresh breath in county cricket.
Yes. So, and I find it really tough, like when someone using that, and it's a sticky fingers, and I can't get my finger right on that. So, these sort of things, that's why I thought maybe England will struggle. And when I saw West Indies was swinging the ball, because they came from country where they normally use their sweat to shine the ball, but in this country people used to do that, and which is tough. And what England managed to swing the ball without saliva as well, so
that's right.
I was wrong then.
I was surprised actually at Old Trafford when, Pakistan did they get themselves in that fabulous position, and then, as you say, usually then it's very abrasive surface, wasn't it, Old Trafford, very, very hard, bounce and turn and what have you. Usually then the reverse swing would come in and you'd be cleaned up, but then it wasn't doing it, the ball went soft, it wasn't having natural swing or natural seam, and then England managed to get that partnership. Back in the old days, mate, that would have been the end of.
Well, you think sort of 99 times out of 100.
Sorry, I think at that time, after lunch they pulled a seamer. If I was a captain, if I was in the dressing room, I would say, okay, why don't you go and bowl spinner there and don't shine the ball for next 5 to 10 hours, and because it was a dry surface, so let the ball as it is, and scuffed it up, and after 10 hours pick up the ball, have a proper shine in, and you see one side is shiny side, the other is reverse, and then your fast bowler will running in and bowling there. So it's just managing the ball. It's very, very important. It's not just you pick up the ball and start reversing. It's not that easy, but it's the theory behind it. So how are you going to look after the ball? You were mentioning, people throw the ball like this. We used to have Saklan Mushtaq, the magician, inventor of Dusra. Wasim Akram, because he always put the ball in his hand and do that. And ball was reversing, and Seki ball of 1 hour, and then it stopped. And it's the reversing ball is very difficult. If your ball is reversing and someone put sweat or saliva or put the
ruins it.
other side, and then it's nothing, it's not like conventional saying you shine the ball a bit more and it starts hooping around again. But with the reverse swing, you have to be very careful when you're holding the ball. You're not touching your palm to the ball, and hold the seam like that and then shine it. I can't tell the viewers,
on
the fingertip on the seam side, so don't touch your palm, sweaty palm on the ball.
That's extraordinary. There's so much thought goes into it. It must be terrifying for a batsman fielding out there to get anywhere near the ball, shining the wrong side of it. What I find particularly fascinating is the idea of delayed shining. So you just take a little break from shining the ball, let it become more, worn, and then attack it sort of 10 overs later. That's fascinating.
You can do that on Old Trafford, where the pitch is dry. Not here.
No.
Not here. You can't get reverse here because it's a weather condition, the grass is wet and everything is wet. So here you want to shine, sometime when ball starts swinging, I used to shine both sides with the new ball. to get that swing going and seam going.
Let's talk about some more Pakistani fast bowlers, because we can spend, and rightfully so, it's a fascinating discussion about swing and seam and everything. So many good practitioners of it, and when we think of Pakistani fast bowlers, we think of these really quick bowlers generally, but there was an age where they had the kind of medium, the medium pacey kind of bowlers. I'm thinking of people like Rana and Abid, and
great bowler.
And
Very skillful.
an instance where a hair transplant transformed his career. It was quite bizarre because he was kind of he was kind of middling. And by his own accounts, he talks about it. He says, I got the hair transplant and it changed my whole outlook on life, not just cricket. And it became so much more effective. Did you ever have a conversation with him about that, Azhar?
Actually, Rana is a great story about Rana.
Yeah.
We toured together in '95, went to New Zealand. The tour I was talking about, Zaid was there, myself was there. Rana was a proper all-rounder at that time, so his name was there, so he might be playing for Pakistan very soon. And suddenly, Rana Naveed was disappeared from the scene. Where is Rana? He stopped playing first-class cricket, anything. And after 5 years, he come back and start playing cricket. Otherwise, you will play beforehand. And then, talking about his hair transplant and everything, definitely give you a bit more confidence, like when you go hair and,
Where did he go then for 5 years?
to
have his hair done?
No, no, I don't want to say that because I think he got, he got a love marriage and something happened to his life, so he liked some girl and he get married and then something going on with the family. I don't know. I don't know the history.
Okay.
And he came back after 5 years. He missed his peak 5 years.
Yeah.
And after that, when he came here and he played around the world and he was massive success for Sussex cricket as well. He can reverse the ball, can swing the ball. Very good bowler, very
Absolutely.
good cricketer, and hardworking. He was a natural fit guy, and he produced great result. And I think one of the fast bowler, it was unfortunately for Pakistan and for him as well. Incident happened in 2010. Mohammad Asif.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Beautiful.
Incredible bowler.
Incredible bowler. Incredible bowler. Like.
Magician.
Yeah, wobble seam and hitting those area and asking question all the time.
Yeah.
And you see, I was watching it. I think he got 120 odd international test wicket. I was watching on YouTube. I think more than 90% were leg before and bowl. So
It's extraordinary. They gave, of course, Mohammad Asif the nickname, the Pakistani McGrath, and it's extraordinary. Like in Pakistan, they hold they have a great admiration of great Australian players. It was a long time since somebody got a nickname like that. You have to go back to Zahir Abbas, who was the Asian Bradman, right? So all the way in between that, there was nobody. So he was incredible, and the way he moved it. Do you see shades of Mohammad Asif in Mohammad Abbas, the way he approaches the wicket?
a different kind of bowler because Asif was taller and bowl quicker. He can bowl quicker. You know, Abbas is very accurate, and I've worked with him. I've seen him because we had a merging camp when we were, because we as Pakistan team, we used to have a lot of left arm seamers, you know, Amir, Wahab, Irfan, Rahat Ali, all these guys. So we thought, because we got two good seamers in this Pakistan lineup, Suhail Khan and Imran, but these guys were having a fitness issue. They can't bowl in a test match for a long period of time, a long spell. So we thought we need to find someone who can offer a different thing. And this guy was doing really well in domestic cricket. He came into scene. He was as foreigner as for me, you know, like for Mickey.
Yeah.
You know, Mickey, you haven't seen him. I had never seen him. He came to emerging camp and we saw him, his skill level and everything. So we thought, okay, this is the guy, we need to pick him, and he will get us something different, because different angle, different variety, and he can swing the ball, seam the ball, and he was so consistent. So we got him. And Asif was totally different, you know, because of his tall, and nip backer. You know, Abbas, if you see, mainly he goes away. Like yesterday we were talking about, you know, in 20 years back, people won't select it in England, you know, if they can't take the ball away from the right-hander. So it's just sort of thing, you know, but he has the ability to bring the ball. But Asif was very clever as well. And a different kind of skill, you know. I watch his dismissal against KP and all these top players. You can see that, you know. It was different gravy.
Absolutely. Andy?
I was going to go back to the start of Pakistan's Test history, to a bowler who's almost the start of this tradition of sort of great Pakistan seam bowlers, and he was, I guess, in the Asif, Abbas star, Fazal Mahmood, who bowled sort of medium fast cutters and swingers, was compared with England's Alec Bedser, and he was an extraordinary bowler who demolished England at the Oval in 1954 with 12 for 99. He had 4 12-wicket matches, one of only 5 bowlers ever to have done that in the history of Test cricket, and only SF Barnes, who might have been a sort of similar type of bowler, could be described as a seamer. The others are Ashwin, Herath and Murali. And the 7 wins he played in for Pakistan, he took 60, I'm just sort of getting the stat up here, he took 65 wickets in 13 innings at an average of 10.6 with 9 fifers. So he was one of the most influential figures in the evolution of Pakistan cricket, and often when teams came into Test cricket they would really struggle to win matches for years, decades even, and Pakistan won quite a few matches early in their Test history, and largely down to his prodigious talents.
He's given a lot of credence in Pakistani cricketing history. I mean, I read a book by Peter Oborne about the history of Pakistani cricket, and he dedicated an entire chapter to Fazal Mahmood, and the story of him making it into that Pakistani team is quite extraordinary as well, if you ever get a chance to read it. And Usman Samiuddin, there's so many great Pakistani writers who've written tributes to him. He really did begin this tradition. He was the first great, as you say. And kind of on the other end of the scale, because we're getting towards the end of this discussion, and the reason we're having this discussion is because rain has stopped play here at Southampton with England on 7 for 1 in reply to Pakistan's 236, and it's still raining, I'm afraid to tell you. But let's bring this discussion full circle to a modern Pakistani seamer, a modern almost great, I would say, Mohammad Amir. Extraordinary skill. Wasim Akram gave him the incredible compliment when he was 17 years old to say that, this boy at 17 is more talented than I. How good was Mohammad Amir when you first saw him, Azhar?
He was extraordinary. The amount of talent, ability and skill he has at the age of 17, when he played against England, getting all those wickets against Australia here. So he was phenomenal. Unfortunately, he was one to blame by himself. He went on a wrong way, and it was big loss for Pakistan cricket. Like the likes of young captain Salman Butt, and then 2 best bowlers, Muhammad Asif and Muhammad Amir. What can I say?
It's a big hole. It's a big hole. It's a big hole to fill. But I mean, we got the new one, Naseem, coming in here, 17 again. So it's starting to come back. You know what I mean? Pakistan will always have the world-class seam bowlers coming through.
If you think about, taking away those 5 years that were a tremendous disappointment, not just to Pakistani cricket, but to the world of cricket.
Correct.
He came back and he's had his iconic moments. He was very influential in Pakistan's Champions Trophy triumph, and he's got some very impressive stats, I'm sure. Andy?
Well, he's one of only 3 bowlers to have taken 50 Test wickets as a teenager. Waqar Yunus, 55, Daniel Vettori, 54, Mohammad Amir, 51. He was a prodigious performer early in his career before the rather tragic hiatus.
He did seem to lose a little bit of potency afterwards. What's that? Is that a pure mentality thing, do you think?
Yeah, he just had that. I can just remember when he was a kid, he had the ability to hoop it back in and hit you on the pad, and then to say very clever bowler for such a young fellow. He had the ability to run it across you as well. I mean, they'd say the talent was really there. Could bat as well. Could give it a whack down the order.
Yeah,
he was a very, very good cricketer at a young age.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he has the ability and everything, but unfortunately those 5 years when he was banned from cricket, he hasn't done any training. He hasn't work on his fitness or anything. He thought, his career is finished and he's gone. And all of a sudden, he just played, I think, 2 first-class games before he came back, because he used to have skill. He can bowl 90 miles an hour on those days as well. And when he came back, and he was bowling quick, he was bowling 90 miles an hour. I remember having a chat with him in New Zealand. In a T20 game, I can see him, he was bowling 80 miles an hour, and suddenly in T20 game I saw him, he bowled 2 overs of 90 miles an hour. I said, if you can bowl at 90 miles an hour, why don't you bowl in there? And because of fitness, his body let him down, because he hasn't done any training. He's never been into the gym in those time. So I think if he look after himself on those time, or even after that, and then he played a lot of cricket, when he came back, he was playing, and he was to retire a year before, and Mickey wants him to play a bit longer. And unfortunately, he's not playing for Pakistan. This is a big loss for Pakistan as well, because he's age of 29, so he's not playing for Pakistan.
He's. I think that's why I called him an almost great, because he's prodigiously talented, but some of the choices he's made put a few asterisks next to his name. Andy,
can't just throw in one unquestionable great, Imran Khan. And in terms of bowling stats, his peak was arguably, as well as anyone has bowled over a prolonged period in Test cricket. His best 30 matches as a bowler, 170 wickets, average 15. And if you look at his all-round peak from 1981 through to 1987, in a 33-match sequence, 163 wickets, average 15.9. And just under 1,400 runs, average 48 with the bat. Truly extraordinary.
An all-time great for sure.
That's when there was that wonderful era when I was growing up of the all-rounders, wasn't there? Hadley, Imran, Kapil, both of them. Yeah. All seemed to be dueling it out, for the title.
They really were
brilliant. That was brilliant.
What an era. It inspired many like yourself, Azhar Mahmood.
Because as all-rounder, because I've seen Imran Khan and become all-rounder, and I always watch, and on those days listening to radio, or we can find the news somewhere, and Richard Hadley, Sir Ian Botham, and all these guys, Kapil from India. So always look for their scores as well.
And it inspired you to want to be an off-spinning opener.
Okay. Before we go off here, or I can tell you, I will always thank this gentleman. Okay, I was playing a club game, age of 15 maybe. So I bowled the off spinner. I started bowling off spinner. This guy hit me 28 runs in my 1 over. And that day I decided I will never bowl off spin in a game. And I will thank to this guy. And then I started working on my...
Who was it? Do you remember his name?
I remember his name. He was a massive guy, big guy. His name was. And he was a local cricketer around that area where I used to live. And... I never seen him after that because I moved houses there. And whenever I say thank you very much for hitting me 28 runs in 1 over and change my career.
Well, if you're listening, Moaz, there you go, mate. Claim to fame, transformed Azhar Mahmood's career. Just to say thank you so much to both of you. What a fascinating discussion. Andy, of course, as well. Phil Tufnell, Azhar Mahmood, Andy's also great discussion about the history of Pakistani fast bowling. Again, we could go on and on and on about this, and I suspect we might have to, just because of the weather. I really hope it does pick up. Just in case you're just joining us, we've had about an hour of solid play today, with England losing just the 1 wicket. It was Rory Burns who got out to Shaheen Afridi, edging behind England 7 for 1 in response to Pakistan's 236. They added just 11 runs to their overnight score, all from the bat of Rizwan as well, who played a nice little knock before just skying one, and Stuart Broad picked up his 4th wicket. An hour of play, which feels like Southampton is spoiling us in many ways, but sadly we've not had anything since, and the rain is still coming down. Those covers just accumulating, a few puddles on there and what have you. We're just going to wait for it to pass over. There are still a few dark clouds in the sky as well. Gosh, there doesn't seem to be any good news forthcoming, but we're going to be here all the way through the day with lots of different chat and lots of different voices for you to hear. Been listening to Azhar Mahmood reflect on that era of fast bowling, and Phil Tufnell with his memories of great Pakistani fast bowlers is really a rich history to tap into as well. So much has been written and said about those great bowlers, and you're still discovering new things. And Azhar with us an off spinner, who'd have thought it? Yes, indeed. Well, we're going to have some more voices in here. You're going to have welcome back to the commentary box to Mark Ramprakash. You're going to hear from him. After a few thoughts from him, you'll have Simon Mann.
Well, a very good afternoon. And as Atif was saying, that the climatic conditions here haven't really changed, which is very disappointing, because it was very good viewing, very interesting viewing for England. That short little session where, well, if you played the line of the ball, you were pretty certain not to hit it because there was so much movement off the seam that the England top order was seriously tested there. But yeah, the rain is lashing down now, and you can see that the puddles on the covers as Phil Neal, the England manager, makes his way across the outfield. Always busy, always doing something, Phil, planning ahead. He is excellent at his job. He's been in there a number of years. Of course, I first met Phil Neal playing against him. He was captaining Worcestershire back in 1988. And an excellent cricketer, and he was one of those few, actually, Phil Neal, who played professional cricket and professional football back in the day.
Yeah, when you were allowed to in those days, weren't you? The thing is now, all your contracts and things like that, and it's not frowned on, really. It was Chris Balderson, actually. Didn't he play a professional cricket match and a professional football match in the same day? I think he did.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think he did. Cool.
Fit man, he'd have to be to do that.
Right, okay, it's raining here, and we're going to do our lunchtime feature. The players will be taking lunch very shortly, although there's no rush today because the prospects of play are not great at all. England 7 for 1 in reply to Pakistan's first innings total of 236. Well, one of the great players, really, the great modern players, retired from international cricket yesterday, MS Dhoni. I mean, you can pick out all sorts of facts from MS Dhoni's career. I mean, one that strikes me as being amazing, really, is he played 538 times for India. 538 times for your country. I mean, we were talking about Alistair Cook not so long ago. You know, what was your greatest achievement? Well, it was staying on the field for 150 odd consecutive test matches. So you had that amazing durability, MS Dhoni, and of course he had tremendous success. Well, he'd bound to have success if he'd picked that many times to play for India. He was appointed India captain in 2007. He led them in 199 one-day internationals and 72 T20s, the only player to captain in more than 50 matches in each of the 3 formats. Made his debut for India back in 2004. That was his one-day debut, his test debut the following year, and his T20 debut in 2006. Excellent batting average in one-day cricket as well. He averaged 50 in one-day cricket, 50 over the course of 350 one-day internationals. And he had one, I mean, of all the memories, he had one that stood out, if you like, in 2011.
271 for 4. India need 4. Kulsekar bowls, he smashed it high down the ground for 6. Into the seething crowd it goes to complete one of the great run chases in one-day international cricket, let alone a World Cup. And Dhoni, well, they're all running out. There are fireworks going off. His teammates have come rushing out, and they're leaping all over him. What a way to finish it. You can only admire this extraordinary man, the temperament that he's shown here today, the character and the courage that he has. He was having none of it, and he simply launched poor old Kulsekar into the crowd for 6 to complete this victory with 9 balls and 6 wickets to spare. I have to say, as far as drama is concerned and a finishing touch, you couldn't beat that as India win the World Cup for the 2nd time. Sonny, it's all yours.
What a moment, and what a way to finish the game. The Indian captain finishing it with a huge 6, a big 6. that is what Indian cricket is all about now. Indian cricket is a very, very aggressive beast now. No longer is it diffident, very, very confident of itself, and that shows in the manner in which they have finished the game. The Indian captain Mahendra Singh Dhoni hitting that huge six.
Well, we'll go live to India in a moment to find out how MS Dhoni's retirement is going down. But first, here are the thoughts of a fellow wicketkeeper and finisher, Jos Buttler, who played against Dhoni for England and in the IPL. Ebony Rainford-Brent asked Buttler how big an impact he thought MS Dhoni has had.
Yeah, massive. Untold contribution, really, isn't it? And I think, speaking personally, an idol of mine growing up, and I love the way he went about it. He's probably India's most successful white ball captain. And I think you guys brought up his numbers yesterday. They're quite incredible, aren't they? So, a hero to so many. It's an honour to get to play against him, and you see the adulation that he has from Indian fans and other fans around the world. Quite titanic man of cricket.
Yeah, some likenesses to you in some ways, a finisher of the game. How do you rate him in the sort of list of finishers you've seen during your career?
Yeah, the best. I think the way he goes about it, the way he puts bowlers under pressure and takes the game deep. There's some unbelievable stats about the amount of games India win when he finishes not out at the end. So, he's been a great role model for so many, and I love the persona he's carried throughout his career as well. You think about the weight of expectation that he walks out to bat with every time he goes to the middle. The calmness he exudes in the middle is quite amazing.
One thing that he has done very well is captain and keep at the same time. How hard do you think that would have been as part of his career?
Yeah, tough, but as I say, he just seems to manage chaos, doesn't he? He just seems to manage everything that was thrown at him. He's obviously got a fantastic cricket brain, and playing against India a few times since Kohli has been captain of the one-day side. Dhoni still has obviously a big influence, a master tactician behind the stumps. As I say, there's probably no praise high enough for it.
Well, that's Jos Buttler. With us now is our India commentator Prakash Wakanka. Isha is here as well. I've watched him a number of times in the IPL, and Mark Ramprakash, former England batting coach, I'm sure would have admired the way Dhoni went about his work. Let's start with Prakash. How did it go down, this retirement? And was it expected, Prakash?
Well, Simon, good day to all of you there. Yes, I suppose you could argue that it was expected, but I don't think it was expected to happen the way it happened or when it happened. Just as the country was sort of going into the evening of Independence Day celebrations, came this bolt out of the blue. And I think it was about 7 minutes post his Instagram message that it went into just hundreds and thousands of people across all media. I mean, phone calls, people calling each other, just consoling each other. You thought some sort of tragedy had happened. But yes, that's the kind of following he's had. We all know that. And I think the country is still grappling and letting it sink in. The mixed emotions are very evident.
Yeah, I mean, but he's 39. He's not played since the World Cup semi-final last year when India lost to New Zealand. People must have sensed he was coming towards the end.
Yes, absolutely. I think the only question, Simon, was would the T20 World Cup happen on schedule, which we know now is not happening. And I think there was that sort of speculation about whether he would offer himself and whether he would be picked. And Sourav Ganguly was making sort of the right kind of noises, so was Ravi Shastri. The standard line about let a person of his caliber determine when he wants to go kind of thing. So there might even have been a tiny nudge or two. One doesn't know, but certainly it wasn't unexpected. But trust MS to do it in that very unique style of his, and with a bit of poetry at the end of it too.
Yeah, so it would have been a difficult one if he wanted to play on, but they didn't necessarily want him to play on. Is that sort of the feeling you get?
I don't know. Just from the outside, one does get that feeling, isn't it? I mean, how long will you carry on? Would have been one of the questions, and we seem to ask the question a lot in India. We all remember the big debate about Tendulkar going on for months, if not longer. So I suppose there was that question somewhere in people's minds. But from a popular fan base perspective, you would only ask that question at your own peril.
He's going to play on in the IPL, though.
Yes, he is. In fact, he made that announcement after the first practice session in the UAE. And of course, as we know, Suresh Raina followed straight after. So it almost looked like CSK had planned this out. And there's a lot of speculation, Simon. I don't know if you guys there have any ideas of the timing. 19-29 hours. No idea as to what that is. But one of the theories going around is that it might have to do something with an auspicious time. Because south of India, as you know, Simon, is very, very sort of obsessed almost with this whole idea of what is a good and a bad time. And somebody came up with this last evening, I don't know, there's no confirmation, that the exact time he was run out against New Zealand in that semi-final in India was 1929. I have no idea, no way to confirm that. I'm just telling you the kind of stories that are going around as a result of the news last evening.
Can you shed some light on this, Isha?
I can't actually. And hello to Prakash as well, who's over in India.
Isha.
I hope you're doing well. It's just classic Dhoni, I think, just to leave us with all this speculation. And Gaurav Kaura, who is an Indian journalist, wrote on Twitter yesterday, very few interactions with MS Dhoni over the years. And I'm only venturing a guess here, but he is likely having a quiet chuckle to himself at discomfort of sports journalists scrambling to handle this on a Saturday evening. I mean, I actually agree with that. I mean, when you've watched MS Dhoni across his career, he is the epitome of India in a way, a land of contrasts. You think about him and how private he could be, but also very open. He didn't give much away in the media. You almost felt like you didn't get to know the real MS Dhoni, but in his home life, he was very private with that. And certainly with his teammates, I know that he was very open. So, as captain, he would have his door wide open so people could come in and out as they pleased. Someone who was anti-establishment but then could also toe the party line, someone who was super cool out in the middle but could be explosive when he wanted to be. I just think that was his perfect way of sending the message that he was going to retire.
What about take us back to his background. He came from Ranchi, which was a backwater really of Indian cricket, and now of course there's a magnificent stadium there, which we've been to, and England have played there. Is it a sort of going from humble origins to incredible fame? Is that the story we look at here with MS Dhoni?
Is that for me, Simon?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so a lot of people will say that, because I think whether it's Ranchi as a place or whatever, I think it is the fact that he started this sort of movement inadvertently, I think, where people from small towns suddenly started believing that they could make it on the big stage. Up until then, or for several years, decades of Indian cricket, which all of you have followed, it was a preserve of the 4 or 5 big metro cities. I mean, there were days when if there was one player less than 7 in the Indian team from Mumbai, people would ask questions. And yet you saw what happened with that period, though I must credit Saurav Ganguly and Kiran More, who was chairman of selectors then, I think, for widening the net, if you will. BCCI's talent program also unearthed a lot of people. Yuvraj, Harbhajan, Dhoni, all these guys came through that sort of process. But yes, for a small town boy, and like Isha rightly said, in many ways a very private person. Remember his retirement from Test match cricket in the middle of the Australia series, again caught all the journalists completely by surprise at a post-match conference. I think that's who he is. He is somebody who has lived his life on his own terms, has had his share of ups and downs, like everybody else does. But I think that belief that he instilled in the nation as a whole, that it didn't matter where your roots were or where you came from, it is what you did in your chosen endeavour that would determine your place.
What about him as a cricketer as well? I mean, I remember the first time I saw him, he was playing those outrageous strokes, the helicopter shot, and he was an extremely attacking player. He was an outrageous batsman, actually. I remember that Test match in Mumbai where India were notionally trying to save it on the last day, and he was smashing the ball down the ground, and Panesar dropped him, and then he gave another chance to Panesar off Sean Udall, and Panesar caught it this time. And I remember going to watch him play in the one-day series afterwards, and he played that amazing helicopter shot in Goa that sort of became his trademark. But then he sort of changed his way of playing. He went from being outrageous to sort of this deadly, cool finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just look back to his debut back in 2004, which he worked incredibly hard for. It didn't come for him straight away, and I think that was much to his frustration. Eventually got the opportunity against Bangladesh. He was run out for naught, and then 4 games later he's scoring 148 against Pakistan at Vizag, which became a place very close to his heart, and that's where we saw the real MS Dhoni. And he was always aggressive, growing up, playing locally to domestically. He was always that kind of wanted to make things happen, looked relatively unorthodox when he was out in the middle, but really just fed off the fact that he could change a game situation. And as he evolved as a cricketer, he became, arguably the best finisher in the world game. And many emulate his run chase mindset, the theory that the deeper you take it, there is a tipping point whereby there is more pressure on the bowlers, and that's when he pounces. And that was very much his method, certainly towards the end of his career. Someone, astonishing ability. The helicopter shot that you mentioned, that everyone now tries to copy, from kids up until adults. They all want to play that shot, and that came from playing a lot of badminton. He loves his badminton. He still plays it now. He played it to keep fit, but as I say, just someone who really just tried to to make himself better as a cricketer. It wasn't just the cricketing skills on the pitch, it was also his fitness. Trained with the army so that he could maintain those levels of fitness and sustain being able to play back-to-back games in limited overs cricket, but also in test matches, and served his country incredibly well.
Yeah, because it takes an enormous amount out of you as well to be wicketkeeper, captain and batsman. But just on that point about changing his game, because he was an outrageous striker of the ball when he first started. You thought, could he actually survive in international cricket playing this way? Because he would just go for it, and it would leave you vulnerable. Of course it does. And then he did change. How difficult is it to make that change, do you think, as a batsman?
Well, afternoon everyone. I'm Prakash in India. Afternoon. Look, I think MS Dhoni, like a lot of players, they come onto the scene and often they play in a very natural, aggressive way, and then they realise, well, I've got to make a habit of this. I've got to perhaps search for a little more consistency, and sometimes they can adapt, and that, I guess, the best players do adapt actually to become more consistent. I thought he brought many things to the Indian side. Clearly, as a batsman, he brought power, actually, and particularly in the one-day format, where power has been increasingly sought after, particularly in the middle of your batting lineup, and towards the death overs. So I think that was an important thing, and he came along just at the right time for India, with T20 becoming more prevalent. He was also quite good off the back foot, which is not necessarily something that a lot of the Indian players gravitate towards naturally. And yet he could play the short ball very well. So that was an important thing. His wicket keeping was perhaps rough and ready at times, but if you give him a sniff of a stumping, he generally took it. He had magnificent hands and was so quick when an opportunity arose to take a wicket as a stumping through his wicket keeping. So I think as a player, he brought steel to an Indian team. There was a lot of exciting talents around him, but although the crowd and the one-day cricket had an exuberance and an excitement and vibrancy about it, Dhoni remained incredibly calm, and he was at the centre of the storm. And I think all Indian supporters watching their team, if Dhoni was there, they remained fairly calm.
Just looking at Dhoni's stumping statistics, he'd taken more stumpings than any other wicketkeeper in international cricket. 195, 38 in tests. That's the joint third most of all time, behind two players from the long distance past, Bert Oldfield and Godfrey Evans, and level with another Indian side, Kirmani. 123 in one-day international cricket, which is the most ever, and 34 in T20 international cricket, also the most ever. In terms of captaining as a wicketkeeper, 332 games he captained India in as keeper. No other player has captained in more than 100 matches as keeper. That was Sarfraz Ahmed had exactly 100 in. Dhoni 60 tests, the next most is 28. 200 one-day internationals, the next most is 50, and 72 T20 internationals as keeper captain, the next most is 37. So he is a truly extraordinary figure in terms of the role he played in the Indian team.
And that level of fitness as well.
Yeah, quickest hands in the East, that's what people used to call it. But the fitness, and you just look at the outpouring of love for him since he made his retirement, and Virat Kohli very much at the helm of that. Really just kind of respected him from when he first got into the Indian team to all the support that he received when he became captain. He does put MS Dhoni up on a pedestal, and there's a reason for that, because he changed the game for India. Running in parallel with India becoming this massive powerhouse as well. The 2007 T20 World Cup win, where India probably didn't take T20 cricket that seriously, but this is what Virat Kohli said: every cricketer has to end his journey one day, but still, when someone you've gotten to know so closely announces that decision, and I can't actually read the rest of that because it's blocked. So here we go. But the mutual respect and what I've received from you will always stay in mind. The world has seen achievements, I've seen the person. Thanks for everything, Skip. I tip my hat to you. And you mentioned the fitness. These two running between the wickets, even towards the end there. I mean, you look back to the One Day World Cup and even before that, just that was part of their game. Batting out in the middle together and running fielders ragged. I remember watching a match in Australia where David Warner was at long on, and even he couldn't stop them from scoring a 2, and he's one of the quickest to the ball. So I think that just kind of encapsulates who he was as a person, as a cricketer, that he wanted to keep improving.
How does it compare, his retirement, Prakash, to Sachin Tendulkar's retirement?
I was sure that was going to come, Simon. I think two very different people in many ways. I mean, look, there was, I think, a very large part of India also which reluctantly had been preparing for Sachin's retirement. He went out with this big planned series. Some often say a series that was set up only for him. And therefore, there was the anticipation had time to find sort of manifestation, if you will, in many different ways. In Dhoni's case, as we've talked just a moment ago, it was all very sudden, just the way he announced his marriage to Sakshi, or just the way he announced his retirement from Test match cricket. That was Dhoni. And so I don't think you can compare the two in terms of the method of retirement or the build up to it, because in Dhoni's case, there was none. I do believe that in the newer India, in today's India, the resonance that Dhoni has goes beyond cricket. And I'd actually like to say, I wrote this in a short piece somewhere a little while ago, that the MS Dhoni, the cricketer, isn't really the story. That's a story that has limited shelf life, and that retired last night. To me, Dhoni is the mindset. And that is a universal, timeless mindset, which I don't think can ever retire, because it's done that to inspire a nation of youngsters, a nation of people across both genders, mind you. You look at the women's team today, and Isha would probably know more about it. But you look at the girls who are playing cricket for India or aspiring to, they've seen him as a hero. And where he began, I think there is a lot to do with it. This helicopter shot that Isha was talking about just a little while ago, he actually picked it up playing tennis ball cricket, and he picked it from a mate of his called Santosh Lal in Ranchi on those dirt grounds with no pitches or anything of that sort. And so that's who he was. He's always been a mate. I think as a human being, he's phenomenal. I remember that one comment after the 2010 T20 World Cup, India lost, I think to Australia it was, in the West Indies. And I was chatting with him after the post-match, and he said, so what are you going to do now? And this was his comment. He said, I'm going back home to play with my dogs because they are the only ones who treat me exactly the same, whether I come back having lost or coming back with the silverware. I think that just tells you what kind of person he is. And his impact, I think, is going to be a much bigger one on India.
That's really fascinating, Prakash, and I find it even more fascinating because of what happens to you as a cricketer. I can imagine when you're playing in India, to go from humble beginnings to suddenly this big star, and we've seen it so many times in India where, you know, it almost takes hold in a way, and he's very much wanted to stay as humble as possible, even as the captain of the side. I know that, you know, he's offered business class on a number of occasions, flying between states in India, and he will often give it up to, you know, a teammate. He wants to sit at the back with everyone else. So yeah, that is an insight into his character.
It is the last seat in the team bus. I think Virat mentioned that again in some interview yesterday. Always in the last seat of the bus. Always, even when he was captain, he would do the honors of receiving the trophy or whatever, and then immediately hand it over to a colleague. You would typically see Dhoni in team pictures in one corner of the group photograph. And you know, one could go on and narrate so many stories. I know recently, about 4 or 5 months ago, a tractor was delivered to his farmhouse because he'd ordered one. And the 5 people who went to deliver it, Isha, this man made them stay back, had lunch prepared, and sat and had lunch with them. That's just who he is. It comes naturally to him. I think he doesn't have to, he doesn't play to the galleries. And I think that allows him to be who he is. And therefore, I think those of us who see him are able to see what he really is, both on and off the field.
So you're saying, Prakash, that he's had more influence on India and Indian cricket than Sachin?
I'm saying on the youth of India. I think on the cricket, it will be foolhardy for me to say that, you know, anyone will come close to Sachin, but he will run him pretty close. And remember, I mean, Sachin was 10 years ago or more. And I think, you know, howsoever great you are, memory fades. And I think, therefore, in this India today, this whole situation with the pandemic, you know, everybody locked in at home, thinking back, looking at old things, a generation. My nephew actually just messaged me last night, and he wrote a little piece where, again, I'm not going to bother to read it out, but his message was, for us as a generation that grew up on Dhoni, it marks the end of our childhood. We realize today that after 15, 16 years of seeing him, it's time for us to grow up and carry on. That's the kind of emotion coming out from just common kids who are now sort of into their late 20s or early 30s. It's remarkable the kind of impact he's had.
It is extraordinary, though, Prakash, that a man who, you know, is so humble, but then, and so private as well, that he decided to release his film, The Untold Story, while he was still playing for India. I mean, I can't even imagine how vulnerable he would have felt with that going out to the world and everyone suddenly knowing everything about his life and, you know, personal tragedy as well within that.
Yes. That's a very good question, Isha. And I think, again, producing the film, I suppose the film would have been made by the producer anyway, either as an official or an unofficial biopic. And knowing MS, he's the kind of guy who, as you've said yourself, has chosen to be open, but on his terms. That story, the way he worked, and it's a real tragedy today that the person who played MS Dhoni is no longer in the world with us either, which is another tragedy, which has nothing to do with cricket. But the fact that he chose to come out, I think it was in a way, you look back on it today and you might almost say that it was a preparation to share his story, and knowing that he was in the twilight and he was going to soon sort of hang up his boots. But that's the unpredictable nature, if you will, of Dhoni. You never know what he'd do.
Yeah.
What is he going to do? I mean, and we know he's going to play for Chennai Super Kings, but what is he going to do next? Do we know?
Well, I mean, we're all speculating. We're all speculating, Simon. But look, he's got this. He's an honorary lieutenant colonel in the parachute regiment of the Territorial Army. He's not just a ceremonial lieutenant colonel. I know he's travelled up into the areas in Kashmir, including the terrorist-affected ones. He trains very hard in the Ranchi Regimental Centre. He often goes on these trips with the troops to try and encourage them and motivate them, spends time with them. That's one part. Literally, he could choose to be what he wants to be. But if I was to bet, I think we're not going to see a very public persona of Dhoni. I don't see him accepting a nomination to the upper house of Parliament like Sachin. I don't see him contesting the elections like several of the cricketers, including people like Azharuddin, have done. I just see him doing his own quiet work in chosen areas of charity that he may have, and living his life on his terms, doing and participating in events and activities that he would like. He's once said that he will never sit in a commentary box and talk about players on the ground.
Lots of people say that, Prakash, though, don't they? Lots of people say that.
I'm not hinting at anyone, Simon. but we'll have to wait and see if he'll not do that. And I won't be surprised if he doesn't. Because the reason he gave was, look, by the time I get to sitting in the comm box, the game will have changed enough for me not to know enough about it. That was his point of view, right? So, you don't know what the man will do. But like Isha said, I think he's a private person. He's got the world at his feet in some ways in terms of determining what he wants to do. And I think it'll be another bolt out of the blue when we really come to know. For the moment, he'll be wanting to get IPL title to CSK, I suppose.
Yeah. What were his best innings? What innings performances stand out for you? I mean, presumably the World Cup final. We heard that. Any others, or is that so far ahead of anything else?
No. For me, Simon, the game against Sri Lanka in Jaipur. I think it was his third or fourth game, if memory serves me right. I think he scored about 180 odd. Came in when Tendulkar was out very early, and came in at number 3 where Saurav had promoted him. And he smashed 183 and everybody. I mean, it was like a sandstorm had hit Jaipur. I can never forget that innings. I was fortunate to be actually commentating on it. It was unreal. Then there are several innings in the IPL, of course, where he's sort of come back and scored 26 runs in the last over, consecutive sixes at the end. The 2011 World Cup final, of course, again, that decision to promote himself. The double 100 in the test match against Australia, scored almost at a run a ball. So, the number of innings is just, you could go on. You'll have to look at all of them. But the fact is that for him to take India over the line was so crucial, and he did it so many times. I think we were all there at the semi-final against New Zealand, and the crowd was chanting in Hindi, "Dhoni karega," Dhoni will do it. And howsoever hopeless the situation was, you almost believed that fairy tale could never go wrong. And I think in some ways it's prophetic that he was run out in his last international innings as well, just the way he began his career. And somewhere I think that most of us, I think, knew that it'll take a lot of luck to see him in India colours again.
You certainly felt like it was a significant moment when you were there. I remember seeing him come off the pitch after it had happened, and it was going to take a lot to get over the line against New Zealand in that circumstance. I remember thinking even MS Dhoni, it was going to be tough for him to do it. But he kept taking it deep, and I remember him walking off, and he had tears in his eyes, as if to say, "This is my last moment here, an opportunity to win a game for my country and take us through to a final." He would have believed right up until the end, and it definitely resonated with a lot of people that might have been the last time they saw MS.
Yeah, I mean, his approach was sometimes it was really frustrating if you watch him. You think, come on, you've got to get on with it. You've got to get on with it. And I mean, was there much criticism, Prakash, of the way he played in those finishes? I know there was times when many times it did come off. And then obviously, when you play like that, it does feel like sort of high stakes batting when you're. Well, it wasn't sort of on the chase really. He would sort of knock the ball around, singles. It's got to happen soon. It's got to happen soon. And then, of course, occasionally it doesn't. I mean, I remember that was a bizarre innings he played at Lords in a one-day international against England not so long ago.
Yeah. I think that's a fair comment, Simon. You remember the game against Pakistan in the 2019 World Cup as well. There was a fair bit of criticism about that as to why it was approached the way it was, not just by Dhoni but by the team as such. I think he just had his own methods, and he did cop a bit of criticism for sure. On occasion as to whether he'd sort of lost his ability to play the big shot at will and sort of pull it out and deploy it whenever he wanted. But some of that's bound to happen. Mark talked about his back foot play. I mean, how many people would just stand there and use those powerful forearms to hit flat sixes over cover point or extra cover? How many? Just unbelievable. Maybe it's all the milk he had, days to say, in the early days. That built his strength. But I think it was strength of mind, character, and of course the skill. So he took his fair share. I mean, I remember there were posters of Dhoni being burnt. I think it was probably after the 2007 World Cup, after India had that dismal run, and he'd, I think, scored not in the 2 games he played. There were posters burnt. His new house, then freshly built in Ranchi, was stoned. So that's the mercurial Indian fan. I think in the subcontinent we make a habit of this, right? We take people up onto 7th heaven very quickly and have no problems with then, sort of resorting to arson almost in front of homes. So as an international cricketer playing for India, I think that just comes with the turf. And Dhoni, everything was giant size. So praise was giant size, but the criticism he got was also very hurtful.
Yeah. What Rams, from your point of view, as a former batsman and the batting coach, what did you make of Dhoni's chasing, in inverted commas?
Well, look, I think the 2 main things that for me that stand out when I think about him is one, the way he played. So he had his own style. In India you can think of so many aesthetically pleasing batsmen, Sachin Tendulkar, before him Sanal Gavaskar, but now Virat Kohli, these wonderful Rohit Sharma, these guys who are really pleasing on the eye. MS had his own way of doing it, maybe slightly more unorthodox but more unique to him, but he played to his strengths. I've mentioned about the power, also the range of shots, to be able to hit both sides of the wicket. And I suppose knowing that he had that range of shot and that power under his belt allowed him in these tight one-day games to be able to stay cool and calm and back himself, and to sort of get his eye in, give himself that bit of time, and knowing that he was the guy who, the longer he did stay there, he was much more likely to get the team over the line than other people in the side. So I think his mindset, he's got his own unique way of batting, but his mindset was absolutely key in the way that he stayed calm. I mean, the promotion in the World Cup final, that had come with Yuvraj batting brilliantly in the previous matches, and yet he had the confidence to sort of step up and move himself forward in that. And I guess he just seized the moment. But a wonderful leader. I just think so many great players around him, but to be able to manage them all, and that 2011 World Cup victory with 1.3 billion Indians who, cricket mad, this was their time, and he stepped up and led from the front. It was absolutely brilliant. Well, you could make that into a film as well, couldn't you?
They were expected to win. All the pressure was on them. It was at home, Sri Lanka, perfect, all set up to win. What's that feeling like as a batsman, though? What does it feel like inside when it is a tight one-day match and you've just hit one and it goes straight to the fielder and the pressure's building? You think, something's got to happen. It's got to happen. I mean, that's the amazing thing about him, I think, is he was able to stay calm. But what's it normally like for a batsman in that situation? Do you start to panic, and how do you control it?
Well, I think, my own experiences are nothing like, in packed stadiums, playing for India. I can only imagine, but the little I've experienced is that you have some sort of a game plan. You need to be aware of the overs remaining for certain bowlers, I think. I felt watching MS sometimes he was pretty forensic in the way that he knew which bowler he would looking to target, maybe even which particular boundary, if it was slightly shorter at one end. It all seemed under control and thought out and then executed brilliantly. There are lots of great players who in run chases have played rash shots or reckless shots because it does get to them. And look, he stood out head and shoulders in world cricket, and not just in his period, but in any period, of the way that he managed his emotions and stayed calm. When all around him, people were worrying and up in arms, and that the pressure would get to them.
Yeah, all three of us, we've been to India a lot. Prakash, you're there. We're conscious of the focus on individuals, and it was Sachin, and it's now Virat, and it was MS Dhoni for so long. I remember going to Pune on the last tour, and you go to the game, and nearly everyone is wearing an India shirt in the crowd, and 98% of people had Dhoni on the back of their shirt. So you can just imagine the sort of the focus on this story. I mean, is it dominating all the newspapers, all the television stations, all around India at the moment? I mean, you mentioned you are in the midst of this pandemic as well, obviously, like everybody else. But I sense from a distance that India's been hit particularly hard as well. So how is that playing out? That sort of competition between a really serious news story and something, relatively frivolous in a sense. The end of a sportsman's international career.
Well, that's again, it's interesting you asked that, because this morning's Times of India, if you look at the top half of the front page, on the left 3/4 or thereabouts is the Prime Minister and his speech from the Red Fort, and on the right is the news of Dhoni's retirement, and the pandemic statistics are below Dhoni's news piece on the front page of the Times of India. Now that's just one publication. The fact is, it is news. It is big news. In some ways, maybe it just takes people's minds off temporarily from all the other hardship people are facing. I mean, it is a tragedy, and we're not here to talk about that. But it is affecting literally millions of people right now. But the news of Dhoni's retirement and the method of his announcement, and because he's played that or quoted the little Bollywood song, I think the people who think they're poetically inclined have gone out and having a field day with responses to it. And so there's a lot of engagement, I think, if that's the media word to use. The amount of engagement that the general public is having with the fact that Dhoni is retired, I think is a bit of a temporary diversion from this pandemic situation, and might even have put the Prime Minister's speech a little bit in the shade for a while.
Will his life go on being a sort of this circus, this intense focus, or will it relent now, do you think?
I think he will do everything in his power to make it relent if he can. Because look, he's very deeply involved with sport, as I think you all know. He partly owns a team in the Hockey India League, one in the football, in the Indian Super League in football, the Chennai team. He also owns a Super Sport World Championship team called Mahi Racing. He's got his own brand of sportswear and leisure wear. So I think Dhoni, the businessman, will probably be the more visible persona that you will see, because he'll just carry on doing all these things that he does. And I think he might even do some work, as I've said before, with the defense forces and education, particularly in that part of the world that he comes from, Bihar and Jharkhand, the two states which at one time used to be one. And I know he's very passionate about education, particularly girl child education.
Does it make you marvel sometimes, wonder, Isha, how when you've been there, you've seen it, the focus on one person, around cricket, but cricket's such an important part of of life in India, that sort of sense of everyone is looking at you. How do people deal with that? I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't know. But, I mean, we saw it with Sachin, didn't we? And prior to that, Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev and key members of that 1983 team. It's just something that you learn to deal with. I think certainly with the advent of the IPL as well, players coming through the system, they become accustomed to it a lot more. Just the packed houses, the noise, the passion, the support for your team. I mean, MS Dhoni was one player that he could go anywhere and he would receive that kind of adulation. I remember doing a game up in Mohali. Was it last year or the year before? And he was obviously playing for CSK, but he was out in the middle, and he had the loudest cheer of the night because he just carried it everywhere he went. And it's something you look at these players and you can either be burdened by it or you absolutely just lap it up. And I think he was one of those players that just lapped it up.
Yeah, some people you just actually love the adulation. You can deal with it. Does that resonate with you, Ramsey? I mean, do you find it hard to imagine what it would be like to be under that sort of scrutiny the whole time?
Absolutely. I do find it really hard. You know, for a human being to play on the field is one thing in front of full houses, but to when they go home or they go out to a restaurant, I think that I really can't imagine that. And I think a lot of the Indian players actually quite like coming to London, or certainly when they've been on tour in the UK, because it's a bit more low-key for them and they can get out and about. I think that's something that gives a good insight really to Dhoni's mindset and how he can cope with that sort of adulation is his social media post, which I'm not very well up on social media at all. But when he retired, he has, and I think Prakash is alluding to it, he has put out a series of photos that capture certain points in his career alongside a Bollywood song which says, "I am only momentarily a poet. These few moments define who I am. They tell my whole story. That just like there was a poet before me, there will be many more after me, better than me." And I mean, I think that captures quite a lot about the man, really, is that he has been able to have this truly amazing career, so high profile. You know, we've heard all about the stats. It's been absolutely brilliant, and he's rightly got all the adulation, and yet in his own mind he has remained incredibly grounded.
I love that philosophy, the idea that we're all just passing through. It's quite a pragmatic way to think, isn't it?
Well, the king is dead, long live the king. Who's the next one then, Prakash? I'm presuming Virat Kohli takes over the mantle now, does he?
Yeah, well, I suppose he already has in so many ways, hasn't he? But I'll tell you what. I mean, you think about it, and all of you know this probably even better than I do. You look at the sort of top 10 names over the last 25, 30 years that come to your mind from Indian cricket, and look at each one of them. They've been fantastic in one respect, maybe two. Saurav probably had two in terms of captaincy and his batsmanship. But for someone to have done all the stuff that Dhoni's done, starting where he did, and the rapid rise, 2004 debut, 2007 he's winning the first T20 World Cup, he's winning another World Cup in 2011, various ICC championships, blah, blah, blah. I genuinely think those are going to be boots which are going to be very, very big for anyone to fill.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of his role behind the stumps, who takes over now then? Who's? I mean, we saw Rishabh Pant obviously to the fore. What do they do in one-day cricket now, India?
Well, I think, Simon, if I was again to guess, and as you know well, with the BCCI you never know, but Riddhiman Saha for tests and Rishabh in the limited overs game is my personal sense of what they'll do. Who knows?
Prakash, great to speak to you. When are India? Just remind us. When are India likely to be in action next? The national team. I know the IPL's coming up.
There's no firm. Again, true to BCCI's order. There isn't any firm schedule out. There's very positive speculation about the Australia tour at the end of the year.
Of course.
And
yeah.
I just read last night that they might begin with the ODIs first, because that might be easier, and then play the tests later. So that looks like the first time you'll see the Indian team going out and playing as a national side. And just to wrap this up, in all the fun and joy that's going on, there was a tweet that actually got a lot of attention from a lot of people, where someone said, hey, you know what, just forget about it. Here's the message I've sent to Dhoni and he's accepted. And the message said, Dhoni, all will be forgiven. Just say that Instagram post was fake news.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that would be another story altogether, wouldn't it, if he did that?
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Prakash, a fascinating series potentially ahead against Australia, the two top teams in the world at the moment. Let's hope that does go ahead this winter down in Australia. We'll all be watching that. We really will. It's the big series, that one, because of course India did win in Australia last time, but Australia do have Smith and Warner back this time. Prakash, thanks very much for your time. Stay safe. We'll see you sometime in the future, hopefully in the near future. Azhar's here as well. You played against MS Dhoni, didn't you, in the IPL?
Yes, great MS Dhoni. Cricket will be missed. He's a brilliant cricketer, great leader, and he's changed the culture of Indian cricket. Absolutely pleasure to play with him, and he was a great human being, humble guy, came from really humble background, and got really famous, not just India, around the world, and he was phenomenal cricketer.
Indeed, and thanks to everyone for taking part in that. Simon Mann for hosting it. Very interesting. And I must admit, MS Dhoni had to go down as one of our favourite cricketers of his generation for sure. And that match-winning innings in the World Cup final, I'll never forget, I must say. Still raining here at the GS Bowl. The forecast doesn't look great, certainly in the short term. There's a lot of rain to come. It still hasn't actually left France yet, much of it. They're hanging on to it, and then it's going to come drifting over the channel. And so we are going to be in, well, I think for at least another hour and a half maybe of rain, and then perhaps they can start to address if it does stop. But there's a lot of water on the covers out there, as you can imagine. It's rained pretty hard, and I have to say England's batsmen headed for the hills very quickly. It was a torrid session that they put up with there. 7 for 1, Rory Burns out for naught. I'm not going to criticise him for that. It was a beautiful ball. Nice catch too by Shafiq at second slip, but Sibley and Crawley were just literally hanging on by their fingernails, the ball zipping around all over the place before the umpires decided once again, and I think correctly, that the light was not good enough for it to continue. So that's the situation here. What we're going to do, this is sparked off of our entertainment evening yesterday. Actually, there was a game of cricket going on, as we know, and we were sitting around waiting for things to improve and to enjoy our evening and so on. And I got talking to Azam Mahmood, who's been working with us here, about bowling, as one does, and in an evening, and particularly the variety and the changes and the slower balls and things that I've been commentating on now for a long time without really any comprehension about how the bowlers actually do it. And you see a number of these slower balls being bowled, and as an old bowler who really had no experience of anything like that at all, you think, how on earth, how are they controlling it? And the level of practice and work and actually sort of creating this delivery in the first place, I wanted to know more about. So Azhar took me outside, as it were, and we went through all sorts of demonstrations, didn't we, Azhar, about it all, which is amazing. Let's just set your track record up. You played 140 odd one-day internationals, many. I mean, you're a T20 specialist. I was looking at the list of all of those teams that you've represented. I mean, all over the world as a travelling T20 specialist. You're a coach as well. You're working with England actually in the T20 series that's coming up. So that sort of establishes your pedigree, if you like. So you started playing one-day cricket before T20 cricket was devised. You were playing one-day internationals before the T20 started.
Yes, first time I played T20, proper T20 in 2003 for Surrey. But coming from Pakistan, we used to play T20 cricket back home before that in month of Ramadan, 20-over cricket. Right. And we used to play 6-over cricket as well with the tape ball. So all the skills, all the different variation came from that because you have to come up with new deliveries every time. So when I was playing for Surrey, So a lot of people think, I can, in the end, towards the end, I bowled Yorkers and a back of the hand. So me being around, looking at my stats and, a bowling action and everything, so I came up with different kind of deliveries.
Yes.
Every time. So, and then towards the end, I just go, if I'm playing, for example, at Surrey or in England or in subcontinent in IPL, I go and look at the pitch and see which one will work on this, which of my variety will work on this particular pitch, how dry is it, and if it goes grass on top of this. And that's how I used to bowl those deliveries on certain pitches and certain times.
Okay, I should mention, by the way, we're filming this because it's a bit complicated on radio to show all these different grips and so on, but this will be available on the BBC Sport website later on, where it's been all put together and so on. So we'll do our best explaining on radio, but it will be there for you all to see as it goes. Is it easier? I mean, we've got a couple of cricket balls here. They're not real balls at the moment, but you've got a real one. Okay, I haven't got a real. I've got a toy one, which is about right. Is it easier to come up with these deliveries? I mean, is a tape ball more receptive to doing things like reverse swing or these variations and so on than a normal cricket ball? I mean, does that give you a bit of a head start if you're used to playing with a tape ball?
Because what tape ball does, because you have to bowl quick and it's a lighter ball. So your arm speed gets quicker. If you see a lot of Pakistani bowlers, their arm speed is really quick, like the Wasim Akram, Mohammad Sami and these guys. And they definitely played the tape ball cricket, and my bowling was like that. Arm speed need to come really quick through the crease and hardly spend any time at the crease, and then use all the variation from my arm speed.
Right. So why did it? I mean, let's go back a step. What is a tape ball? Let's start with that, because people here wouldn't necessarily know.
It's a tennis ball, normal tennis ball, and we can put the electric. We call it electric tape, which we use to do the plumbing and stuff like that. So you put that
sort of like gaffer tape, the really sticky tape.
Yes, sticky tape to put on the ball, and just play cricket with that on the cement, on the grass, or any turf you find. And 6 hour game. So you in 6 hour, I remember playing 6 hour game. The par score was 80-100 in 6 hours. So you have to have the skill.
Yes.
And the finger ball came up with, because tennis ball you can press the tennis ball hard, and like fast bowler bowled a knuckle ball, so spinner, you see a carom ball. It's like a carom ball.
We see Ashwin bowling.
Ashwin bowling, and a few of the Sri Lankan guys. Mendes used to bowl that one. So just holding the ball tight and flicking it.
Yes.
With the cricket ball, your finger must be very, very strong to bowl that delivery. But if you develop yourself by pressing the tennis ball, eventually your finger gets stronger and stronger, and you can bowl with a cricket ball.
Sure.
But in that one, it's like a leg spin. Sorry, I dropped the ball. So it was hard. I couldn't
It's
grip
a very
that.
shiny one.
Yes, it's a brand new tube ball. I would love to bowl on this bit.
I think we're all queuing up.
Yeah, so it's really hard to grip that ball with that finger. So your finger must be very strong. I remember checking at Mendes when he started bowling these ones. His finger is so strong, so he can manage to bowl with this one. So what it does, so if you come and finish your action and putting your second finger next to index finger hard on the ball, and you just push it, and it goes like a leg spin.
Right.
And same thing, same action, if you go come up like more sort of googly when you bowl a googly, so your palm is facing towards the batsman, and you push it that way, it goes to the other side.
Right.
So these type of thing, and then you master when you're putting the tape on the side, so you slightly cleverly you put one side a bit more tape to get heavier, and the other side is lighter, which
so
in a cricket ball reverse swing came into. One side is heavier, the other one is slightly rougher, or less tape on the side, and you can go as a reverse swing.
They must be amazing games of cricket, because 6 overs, it's a complete slogathon. Then basically everyone's just coming out and playing shots. So as a bowler, you've really got to come up with some tricks.
You have to, otherwise if they made 80 or 100 odd, and the batting side will chase that down easily.
Yes.
Because everyone's there's no leg before whatsoever, and you cover your stumps like holding like that, like a baseballer,
Yes.
and anything around that area, you swing the bat
bang.
hard, and bat speed came from there.
Yes.
If you manage to go on YouTube and see Pakistan tape ball cricket, there's a lot of videos available, and you can see the guys are bowling really quick, and the bat speed, the guys are batting, the bat speed is amazing,
Right.
amazing.
So, what are you, therefore, with these variations that we're going to try and teach people in a moment? What are you trying to do as far as the batsman is concerned? The basic slower ball variation, for instance. What mistake are you trying to make or force on the batsman?
Depends what type of cricket I'm playing. For example, if I'm playing a test match cricket on these pitch, for example, if I got set field, 3 slip, point, gully, point, and mid-off,
yeah.
no extra cover. I would like, as a seamer, these guys to hit me through that cover area so I can do anything with a nick off to the batsman. So in that, I learned this thing. It took me about 3 years to master that ball, which is deep in hand. I call it deep in hand.
Right.
So you take holding the ball same way you normally bowling. I can't show you here. I got gap in between my hand and
Correct.
the ball.
Yes.
Okay.
You're taught to hold the ball basically towards the end of your fingers,
Yes,
aren't you?
and yes, that's the normal one. And if I need to bowl the slow one, I take all the way back
Okay.
to touching my palm and the thumb.
So it's buried in your hand.
Yes. So if you're holding like this and you're running like this, and batsman can only see your finger and the seam eventually. So what you need to do, you need to push the ball like you normally when you're bowling a normal ball, you push the finger towards the crease and get more pace in that. In this case, you need to finish your action same way, but you're taking your top of your fingers off, and you're pushing the ball down. You're pushing your finger down to the ball, and you get backspin.
Right, yes.
Touching it there, and with the new ball, you can swing it both ways. Slow swinger, I call it. You can go outswing, and it's depend on the wrist how you release the ball. So you can get it slow swing going away, in swinger as well. So what I'm trying to do here, if I'm bowling, because I bowled few balls, and this one I eventually bowl a fuller one, so he can drive me. So I'm looking for that miscue, so can go to slip and gully or point
He
region.
gets there too early, basically.
Yes.
Does he? Yes.
So I want him to hit me through there because it's less space. So I'm attempting him to hit through me there, and then especially gully and the point fielder.
It feels really strange to have the ball in that position, doesn't it? I mean, I've never bowled a ball like that, but in my life. So what complications? How difficult is it to run up with the ball and actually to release it from that point then?
I tell you, because I try to find my own way. Everyone does differently, and it took me for especially this ball, to 3 years to master that.
Right, okay.
And you can swing the ball with the slow, and you can bowl the bumper as well, in especially T20 cricket and one-day cricket.
So that's a slow bumper, is it, from
yes,
there? Oh,
yes, you can
okay.
bowl the slow bumper. It's the same method, because your wrist is not behind the ball. You're releasing the wrist, you're pushing your hand downwards on the floor. So, there's nothing from your wrist and your finger behind the ball. So you're taking all the pace down.
So the issue, presumably, when you first start bowling, you bowl lots of full tosses, do you? The ball goes flying out straight.
Yeah, it's just the more practice you do, the better you can get. But now, as a coach, because I try holding the ball tight, holding the ball loose, and trying different things. So if someone I'm coaching right now, I can teach them with lot more lesser time. I would say
it wouldn't take them 3 years.
No. Mohammad Amir is bowling that delivery. Abbas is bowling that delivery. Almost all the Pakistani bowlers are bowling that delivery. So it's confused the batsman, because when batsman's standing here and watching the ball, it's seam coming towards you, and suddenly, if you're bowling at mid 85 miles per hour, and suddenly this ball comes from your hand, it's about 70 miles an hour. So it's a 15 miles different. Is enough different to deceive batsmen.
Yeah. It's all about sleight of hand, as we'd call it. It's all about trying to deceive and disguise is so important. As it, you showed me something last night which I found completely ridiculous. Whereas you said you deliberately show the batsman the shiny side,
especially playing in Pakistan.
Okay, so he sees the shiny side and he thinks, okay, in swinger, but you what, in a delivery stride. So when the arm is going down to then come round and bowl it, you turned the ball round in your fingers. How on earth did you do that?
I learned this thing from one of our club mates, old guy. He used to come to the practice session twice a week, and he was a banker somewhere, so he learned this art from someone. Yes. So I was betting against him, and I saw the shiny side in playing in Pakistan inside, putting the shiny side inside, so I knew it's an in-swinger. I played that in-swinger, that's fine. And next ball, he showed me the shine, and suddenly he runs, when he comes, take his hand up, and he just switches around. And you can see it from my hands.
I don't know how you do
that.
that.
So he told me, it's just, playing with the ball. And you just rotate the shiny side to the other side and went the other way. So when I finished my net session, I went to him, I said, how the earth you take the ball away from, shining side here? I heard the great Malcolm Marshall used to do that.
Right.
Okay, so he said, I learned from something. I said, can you please, I beg him, can you please tell me? He told me this thing, and I practice a lot. So just ball in my hand, I just twisting. See, I'm doing it. People can't see it, but I can twist it.
Twisting around your fingers. So when your arm is coming round and you're about to let go of the ball, you've twisted that ball round.
Yeah.
So it's going to do exactly the opposite of the batsman thing.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, thanks to that gentleman, Tariq.
Yes.
Tariq was his name. So thank very much, Tariq. As a cricketer, you learn from anyone. I just go and watch my daughter play, and you can learn from these kids and everyone. Cricket is so beautiful game. Yes. You learn each and everything. Doesn't matter how much cricket you played, but you learn everything, new things.
I hope everyone listening is making notes. They're trying to conjure up in your mind. What's he doing? I said it will all be online. You'll be able to see this. It's fascinating. And that one particularly, again, you try and put yourself in that position of bowling. It all happens so fast. It's all very well for us just doing it here, fiddling with the ball and slowly turning the ball around. But when you're actually running into bowl and you're doing that in a fraction of a second, that's proper skill.
Yeah, it's the more work you do, the better you get.
Yes.
You want to deceive. You want anything. I keep telling, playing in Pakistan, wicket can't offer anything for the fast bowler or anyone, So you have to come out with these tricks.
Yes. And would you use that in a test match as well? You'd do that? You'd perhaps, if the ball's moving around a bit, you show him that side and then put it on the other one?
Yeah, if ball is reversing and I'm bowling in the test match, I have done that in the test match as well myself.
Yes.
Bowling the same sort of things. So
I think the most effective way of doing it would be, so he thinks it's an outswinger, I guess.
Yeah.
And then actually it's an inner. So he might shoulder arms, not play a shot. He might think the ball's going to go past, and suddenly in it comes, LBW bowled maybe.
Because I grew up in Pakistan, where the reverse swing was massive.
Yes.
So we've been told by the club cricketers, and then when I came into Pakistan side, Junaid Miandal was coach. So he always mentioned, watch the shiny side, which way is going. So that gives you a hint of indication which way is going. You have to watch the ball till the end. There's a natural variation, might be the shiny side is inside and you're looking for inside, but you have to watch the ball. You can't just go ahead, okay, it's coming in, I'm going to put my foot down and whip through mid-wicket.
Sure.
So you have to watch the ball, but it gives me a little bit hint when I'm batting, so I need to watch the ball. So I got an idea, it'll come in. If he pitch the line, hold his shape and goes the other way, well done.
Yeah.
Batsman bowler meant to do the in-swinger, where he goes that way, he can't understand it. So as a batsman, I won't understand either.
Yeah. It is amazing, and the point also being that it's not just a case of just turning the ball around a bit or the slower balls it can show us later, but it's actually perfect, and that the seam is still going down straight because it has to in order to do the opposite thing. So it's not just the simple business, it's actually coming out perfectly from your fingers as well.
Yes, that's the key thing. But I was telling, because we had Atif before lunch, I was talking about when we were young, we never got enough money to buy a new ball every time. So where we used to play on the cement pitches, and the pitches are really rough, so seam gets really roughed up really quickly. So we used to put the same tape which we put on the tennis ball, so we used to put on the seam.
Right.
And I find it when I was growing up, every time I hit the seam area with the tapes on, it skids on a bit more and ball was going quicker. So I said, okay, when hitting the rough side or shiny side, ball will go slower. So hitting the seam, because of the tape, ball will skids on a bit quicker. So I try to hit on that area all the time. And wasn't sure about, there's a seam position, you wrist behind the ball and everything. At that time, I got no clue. I was just hitting that tape area to hit it and give me some extra pace and bounce. I was looking for that. And then later on, when I found out, that wrist position is so important to swing or seam the ball in cricket, which is helped me to develop as a bowler.
I think you must have to practice so much, again, for everyone who's going to go and try these out in the garden later. I mean, it's practice, and the confidence to be able to do it in a match as well. I mean, it's all very well to be bowling it in the nets, but actually when you're there and you're bowling, I don't know, at MS Dhoni, say, in a T20 match, is now the time to try one of these variations, and you've got to really believe that you're going to get right, and actually perhaps not be put off if he does hit you for a six, you not be put off from doing it again.
Yes, one thing is really important, which you mentioned, one thing you practice in the game, in the nets, and take that practice into the game. It's a big art. You need to be have a self-belief in your ability, and you believing that what you're doing it will come right. I've seen work with so many bowlers, who work hard in the nets but never take it. My thinking was this way: if I introduce a new ball, if I'm bowling a new ball, I don't care if I go first ball, I bowl a new delivery, went for six. I don't care. I'm looking at it. For example, you guys sitting in the dugout and watching on the TV, and if I bowl the new ball and you will pick that new ball, you will say, oh, definitely. And if I got a wicket on that ball, so how much confidence I will get. I always look at the positive option whenever I go. For example, I'm not worried about in T20 format, you go for runs.
Yes.
You will be smashed by the batsmen like the Dhoni and all these other guys. And it happens more often. When your mind is cloudy, you don't think. When you're thinking of, I'm going to go for runs, you're going to go for runs. When you're thinking, okay, it doesn't matter if the pass score is, as a bowler, 8 and over, I don't mind. If I can get people out in that, that's your win-win situation. So that's how I played my cricket. Attacking mindset, and always look to take wicket. And
Just break off a second, Azhar, because I can look outside and I can see most of the England team, by the look of it, certainly a large number of them are heading back in this direction again. So they've abandoned their dressing room at the far end of the ground. It's still raining hard. It's not a storm as such, but it's just persistent heavy rain that's falling on the whole playing area and of course on the covers. So it looks as if the England team have made their minds up for now, and they're coming back rather disconsolate looking. Rory Burns there was out for a duck early on. He got a beautiful ball, and no one's going to blame him for that in the tricky conditions in which he was batting, but he's heading off this way as well. He won't be required to do much for a while, but we'll keep an eye on what's going on out there. And we're having this fascinating bowling masterclass from Azam Mahmood that I wish I had Azhar about 50 years ago, if I'm honest with you, because I might have been more successful. But we've had the carom ball. You've shown us that one. We've had this ridiculous thing where you are just turning the ball completely round, so the shiny side moves to the other side just before the moment of release. And you will have fun bowling with that at home. Try it with an orange, try it with an apple if you haven't got a ball. Try it with anything like that. Just get in the routine of trying to do it. So we've done those two. Now, what about the one that you were showing me last night? Because when I've watched Jade Dernbach, Tom Curran, who, by the way, both, of course, come from Surrey, and I bet you've taught them these amazing balls while you were there, I suspect. The one where the ball comes over the top, which I've sat here and commentated on so many times, and I've wondered how they actually bowl that ball, because you'd think that anybody trying it and not familiar with it, the balls go all over the place. You go flying over the batsman's head, it's going to come off at funny angles and all that. Show me now. Well, first of all, what is it supposed to do? What is its purpose? and then we're going to demonstrate how you do it.
You know, back of the hand, people must seen Jed Dunback, Tom Curran, and Chris Woakes,
Yes.
and Ian Harvey at my time. I used to bowl really well. Actually, I developed this ball, I saw, because I used to bowl leg cutter. It's like you're just rolling your index finger across the ball, and you know it's like a leg cutter. So I had a shoulder injury, which in 2003, because I can't rotate my shoulder this way, so I can't put my finger across the ball,
Right.
because it's still.
So the leg cutter's gone.
Leg cutter's gone. Then I thought, okay, I need to develop something. Then I came up with this one, and a lot of people said you can't bowl that. And I just find the right method to bowl this one, because I've been bowling since 2003. It's been 17 years I'm bowling this delivery, but with no pain in my shoulder. And a lot of people, if I ask them to bowl that, and they say, oh, my hand can't come next to the ear, and you try that,
Yes.
and it works straight away.
It did work.
So it's just getting the right method and technique to that. What you're looking at, you're not looking at anything. If someone can have a good seam position, his wrist is fine, the people can bowl easily this delivery. So what it does, you know, like when you're coming here,
Yep.
normal delivery, you come down here when your hand coming towards your leg,
Yep.
and you're taking this normal, it's a normal delivery. You go and finish your action.
Yep.
Same thing. What you need to do when you're coming next to your back leg, when you take off and coming down here, back leg, you just need to twist your wrist from straight angle to other way, to take the wrist to upwards. You know, when you're coming back, when you're taking and your hand is going into 90 degree, so your palm, your wrist, back of the hand of your wrist is going towards sky.
And then pointing down the
towards
pitch. Yep.
Sky, and then you have to finish that ball, finish the action. And more often, if you finish your action, and if you rotate your wrist and hand the right way, and finish your action, so ball will land in the same spot. It won't go anywhere.
Really?
Okay.
That's what I find surprising.
Yes. So this is, again, in this ball, there's the three areas to release the ball. Okay. One, we will find some footage of my delivery which I bowled against Samuel.
Right.
It tips, basically, when you coming behind your ear and shoulder, so the batsman on striker end can see it. It needs to go above his eye line. So, and then he's thinking, oh, it's coming beamer. So it dips.
Right.
And then it's a normal release point, which is your normal release point as normal delivery. So come up here. So you're releasing the ball. What you're doing here, you're showing this wrist towards the batsman.
Yep.
It's more sort of googly thing, you know, when people
the ball is still
Google.
at the back of the hand at this point.
So
Yep.
your back of the hand, batsman can see your back of the hand, and then you release the ball from normal. Then this is your length ball. And then you come forward, and if you want to bowl a slow bouncer in this delivery, so your release point will be, it's around
90 degrees to the ground. So it's parallel to the ground almost.
Yes. Yeah, so it's there.
Right.
So it's the
So you can bowl a slow bouncer again.
Yeah.
So one delivery is giving you 3 deliveries, in fact.
Yes. If it's getting master, so you release the point up there, and then the normal area, and then you're bowling the bouncer. So it's 3 different things.
Whoa. It does take some getting used to it. It feels illogical in a way, because you're almost doing what you don't expect to do by turning it round. But actually,
Yes.
once you've done it a few times,
Yeah, so it's just turning your hand. You know,
Yes.
you're not turning your shoulder. Nothing is. You're
And
just turning your wrist
and again, the batsman's not going to see much of that, because it's almost behind you when
behind you
Yeah.
when you're turning.
You
it.
crafty old so-and-so.
So, so it's arm speed is the really key thing here. So arm speed, you know, if you're any slow delivery, if your arm speed is getting slower, that means you're not getting it, and you're giving clue to the batsman. If your arm speed is the same as your normal speed, that's where you deceive batsmen.
Right. Okay. So that's that one. And then, of course, there's these other slower balls, these other varieties that you bowl, aren't there?
Yeah, it's a knuckle ball. You can open the fingers, put the fingers here, but people can see it. Glenn McGrath used to do it really well because the people who got a longer finger, they easily manage to do that. So you're running like this and then open the fingers.
Okay.
And I find it very difficult because I got small fingers. So I try to bowl knuckle ball in there. It's the same thing here. A lot of people bowl knuckle ball to bend their
both fingers,
both
so index finger and second finger.
So it's really hard, especially with a cricket ball. It's hard, and seam is quite strong. So I find the other way. So I'm running like this, and I'm using my fingertips to bring the ball back towards my palm, and then release the ball like this. So it just goes wobble.
And that is more or less the wobble ball that you see, the wobble seam that you see in Jimmy Anderson and co-bowling?
No,
it's
sort of knuckle ball that people do in a baseball, and a lot of people do knuckle ball. I think an Indian guy, he played one-day cricket. I forgot his name. It will come. So he used to bowl really well.
Yes. Okay. So we've done most of those. Those are most of your varieties. What's the one where I would like people to see the wobble seam, and Mohammad Abbas, you must have helped a lot with that, who's a master of this.
And
what's he doing?
Sorry, wobble ball is not the knuckle ball.
No.
Wobble ball is, if you see Chris Woakes, he hold the ball really tight. So you see every time seam coming upright, beautiful. Broad does that. When I need to bowl a wobble ball, I hold the ball. Normally I hold the ball really tight, but when I need to bowl a wobble ball, I hold the ball normal grip, everything normal, but really loose. So it comes up here. So I'm just pushing with my finger. So not much my thumb. Right. If you see Abbas, he take his thumb off.
He does actually take it off, doesn't he?
So he take his thumb off. He just bowl with a finger. So I never take my thumb off. I told him, but he find it this way very easy to take his thumb off for a wobble ball. I put my thumb there and just release the ball like that. So in the air it goes and wobbles.
It's great. It is brilliant. I remember Shane Warne telling us about an afternoon or an evening he'd spent with Abdul Qadir, the great wrist spinner. Yeah. And they were sitting at the end of a long carpet, long sort of silk carpet, I imagine, from that part of the world, just spinning balls and trying things with each other, and they came up with this thing that they called the Zoota, which I'm never sure if it actually existed or not. But anyway, that was Shane, of course, talking about that. Do you actually, all amongst yourselves, players, are you all sort of talking to each other openly about trying different things?
Yeah, I think Saki was the magician. That's how he developed his dusra. Sitting in the house and pink ball and try to bowl with the different things. And they were playing on the top, on the rooftop.
Right.
In Pakistan, there's a massive space to play cricket, and like a small cricket, where you could say, okay, if your ball hit the wall, you got out, silly mid-off or mid-on, and these type of things. So Saki developed that dusra from there, and he used the third finger a bit more, because the other bowlers normally, like you see Muralidharan and all these guys, Saeed Ajmal, Muralidharan and Harbhajan Singh bowl with the wrist, but Saki used to bowl with his finger. I remember standing in the slip, I can see when Saki bowled dusra with this, I can see his finger coming up, and he used like this.
Right.
So the other guys wrist showing towards the batsman, and then they bowl, and that's why a lot of off spinner, when they bowl dusra, they've been called for throwing. Saki was the only one who can bowl dusra without bending his arm, and because he was using the wrist and the finger.
It's interesting for you, because I was talking about the list of all the clubs that you've represented playing T20. I mean, there's a lot of them, Azhar, aren't there? I mean, you've been absolutely around the world playing for over. I mean, where are we? We've got Islamabad. I always play at Kent. We've got Auckland, Dhaka Gladiators, Kings 11 Punjab, Sydney Thunder, the Cape Cobras, Barbados Tridents, Kolkata Knight Riders, Islamabad. All these teams you've played for. So therefore, that's all these players you're playing with who know what you do.
Yes.
So the next time you go off and play for something else, they know what you're up to.
Yeah, and that's why it was tough for me. You know, when I went to IPL, I played with Auckland Aces, few guys. Martin Gupta was there, and other guys were there. So they know what I can do.
Yes.
So I need to come up with some other plans against these guys. So that's why, you know, and I was getting old, to be honest, at that time. You know, when I played last time on IPL, I was 39. So,
Right.
and I have to compete with the young guys, and because they got more pace than me, they got more energy than me and everything. So I need to come up with different plans to deceive those guys. So I came up with all those deliveries, which I learned over the year. You know, like you mentioned, I played every single league in the world,
Yes.
T20. So, and I was batting up the order as well, which is great, batting at number 3, which really helped me to go and perform.
Yeah.
I love every minute of that.
Azhar, that's really fascinating, and I just hope everyone listening is go rushing off the BBC website. You'll learn a huge amount there for whatever level of cricket you play. Go and try it. You won't perfect it straight away. It's like all of these things in life. You've just got to practice it really hard. But you are going to see on there, on that film, an absolute masterclass in all these varieties and the disguising and so on. Very clever. Thank you, Azhar. That was brilliant. Still raining, I'm afraid. We've got a couple of seagulls. That's all I can see on that outfield now. And they're strutting about. I suspect they're rather enjoying the weather, frankly. But there's still this low-grade cloud, and it's raining, and there's no obvious sign of any improvement at all. We've got another couple more of the England team. Actually, it's Chris Silverwood, actually. I think the coach, he's given up at the moment. And he's trudging across, not across the ground, but across the terracing to come back to the hotel as well, maybe for an afternoon nap, who knows. But there's a few characters I can see still by the dressing rooms down there, but a lot of them now have decamped. So, well, we'll hang on, we'll wait and see. And of course, if there's any cricket, we'll bring it to you. I hope there is, because what we did have today was intriguing. Now, we were speaking earlier about some of the great Pakistan bowlers. And inevitably, you're talking about the 1992 World Cup with Imran Khan and Wasim Akram, of course, playing such pivotal roles. It was a very memorable tournament, I remember it well. Pakistan turning around their fortunes before eventually winning the trophy, beating England in the final at the MCG. Well, during the World Cup last summer, we shared some memories of that tournament. Ramiz Raja, who took the catch to seal the victory in the 1992 final, joined Andy Zaltzman and Daniel Norcross.
1992 World Cup. Back in Australia, was the last time that there was the full round robin format was played. It's the same format as we have here, but there were 9 teams, not 10. So every side played each other 8 times. And Pakistan, much like South Africa have in the World Cup of 2019, got off to an absolutely abysmal start. Ramiz, talk us through those first
like
few
the weather.
games.
Bit like this weather. Yeah, I mean, we were the first team to land in Australia. And the strategy behind that move, largely from Imran, was that we usually struggle in Australia on those bouncy pitches. So idea was to get acclimatized to the bounce and pace. And we got thrashed in all of those practice matches, almost all. And we played against some very, very basic teams like the Country 11. They smashed us. And we had a cast of, I think, about 22 or 23 players, because like this World Cup, we could have announced the team a bit later, just a week or 10 days before the World Cup, actually. So there are a lot of combinations being tried. So Mushtaq Ahmed, for example, was being sent back home because he was absolutely ordinary in all of those matches. Amir Sohail, for example, wasn't picked initially in the squad, and so he was on a trial as well, and he made it to the final squad and opened with me. Waqar Yunus was supposed to be part of the squad, but he busted his back, and there's 2 or 3 fractures, and so he was sent back home. Javed Miadad wasn't on the initial list because... Yeah, he got injured. He sprained his back or ankle, can't remember now. So he was not part of the touring party as well. So, I mean, and then we finally got the combination, and so the first game against West Indies was quite a nightmare for us because we were struggling even to get a 150 in all of those practice matches, and suddenly there was a situation where we just lost a couple of wickets and we were around 170 or 180. So we were told to just hang in there. So I played my part and played 50 overs because there's no confidence in the middle order. Everyone felt that if you had a start, then you've got to milk it and so stay put, hang in there. And then we lost more matches after that.
Tell me though, just to go back to that. So in 1992, what were you sort of thinking of as a competitive total? What were your batsmen sort of designing themselves to try to reach, given that you'd have had relatively low expectations being in such poor
Yeah,
form?
I mean, so in those days, Pakistan team would be very upset if we were to chase 6 and over. 6 and over was like end of life with the bat. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. So the idea was really not to allow that run chase to go over 6. So and so a score of 240, 250 was like, which was basically targeted all the time. We weren't looking for 300. 300 was possibly in those days you'd get against Sri Lanka. Maybe against Zimbabwe also, even though Zimbabwe had a fantastic bowling unit. Sri Lankans had the spinners, and they have Arvinda De Silva and Rana Tunga, and then they had a good, decent batting lineup, but they were shy and coy of being competitive in those days, the Sri Lankans. So the idea was to play 50 overs, wickets in hand, go hard in the last 10 overs. Similarly with the ball, everyone would be looking to bowl with the older ball, conserve runs with the new ball and attack once you saw a bit of reverse swing. So we'll wait and wail up till the 37th over and then get at the opposition.
And those balls would reverse swing in those days.
That's right.
Stuff would actually happen. So Pakistan, when they went into the tournament, having had that poor start, did you manage your expectations? Did you think to yourselves, the semi-final would be great if we can make it, or as players, are you always, is your eye on the prize of winning? You believe you can win?
Under Imran, I mean, there's no chance of being second best. And so, according to him, we had the team. So we had genuine bowling. We had 2 leg spinners. Mushtaq Ahmed was retained. And so we had another leg spinner, Iqbal Sikandar. He played, I think, a couple of matches. Played against New Zealand definitely in that last game. Or was it the semi-final? I'm not too sure. So it was an attacking bowling setup.
And your pace bowler was obviously Wasim,
Aqib Javed, 2 pacers, and then Imran himself.
Of course.
Then Mushtaq was used as a leg spinner, and then Amir Sohail bowled a few overs. Ijaz Ahmed chipped in with few overs as well. So and we tried to fit in an all-rounder. I mean, we didn't have quality all-rounder in the squad, but the idea was always to win. So every time we would lose a game, Imran would come back and say, we can't lose this World Cup because my hospital has to be built, and so it's for a noble cause. And so after a while we said,
so you were all playing for the hospital?
Yeah, in a way. I mean, he wanted us to look at the bigger picture. And so after being thrashed by 3-4 teams, he said he's lost it. This is not going to happen probably, boys. So, but as senior players,
just to remind me how you did lose those. So you've lost to the West Indies, who in those days were still, I mean they are now of course,
yeah.
But in 1992, coming towards the end of their period of dominance, but they still had serious bowlers in their line.
Yeah, I mean, I played Malcolm Marshall after he absolutely decimated England in the West Indies in '87, I think it was. So we were the next to go to West Indies, and we had a fantastic series. I mean, we took on the short ball, and Malcolm Marshall was still pretty furious in those days. I mean, he was quick. But in 1992, when he bowled, I think he wasn't the same force. But still, I mean, quality bowler. And then you had Curtly Ambrose as well. I can't remember the others.
Courtney Walsh been...
Well, in that first game, there's Malcolm Marshall, Curtly Ambrose, Winston Benjamin, and then 2 spinners, Cole Hooper and Roger Harper. The scores from that game, 220 for 2 from 50 by Pakistan, 221 for 0 from 46.5. That's the fewest wickets that have ever fallen in a completed one-day international, so excluding games that have been rained off, and the next lowest is 5. So it's really extraordinary.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of runs for the loss of 2 wickets, isn't it, overall?
Yeah, that's right. And
that's-
Imran wasn't playing that game, by the way. He was injured, so it busted his shoulder, so Javed was leading us. And so Javed had his own theory regarding how to go about playing one days. And so he was batting with me, and so he just asked me to continue batting because let's not put the burden on the rest of the cast, because we had no idea how they'll perform, because in the practice matches they were awful.
But really, to get my head round this, at what point? Because if you're 2 down, you ended up 102 not out.
Yeah.
With 4 fours in 3 hours.
Mighty attractive.
That's yeah. That's
You can still get the DVD of that innings, I think.
in the 4 every 45
And I was
minutes.
heavily criticised for that, actually, in press back home.
I can't say I'm 100% surprised.
Yeah, no,
I mean that in the nicest possible way.
But you know, in those days, to get 100 against Windies was a big deal. Absolutely big deal.
Absolutely,
So
no
I
chance
mean-
I'd do it. But Javed himself, 5 fours in 61 balls. So, I mean, were either of you teeing off in the last 4 or 5 overs?
No, I did. Actually, my first 50 took about 100 balls, I think.
Right.
And the last 50 took about 50 or 60 balls. So, I mean,
right.
I picked up the pace, but it was too late.
It was at the MCG as well,
Yeah.
which so big boundary.
Big fence, yeah.
In fact, it was overall in that World Cup, there was only 35% of runs scored in boundaries, which was the second lowest for any World Cup tournament. So clearly it was a tournament played on big grounds before the era of the magic bats
And we
they
were a
use now.
different batting side as well, not, wrist work and picking up ones and twos. I mean, Javed was the master trainer. He was the tutor, actually, how to find the gaps and not look for 6s and 4s. It was always about placement. And we didn't have those powerful bats as well. In those days, it was quite a challenge to hit a 6 in Melbourne.
Yes,
unless
that
you're a
would be
Viv Richards.
That would be huge.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
huge fence straight back.
So you've lost the first game quite convincingly, but you haven't got your captain. So
Yeah.
and it's not.
So there's
just
a
his
special
captain,
machine that was sent across from US for Imran Khan, because he was a special individual.
Yeah,
he was the captain, and so he would have extra sessions on his shoulder, with that machine, and but he lost a lot of pace, and he wasn't 100% throughout that tournament. But then he became a great batsman for us. He promoted himself up the batting order, because Salim Malik was struggling to batting at number 3. So in the later stages of the tournament, against England, for example, in the final, and in that semi-final also against New Zealand, he batted at number 3, the most crucial position, and got runs both times.
Now, the second game, you're playing against Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe, a lot of people would think, well, Zimbabwe would have been the underdogs. Actually, that Zimbabwe side of around 1992 had some really big names in it, didn't it? I mean, there'll be the Flowers.
Very good bowling attack, actually. I opened, I think, and I didn't get a lot of runs. I think it was at Tasmania. And yeah, I mean, they look sharp. Always fielded well as a unit, Zimbabwe. It was a very nice mix where you'd find them to swing the ball, not bad in the spin department as well. And we didn't really score a lot of runs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It was Pakistan 254 for 4, century from Amar Sahel, and 89 from Javed Miandad, who made 5 half centuries over the course of the tournament.
Imran was back for this game.
Did he play that one?
Yeah, but he didn't bat. He was batting down at number 7.
Yeah.
And is it Andy Tricos?
He played.
Is he the chap that
Pycroft?
played a test? Played for South Africa, didn't he?
Tricos, he played for South Africa in 1970, and then played World Cups for Zimbabwe in 83, 87 and 92, and played Test cricket when Zimbabwe became a Test nation in 1992. So I think his entire Test career was 7 Tests over 22 years without ever being dropped.
Correct. He would have been in his 40s when he played that game.
Yeah,
it was John Tricos.
Yeah,
John Tricos. That was
That's
it.
right. Yeah,
and of course Edo Brandes, the chicken farmer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was sharp. Edo was pretty nippy. Yeah, powerful action, big-hearted, and picked up wickets as well. I mean, he wanted to take you head on almost every time.
Now, in reply, so you got 254, and then you've restricted Zimbabwe to 201. Are there no Flowers in that side? The Flowers. Oh, Andy Flowers. Andy Flowers opened the batting, only got 6, but spin as well as Wasim Akram seemed to come into that match.
Yeah.
And now you're sort of you're back on track. You've
Back on
played
track,
two,
yes.
1-1, lost one.
Yeah,
Feeling in the camp is now positive.
Positive, yeah. I mean, we're supposed to beat Zimbabwe. So that was a glitch against Windies. We tried to convince ourselves. And yeah, on track. Captain was back. Combination seemed to be working. Javed looked to be in good form. Wasim was struggling, actually. Wasim had a torrid start in the World Cup because he was no-balling and widing. And so there was an issue. So, Imran was guiding him. But every time he wanted to bowl quick, he would overstep. And so everything was not right. But the best advice that Imran could ever give to Waz was that, look, you're having an issue. You must not try to bowl medium pace. You will get your rhythm by bowling quick. And I want you to keep on trying. Because, others would look to just be a little bit more restrained in their approach, look from where they're bowling. And he said, don't look down, just go out there, have extra net session, but I want you to still bowl quick.
See, that's very reminiscent of, remember Mike Brearley's advice to Bob Willis in 1981 when he just said, I just want you to go and bowl as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Forget about the no balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was it. It was just trying to find your groove again.
Yeah.
Now let's get to the next passage, because this is a key passage. This is where South Africa in the 2019 World Cup, their poor start comes in. The wheels fall off. They really do, don't they? You lose two. You should definitely have lost to England, having been bowled out for a pittance. 74. You were bowled out. I remember listening to that on the radio.
It's quite a good recovery as well. It was 47 for 8. And then,
quite embarrassing, actually.
Well, actually, that probably made the difference, because it kept you out in the field long enough for the rain to come and save you.
Yeah.
Wickets to Pringle, De Freitas, Small, Botham and Dermot Reeve.
It swung a mile. I still remember it quite vividly because I got out early. But, from the dressing room, you could feel that it's not going to work because the ball would beat us by a mile. I mean, swinging all over.
That point was to prove absolutely crucial, because the other two matches you'd lost, remind me how they'd gone, because by the time we get to 5 games in, you've won 1, lost 3, and essentially were marmalised in the game that you got a point from. So, I guess at this stage, all sense of team spirit. I mean,
I think it gets a hit. Team spirit gets a hit. It's a very lonely place. You're fighting. You want to fight for the team, but you don't see any response from 6 others, or you get a good 20 or 30, you get out because you're overanalyzing yourself. So we weren't in great space.
And is there bickering going on?
There's a bit of bickering also in a way that, we're trying to find the reasons why we've been so bad. And plus the pressure of the media, I mean, back home, and Imran was struggling a little bit as well with his fitness, and he was having a pretty lean patch as a skipper as well. But that one point that we got against England, I mean, just try to revive us as a team. In the team meeting, he said this one point will take us forward and may make us play the semi-final. So this is an important 1 point that we've gotten from England from this game. And so something to keep us thinking positively.
Because you lost to India as well.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the biggest game that any Pakistani player is ever going to play, isn't it? A World Cup match against India.
Yeah.
And quite a beatable Indian team as well. You'd have
Sure, absolutely. I think I didn't play that game because I didn't play against South Africa as well because I busted my shoulder. So I was half fit, getting there.
Diving on hard grounds.
Yeah. So, but India was a massive miss because for emotional reasons, for cricketing reasons, and because we needed a win desperately. And then South Africa also, I think that run out of Inzamam really turned things around for South Africa because there's a good partnership brewing between Imran and Inzamam. And Inzamam was batting extremely well. It was a tough pitch. It overcast. It rained as well in between. So I thought we were on track before that fantastic run out by John T. Rhodes.
Well, it was another game in which the bizarre rain rule that ended up costing South Africa in the semi-final actually worked in their favour. That time they had 211 for 7 from 50 overs. Pakistan's innings reduced to 36, but they took off the 14 lowest scoring overs in one of the most inexplicable rules ever devised by any sport.
I mean, isn't that absolutely amazing? I mean, why on earth would you choose those ones?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Pakistan ended up needing 194 from 36, which was got a stiff asking. A very slow-scoring World Cup Inzamam run out by Jonty Rhodes on 48. We never hear the South Africans talk about the rain rule from that game, do we?
No, you never. No, you never do. And I mean, just if you're wondering what we're talking about, this was Richie Beno's rule of all people, and the idea was that this was before Duckworth, Lewis, and Stern, and Mr. Duckworth is here. He comes. He hails from these parts. Okay. He's with us next door at the moment. So back in 1992, what they would do is. If the match was reduced by any number of overs, and in this case the first innings had been completed, as Andy Zaltzman said, they then trawl through the overs, in this case 36 overs, so you find the 14 overs. And how many maidens did Pakistan bowl? They bowled 2 maidens, so those 2 maidens didn't help you. In fact, they had the exact opposite effect.
We were never a maiden bowling team.
No.
Because we were looking to attack all the time, you know.
What you really needed to do was concede 3 runs in every over, really. rather than have this couple of maidens and the ones. So those 14 overs was reduced to 194. So there's only 17 runs in those 14 overs. Yeah. Which, so inexplicably, the side batting second was entirely disbenefited by this rule at all times, because they would have their qualities would come back to bite them.
And the players weren't really too keen to understand the rain rules as well, because, you know, the scenario was pretty different. We were more amateurish in our outlook. We just, you know, look after batting, bowling aspect and team meetings and, you know, do hard practice sessions. But rain rules and all ICC other stuff, you know, we wouldn't be really bothered about it.
Well, no, and I'm not at all surprised, because that's the general way of players generally, I guess. So now I want us to get this scenario in place. So you've won 1, you've abandoned 1, you've lost 3.
So just point out the sequence of the results at the start. Pakistan lost their first game, got thrashed, won their second game, and then the third game was rained out.
Now, having lost the next 2, a couple of things I want to ask. So that which was the 5th match played in this sequence?
The South Africa game.
So that is the South Africa game, and this is now rock bottom. So, do you guys look at the table? I mean, are you conscious of this? Do you check the tables and check other people's results and see what that means, and then suddenly realise you've got to win every single game now for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, whenever they were put on the screen, we'd be embarrassed actually, because we thought that, you know, we are the World Cup winners. How dare they've got us down there at number 7 or whatever.
Yeah.
So I mean, it did dent your confidence. But in the meantime, you know, something was brewing positively for Pakistan. For example, Inzi's form, Javed's 50, Amir Sohail getting 100. As an opener, I got 100. So we were performing well in patches, not as a team, but in patches. And Wasim was, Mushtaq was bowling decently. There's still a query whether Mushtaq should be played or Iqbal Sikandar should be played. Against New Zealand, in fact, in that semi-final, both leg spinners played. So Imran was a little different. He was always looking to attack and pick wickets. So that was modern thinking in those days.
And was there a clarity that came to you all when you realised that, because one of the things about a large group phase is that there isn't a great deal of jeopardy on those early games. You know you can afford to lose.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that makes you slightly more lax, but it certainly means that the focus isn't quite there.
That's right.
I would have thought. Now, once you know that any
crunch
game
moment
you lose
has arrived,
you're out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we felt that there's no going back now. I think you've got to tackle this head on, and you've got to win every match. And that got us thinking just about winning somehow, that we can't afford to err anymore. It's got to be now or never, that kind of situation. And then, you know, the performances gel together. So we wanted a couple of wickets from Wasim, we wanted a wicket from Ake, we wanted Mushtaq to bamboozle them with the wrong guns in the middle, we wanted good catching, we wanted openers to do well, and so somehow the jigsaw was being solved here.
Now, the cornered tigers comment, is that real?
It is real.
Did
actually,
it happen?
somebody, I think, gave Imran a T-shirt of a tiger, and he wore it in the nets. And so we had a meeting after the nets. He said, I want you to play like corner tigers. And we had no idea what a corner tiger is. I mean, how lethal a corner tiger is.
Depends if you're armed, I suppose.
Yeah. And then he explained it to us that, look, tiger is at his ferocious best when he's cornered, and so you've got to be like that. So I said, okay, fine. So it was kind of a statement. And then we'd listen to rhythmic music also, which is Sufi music. Like he had a team song, Imran. And Pringle is a big fan of Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. I know that Derek Pringle has got a lot of...
I am too.
Yeah. So Nusrat's Qawwali or song would be played every time we came back from the nets or from a match, and just concentrate on the rhythmic music and not worry about what has happened or what can happen. So it soothed us a lot.
And so do you think that sort of brought you actually together as a group?
Yes.
Somebody, is it Steve Archibald, I think, said, team spirit is an illusion glimpsed in the immediate aftermath of victory.
Yeah.
Meaning, essentially, it's all nonsense, team spirit.
Yeah.
But what you're sort of described is the gradual gelling of a group of players. And you
through
sense
music,
that happening?
through music actually, because otherwise there'd be a lot of bickering. We were losing quite badly, and certainly there'll be this Qawwali being played in the dressing room, and everybody would start listening to the music rather than talking about the game. So it did soothe us quite dramatically.
That's intriguing, is it? The 2005 Ashes winning team, was it Ring of Fire they used to play? Was it that? I think it was, wasn't it? Was it earlier? But India, it might have been, right. But you get stories about teams gelling around a song.
Sure.
I mean, the Australians, of course, have their victory song, which has caused more trouble than it's worth, it seems, on occasion. Okay, so now, I could just briefly interject, because former producer of this very programme, Peter Baxter, has been in touch.
Yeah.
Because he was out there, of course, in 1992. He said, he says to me, the rain rule was invented because Australia had recently lost a match to the Windies under the old run rate rule, which made it too easy for the side batting second.
Okay, right. I've got no idea.
Presumably that rule was that just simple run rate?
So if you'd scored 6 and over 50 overs and it rained and you lost 25 overs, the other team would just need 6 and over off 25 overs. So obviously that was loaded hugely in favour of the chasing team. So the Duckworth-Lewis method came up with a formula based on all the sort of precedent of one-day cricket using resources. So essentially you have two resources as a batting team, wickets remaining and overs remaining, and they created this formula that works. So
there you go, kids. Basically, we've got ourselves a really good system because we've had to employ mathematical geniuses, because every other method employed was absolutely hopeless. Right. Now then, so you're now gelled together.
Yeah.
The music's brought you together as one.
That's right.
The next match, every game is now a must-win game, and you're playing against Australia in Australia. Quite a tough task, you might think. I guess, if anything, that's concentrating the mind even more now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right.
What do you remember of that game?
I remember it was a beautiful pitch. I remember straight driving McDermott, which, according to me, was my best shot of the World Cup.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
It
bounced to the surface, and I was blinded for a little while because the sun was shining so brightly on the surface that, it took a little bit of time to get used to it. Like the final, for example, against England. I mean, it was like 12 o'clock sun beaming down on the pitch on a white surface, and you'd lose the white ball once it pitched. So it's very difficult really locating the ball, plus the nerves of the final. Nerves of playing Australia in a must-win situation. But we were looking to attack. I think we batted first, got runs on the board. And then Imran employed 3 slips with the new ball.
You got to, let's just say you got 220 for 9, which again for young people listening at home doesn't sound like a lot of runs, but I promise you, in those days that was a perfectly competitive first innings total.
Yeah, there were only 300 scores in that World Cup, and they're both in the same game between Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe.
Right, well, there you go. So now, take us to because this is when one thinks about that 1992 side, it's impossible not to think of the bowling. the fearsome bowling of Wasim Akram, but of course also
it was overall captaincy also. I mean, attacking captaincy. I mean, look at the options that Imran employed. You know, a couple of leg spinners, then a left-arm pacer who was asked to bowl quick, not worry about the no balls, then a aggressive medium pacer in Aqib Javed, then good catching in the slips. You know, to have 3 slips. I mean, during those days also, it was, you know, I hardly could see a team employing more than 1 slip early on, because it was all defensive mechanism that used to kick in in a one-day format.
Did that also, in a strange way, enhance your sort of belief? Because you're now being aggressive together as one team.
Yeah.
And you sort of feel that sense of, if you can deploy 3 slips, then you feel like you're on top of the opposition.
That's right, yeah. And Imran had a very good quote for us. Just now, I think this was during his meeting with the team before the World Cup. And he said that you guys need to be aggressive with the ball. So he said, I was told very early in my career, and I summed it up myself as well, that why should I be defensive if I got pace? So if I've got pace, I need to be attacking and picking up wickets rather than being defensive with that pace that I've got. And I thought that that system was sort of forced into Wasim Akram and Aqib Javed as well, that you've got the ball, you've got a bit of pace, you've got to pick wickets, not worry about defensive mechanism.
What was Imran's bowling like in that World Cup? Because he'd been playing international cricket for 20 years by that point.
Andy, horrible. He was slower than a medium pacer.
Like he had
he's flighting the ball. It's more because his shoulder was gone. But you know, he's a tremendous trier. Imran has always been a tremendous trier. So.
And I wrote an article about him a few years ago, and at his peak, over I think a 7-year period in Test cricket, he averaged 15 with the ball.
He was sharp. We're talking about a guy reverse swinging the ball in 92 miles an hour, and then to bowl a perfect bouncer, and when to change lengths, you know, and complete control. In one season, I think he picked up 70 or 80 Test match wickets, 40 against India in one series. And he was just unplayable.
Where was that played?
This was in Pakistan.
That can't be easy to get 40 wickets as a seamer in Pakistan.
Yeah. He was, I mean, Yorkers and, you know, reverse swing at pace. He was a magnificent bowler.
I mean, he sort of had the reverse career to him, both of them, didn't he? Because at the end of his career, wasn't he averaging, in his last 50-odd tests, he averaged 50 with the bat and 18 with the ball. It's a bit like both of them had done at the start of his career.
Yeah.
But so this is a World Cup in 1992, which is sort of seeing the swan songs of these two great all-rounders, and now they're both of them, because he both of them himself, World Cup
was
2
struggling,
although he was picking up wickets.
Yes, I know.
He did very well against Australia.
He could still swing it. I mean, he bowled a perfect length as well.
So you get rid of Australia by essentially your bowling. You bowl them out for 172, and it's a decent Australian batting lineup. Just to give you an idea: Moody, Marsh, Boone, Dean Jones, Mark Waugh, Alan Border, Steve Waugh. I mean, these are greats of Australian cricket. McDermott, Mike Whitney, which is kind of fascinating. You forget Mike Whitney, who came into the Australian team back in 1981 when they had an injury crisis.
Also
appeared, of club cricket.
Also appeared in Neighbours briefly.
Did he?
Well.
Yeah. Did he? I had no idea.
Shane Warne, the two Test cricketers who've appeared in Neighbours. I don't know if there's
I
any
didn't
others.
know that. That's extraordinary. And Bruce Reid. So, I mean, this was quick. This is a very, very strong Australian team. You're playing them on their own ground.
Absolutely,
that must have beaten them convincingly in the end. Was it 48 runs?
Yeah.
Around about that. What did you score? 48 runs. That must be a huge fillip. So you've come from rock bottom. You've beaten the hosts in front of their own fans, which is, I'm imagining, particularly pleasing, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a very, very tough game. But let's not forget that somebody else had to lose or win for us to still qualify. So we knew that scenario could develop.
Right.
But we're still looking to do what we're supposed to do, looking at the present scenario, which was to beat the oppositions.
Just whatever's in front of you.
Yeah, in front of you. Don't worry about what can happen.
And who's in front of you next? Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, I think we beat them as well quite easily. I'm not too sure what the scores were.
So Sri Lanka 212 for 6 in their 50 overs, and Pakistan 216 for 6 with 5 balls to spare. 50s for Javed and Salim Malik.
Yeah.
So I'm going to gloss over that game quite quickly, because you'd sort of expect to win that game?
Yeah, after Australia, we were in good space. We felt that we could tackle any opposition. It was like beating New Zealand in New Zealand. I mean,
well, that's what comes next, because now you're on the brink. You've got one game left in the qualifying rounds.
Yeah.
And again, you've got to play a host nation on their own ground.
Yeah.
But now, is there a real sense of momentum? Because actually, the game against what's happened here is the game against South Africa, you've outplayed the opposition but been stiffed by the rain rules.
Sure.
Then you've beaten the host nation.
Yeah.
And then you've got a relatively comfortable victory.
Yeah.
Over Sri Lanka. So now there's a buzz, is there?
Yeah.
Can you sense that buzz?
Yeah, absolutely. And New Zealand had beaten most of the times. I think their record was like 7-0 in New Zealand.
Right.
So because the first game I remember, they beat Australia, and Australians were red hot favourites really for that World Cup. And then they were unstoppable because Martin Crowe had introduced off spin option with the new ball in Deepak Patel. They had introduced pinch hitter in the left-hander. Forget his name.
Great Batch.
Yeah, Mark Greatbatch. And playing in front of 50,000 people. I mean, they were getting a lot of response for the tactics and for Martin Crowe's captaincy. He was outstanding leader as well. He was batting beautifully. So
they had won. You're dead right. They'd won their first 7 games.
Yeah.
Which, in a way, I suppose, might have made things a little bit easier for you, perhaps, because now they were guaranteed to finish top. So the game, whatever happened in that game, they were. Did you sense at all that their foot was off the pedal? Because that's the other part about a league system.
Yeah.
Is that for all the guys who are really now finding momentum and driving through, desperately needing to win, there's the guys sort of thinking, I don't want to get an injury now. We're through to the semi-final. Maybe just go a little bit easy. Maybe not fling yourself around the field so much.
No, but they didn't change the lineup at all. I mean, they still played the best 11. So there was still Greatbatch and Deepak Patel and all those guys played, if I'm not mistaken.
You're not mistaken. Greatbatch, Latham, Jones, Crowe, Rutherford, Chris Harris.
So it was a proper 11.
The most frustrating bowler for a pundit ever to. I just couldn't understand why he was so effective, but he really was, wasn't he?
Yeah, because New Zealand had prepared pitches according to their game plan. Slow turners, for medium pace stuff. But we knew that we had a very good chance against New Zealand because adjusting from high bounce to low bounce is not a big issue or as big an issue as going from low bounce to high bounce. So, and we had the perfect bowling combination to exploit the conditions. So, medium pace and spin and good players of spin bowling as well. So Javed was a master at it.
And Wasim Akram really came to the fore in that game, 4 for 32.
Yeah.
He took 2 for 18 for Mushtaq in 10 overs. But not what you associate with leg spin.
Yeah.
No. And you had about 106 for 8. Let them slightly get off the hook with 166 all out there. The equal top scorer in their innings was extras with 42.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and so we were red hot actually. So we
well, how did talk to us about the chase, Ramis?
It's a good chase actually.
It was, wasn't it?
We weren't troubled a lot. And
don't be so modest.
So Danny Morrison just bowled perfectly. I mean, every time he bowled, he met the middle of my bat. So it's perfect.
He also got 2 early wickets at Armazale, first ball of the innings, and then Inzamam.
He's bowling quick, actually. Talking about a medium pacer who was bowling around 145, 146, Danny. Is sharp.
And you made 119 not out of the 167 tournament, which is the lowest top score in a World Cup.
So you got two hundreds in the group stage, and if you contrast the two, your first one was of 181 minutes, 150 odd balls with 5 fours. This one's of 155 balls, 119 of 155 balls with 16 fours. So you're now, you must be feeling...
I'm liking New Zealand now.
You are, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're feeling red hot at this point.
And in fact, you hit more boundaries than every other player in the game combined, Ramis.
Yeah. So. Thank you, Andy. You're a star.
Now then, so... This has ended up being a comfortable chase in no small part thanks to your contribution. 119 out of 167.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost Bannerman-esque, isn't it? What is that as a proportion, Andy? Because, we talk about the great the incredible record in the first Test match, Bannerman as a percentage of runs. I mean, you've got 71% of your team's total. That's yes, I'd love that.
Yeah, I mean,
well, yes.
What can I say? I mean,
just have to do these things sometimes.
You're putting up those numbers, not I.
Yeah, indeed we are. Now, it was the case, was it, that you knew that you get that 167, you're in the semi-finals?
Yeah, no, but we had to then play another match. That was from the hotel room.
Oh, right.
Because somebody had to lose for us to qualify. So I think it was Australia and West Indies that were playing in Melbourne.
Right.
So, and it was a day-nighter. So we had just finished, and then we were hooked on the tellies.
All together?
No, in our separate rooms, actually.
Separate rooms?
Yeah, I mean, 2 or 3 were together.
Yeah.
But there was just high tension. Every time a wicket would fall, we'd just come out of our rooms in the aisles and go bananas and go back into the rooms again.
Because you've got no phones here, so you're not. You're sort of WhatsApp group saying, got him.
Yeah.
You're so right. This is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And you needed what, Australia to beat the West Indies?
I think so. Yeah. Australia. And then West Indies were cruising. They were cruising like the other day. I mean, from 250 for 6, they were 255 for 8 or something. I still remember they were cruising at one stage.
Yeah, so Australia made 216 for 6 in their 50 overs. West Indies, well, actually, no, they were sort of 99 for 5. Although Brian Lara made 70, and then he was run out. So I guess he was the.
I think Winston Benjamin.
He put on 15 towards the end.
Every run would have felt really painful to you at this point. You're probably, this is marvellous, what you're sort of remembering is the tension and the agony of every run.
And, century against New Zealand. I want another game against New Zealand because now I'm feeling really good about the conditions and the opposition.
Now tell us about the reaction you're getting back home now, because now that this is presumably... I mean, I don't suppose Pakistan fans are much different from other fans. When you're losing, you're the worst team in the world.
They are lethal, absolutely.
When you're winning.
When you're winning, I mean, like the World Cup that we won, we couldn't... I mean, my house is, about 15 minutes drive from the airport? It took me 5 hours to get back home because we were surrounded by people. Heads were bobbing all around us. It's just an incredible... welcome that we got.
Were you aware of this as the tournament was going? Because, of course, being in Australia...
No, not at all.
You were just in a bubble away from it,
in a bubble, absolutely. Yeah. When we won the World Cup, it was like, we were over the moon, but did not expect the kind of welcome that was waiting for us.
Now, we've got to get to the semi-final now, because you've now got a rematch against New Zealand. And New Zealand did that in the first game. They've only scored 165, and Ramiz Raja's 119 not out has taken Pakistan to the semi-finals. New Zealand bat first again and post a pretty high total for the tournament, 262, one of the higher ones that would have been, Andy, presumably.
Yeah.
With Martin Crowe getting 91, and
what a knock from him.
Yeah, brilliant. 83 balls, 3 sixes and 7 fours, and as we've seen, it was a very low and slow scoring tournament.
Where was that? That was at Eden Park, though. I suppose that's slightly smaller ground.
Yeah, it was a different shaped ground. So before the game, I was told by Imran to go and draw the contours on the paper, just so that we can place our final leg and third man properly.
Oh.
So I went out there a day before, and so I drew up the boundaries. And
explain precisely what you mean by that.
So because the fine leg, for example, had to be at deep point position,
right?
Because of how the boundary appears.
Because
because of
its size.
Because of the size and the shape. And so third man would be at deep point, and the fine leg would be a deep square leg, in fact.
Right.
Yeah. So it was a very different ground.
Yeah. And now they got 262, and in response to that, this is a big target.
It is a big target.
This is a very big target. And are you feeling at the end of that first innings, oh no, we've blown it, or are you thinking, well, it's a small ground, we can do that? Is confidence coursing through the batting unit? Because you started all this, if we go way back 7 weeks before, your batsman can't buy a run, you're losing to country 11s.
Yeah. No, after that pool match that we had played against them, we had the confidence of making it tough for New Zealand. The best thing is that, as an opener, you don't think about those things. You pad up and you go in, and you expect the best results. So didn't have lot of time really to think it through, what the chase would be like or what task lies ahead of us. So,
but everybody contributes in this chase, doesn't it? So, having sort of described a team that's sort of in disarray, really, at the start of the competition, with a bit of bickering and people blaming other people, and as you were saying, a couple of us are performing and the rest of you aren't.
Yeah.
We've now got, you get 44, Imran, you said, batting at 3 now, 44, a slow 44 of 93 balls, which included 2 sixes, so there's been a lot of dot balls in that. Javed anchors the innings with an unbeaten 57. Inzamam 60 off 37 balls.
Yeah, that was the turning
that breaks the game for you, I'm guessing.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Inzamam was having a shocking World Cup up till that point, because Imran was keen to include him in all the playing 11s, and every time he would fail, he would sit him down and say, look, you've got so much of talent that you're going to win me the World Cup. Every time he would underperform, he'd take him to the side and just try to drill this impression in him that, look, you are the match winner for me. And he proved to be exactly that in that semi-final, and the final against England was also a cracker of a knock.
Well, you've won the game with an over to spare, Andy.
Well, and I think I'm right in saying Martin Crowe was off the field.
Yeah, that was a killer blow for them.
And I know I've met him a couple of times before he sadly died a few years ago, and he said it was one of his biggest regrets in cricket was that he didn't go out with his injury.
Because you see, John Wright became the captain for that fielding effort, and he just didn't have any clue how to use the spinners or how to use the other bowlers, because Martin Crowe had a pattern set, and he was a wonderful thinker of the game, and so that helped us quite well, his absence.
Now, on the other side of the draw, England had beaten Australia. Is that right? In the other semi-final? Was it?
No, that was the South Africa game that.
They beat South Africa. That's right. They beat South Africa. You've beaten New Zealand. Both hosts are out.
Yes.
So let's paint the picture, because this is the final, the World Cup final. Is a World Cup final, because you played against India in Test matches and in wonderful fervid atmospheres, and you're playing away a game against England in a World Cup final. Are you aware by 1992 how big a World Cup final is? I mean, I remember the first couple of World Cups, 1975 and 79, and they were all quite hastily put together.
Yeah.
I mean, they were great fun, but they were there and they were gone, and there weren't that many teams, wasn't that much of a fanfare. Yeah. By 1992, is this now a sort of on the bucket list? This is what we want. We want to be world champions. It means a lot.
No, we understood the importance of the stage, and because I think there was a wait of a couple of days, so the cameras were on us. And because it was being played in Australia, I think a lot of Australians wanted us to win. And the fact is that we had the team as well, and so it's quite a dramatic turnaround for us. We were being bashed by everyone, opposition, media. Imran was half fit, and so suddenly we get it right, and so the focus was on Pakistan more than England. I mean, England got there with no real dramas. And they had a fantastic team as well, whereas Pakistan were the underdogs. They weren't supposed to be there. And suddenly, because they've clicked it as a team, so a lot of emphasis was on Pakistan, Team Pakistan. So when we would go out, there'd be questions asked, by the Australians on the street. There were a lot of Pakistani fans. I mean, and it turned out to be 80,000 plus crowd as well for that final. I mean, it was a record attendance for a one-day game up till that point.
What an atmosphere!
Yeah, 87,000 people in.
So did you were you getting messages through from the president? Were you getting messages from back home? Was there all that? On the eve of the match? Don't mess this up.
We weren't exposed to that kind of scenario, so Imran must have been getting all that.
Right.
And so it was all about practice and about getting it right. And so, it's a big event. World Cup is a big event, and we had the shortest team meeting ever.
I was going to ask. What was
1 minute team meeting, 80,000 crowd out there, boys, go and have a blast, enjoy it.
Now that is presumably the complete opposite to the team meetings you've been having 3 or 4 weeks before, where everything was being dissected and
correct.
Fingers were being pointed.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I mean, it eased us in a way that, fine, this is about enjoying it. soaking up the atmosphere and going out there and trying to express yourself.
Now, this is quite painful for a lot of England fans to recall now, so we just need to take a deep breath because, I mean, I remember it well. I was at university and I was watching the game, and bear in mind that, you know, we'd lived through the pain of 1987 when Mike Gatting had... I love Mike Gatting, but Andy's got his head in his hands. I've got mine in my hands. It's the most ill-judged reverse sweep in the history of cricket that is deeply painful to this day.
And he was batting so well.
Yep. Now, this is England's third final in 4 World Cups. And
your best chance really to win a World Cup.
Yeah, no need to rub it in. Yeah. You destroyed my dreams, Ramiz. Now, you bat first. Put on 249. Personally, for you, not great.
Nah.
You made 8.
Yeah.
That must be quite a disappointment.
Yeah, absolutely, because, you know, I didn't hear the no ball call, and I was caught at point. And then I was walking back, and then I think it was a non-striker who said, it's a no ball, so I came back, rushed back. And then I remember straight driving, it's Pringle, Derek Pringle, but I was struggling, I just mentioned, to look at the ball. It was so bright that I was talking with my partner. I said, can you see the ball? I can't see the ball. He says, I'm struggling as well. So then I got out. I think I was less out than Javed Miadad.
Yes, now Derek Pringle never stops
absolutely,
talking about
I was
this.
less out than Javed Miadad because a couple of years later, I went to Steve Buckner. I said, the ball hit me on my thigh. And I was outside the off stump as well. How did you not read Javed as Javed was not out? I said, what? If Javed was not out, I was double not out.
We must explain this, Andy.
Derek Pringle dismissed both openers, Ramiz and Amir Sohail, and ended with 3 for 22, and
in 10 overs, by the way.
And so that decision by Steve Buckner probably took away a World Cup final Man of the Match award from Derek Pringle.
Well, almost certainly. I mean, what we're talking about here is that Javed Miadad, he hadn't scored that many at the time, had he? And he was absolutely stone dead. He was plumb. Derek Pringle has not stopped talking about it. England fans have not stopped talking about it. Whether that would have actually made the ultimate difference, though, because you had plenty of batting to come after Javed. Inzamam was back in form, scored 42. Wasim Akram scored an 18-ball 33. So, you probably got to 250 anyway.
But you see, that was a critical phase, and Imran and Javed played a brilliant hand. I mean, they were looking slow. It was felt that Pakistan will not have enough runs. But then we got 250, and so it was all right for the final. Final will have an extra bit of pressure.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, because we've been talking a little bit about that during this World Cup, about whether sides should bat first and try and put pressure on the side batting second in World Cups. Vast number, but we've seen this World Cup that probably was at the higher end of par, wasn't it? 250.
Yeah, I mean, and we had to get wickets, simple as that, and we fielded brilliantly. I remember we took some good catches, so Waz bowled those 2 magical balls.
Well, to put those in context, England had a bad start. Wasim Akram got both of them for a duck. Alex Stuart caught behind off Akib Javed for 7, and then Gooch and Hick were out. But then Lamb and Neil Fairbrother, who made 62 off 70, had put on a really good stand, got up to 141 for 4. And then talk us through those 2 famous balls from Wasim
So
Akram.
what happened, Andy, is that there was a water break. A perfect pause for us. And in that break, then Imran rejigged the strategy. And because this partnership was looking threatening, we had to get rid of them. So who to call for? Strike bowler. And then he produced those 2 balls. And I remember the first one was unplayable, obviously, from that angle. The next ball, we had a little conference whether to bowl an outswinger or get that ball back into the stumps. So what happened?
And that was to Chris Lewis, who'd come in.
Yeah, Chris Lewis. Yeah. So we added another slip fielder just to let him know that it's going to be an outswinger. So instead of 2 slips or 1 slip, we had 3 slips or 2 slips. I can't remember. But an extra slip fielder was added, and Wasim paused so that the batsman could also have a look at what can happen behind his stumps. And then he bowled that in-swinging ball. And Imran had asked him to do that. I thought Imran was so brilliant at thinking out ways of of confusing the batsmen and the teams, and it was a masterstroke.
It's almost like he's micromanaging each delivery at this point.
Yes, he would do that. He would absolutely do that. When he'd tell Wasim what ball to bowl, when to bowl a bouncer, and he would be mostly at mid-on or mid-off position. Yeah, he was spoon-feeding him.
But that's, people say that, especially you're not going to go up to Jimmy Anderson and tell him which ball to bowl.
Yeah, we were quite used to this, actually. We were pretty bad at reading situations, so we needed a master. We were pretty ordinary.
Well, we're going to come on to Imran himself very, very shortly. I just want to wrap up the tale of the match and the aftermath for you guys. You do win. You win by 22 runs. I mean, looking at England, it's a very similar lineup in a way to what they have now. By which I mean, you've got Richard Illingworth batting at 11, Phil de Freitas at 10, Pringle 9, Dermot Reeve 8, Lewis 7, packed with all-rounders. So
all-rounders.
You weren't through them until you got right to the very end. They batted deep. So you've won 22 runs. People always ask, has it sunk in yet? I don't quite know precisely what that means. I imagine what happens when you've just won a World Cup is total mayhem and madness goes off in your brain. Are you able to describe that sensation at all?
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't believe ourselves, actually. So when I took that last catch, I mean, it was a blank moment, actually, because there's euphoria, clearly, and then there is this feeling that you've achieved it. So your system dies down. It just shuts down completely for a while. And then you get a call from home, and then you get a call from your friends, and then when you go to the lobby of the hotel, there are zillions of Pakistani fans just letting you know that how great you were, and then you start feeling great about it suddenly. So it kicks in after about 10-15 hours.
So do you remember anything about being given the trophy, or is that all a bit of a blur, in the midst
of
the
MCG? We weren't thinking about the trophy. I mean, we were just so happy at what we'd just achieved, and that's why I've got great regard for Imran, because right from that first match where we were being smashed, he says, we cannot lose this World Cup. We cannot lose this World Cup.
Let's focus in on him. Let's focus in, because you will know him better than most. What as a person, as a character, how would you sum him up?
Pretty ruthless when it came to selecting players. He would have his favorite, and then he'll go a long way in making sure that he became a star. So his hunt for talent, or having the eye for talent, was brilliant. Once he picked a guy, then he would go to the hilt, make sure that he became something. So he'd tutor him, tell him about the pressure moments, how to deal with pressure moments, how to feel free, how to construct a 6-ball over, how to bowl a magical ball, when to try different links, what shots to play on a particular surface. So he would be, so helpful in that regard. But he'd be ruthless if you didn't follow his instructions, didn't follow his brief, didn't or played a bad shot when it was not required.
So was he effectively a kind of coach, mentor, manager, captain, all in one? And if so...
And chairman of the cricket board as well.
Right.
Yeah, so he selected the team. So if he said that you're not going to be part of my team if you scored 500s in the next 5 innings, or, you went to a selector and tried to plead your case, if he said you're out, you're out. Finish.
How did he manage to...
Because he's larger-than-life character in Pakistan cricket, because of his background, what he had achieved, and he was loved by most. And they respected his opinion, and they knew that he'd always be for the team. And so in that way, I had high regard for him.
Elite sportsmen, though, need to have a bit of their own ego, don't they? A lot of the time you'll see that, and in order to get to the very top, you've got to be quite focused. You've got to be sure of yourself. So it's quite an unusual scenario, isn't it, when all of these elite sportsmen are then deferring to another level of elite. I mean, it's eliteness, if I can be Australian about this.
Correct, absolutely correct. And even as a prime minister, when you meet him, he's exactly like he was, chilled. And I asked him that question, how did he win the election? He said, the other political gurus didn't have the cricket temperament. And I had the cricket temperament, so I could have sit-in periods for years, work my way through, used to hard work, hard grind as a cricketer.
Dig in,
and not give up hope. Whereas all these other guys were so used to governing Pakistan that when they had a low point in their life, they just didn't know how to deal with it.
So how do you think he will, I'm not going to say rule, he's not emperor, but he sort of gives the impression a little bit in the way you describe him.
Yeah.
How do you think he's going to govern? Is he...
Just like he governed a cricket team. I think there's not a lot of difference between governing a cricket team and your country, because, you're dealing with different characters, different people. You've got to give them brief, be dead honest, work hard, hang in there. You'll have your low moments. You've got to deal with your low moments, be intelligent about what you want to do, and be lucky. He was phenomenally lucky.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Because, that last ball 6 that Javed hit against India, I don't know whether you remember this game or not. But this was way back in '86. So we were being pulverized by India before that contest. We had lost 6 or 7 straight matches against them, including the Championship of Cricket final. So this was immediately after the Championship of Cricket final. And so we were losing that game from 9 to 5 when Javed hit that 6. And so after that, we did not lose a game against India for the next 3 years. Because every time there'd be a situation, we'd recall that moment. That, we played the pressure points so well. So what is stopping us from doing that right now? And he was phenomenally lucky.
Would that have been the point? Was he ever in danger of not being captain in 1992? Were there ever moments when he might have been deposed? And if so, would that have been around about?
No chance.
He was always just a supreme being.
He was always that guy. Perfect captain, perfect all-rounder, who worked the most. I think that is the best thing about him. He was... it wasn't as if he would work less and ask you to do more. So he'd all the time do more than you think that he should do.
Andy?
It shows the slender threads on which our fates are decided. That if that LBW decision against Javed Miandad had gone the other way, Derek Pringle would have ended up being president of Pakistan. I was going to ask Rami, you're one of 2 men who has taken the catch that won a World Cup final, the final catch. What was it like when the ball's in the air?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I've said it so many times. You cannot drop a catch of Imran's bowling. Absolutely. It's a big no-no. So the moment that ball went up in the air, it wasn't such a difficult catch at all. But because it was the last catch, last wicket, and it was of Imran's bowling, it made me sweat profusely. And I had to catch it because I could see the guys gathering around the stumps to take the stumps out as souvenirs. So I said, if I fumble and spill this, it's going to be A, of Imran's bowling, B, the stumps will go back. And so that'll be mighty embarrassing. But yeah, it was Richard Illingworth. And so I took it. I don't know who got the ball in the end. I think probably Waz has it.
That ball's got to be worth a lot, hasn't it?
That is right. Yeah.
And what was, I guess, really crucial from a Pakistan fan's point of view, and a Pakistani's point of view, is that India had won the World Cup in 1983. They had that over you.
Yeah.
And now they didn't.
That's right.
And
yeah.
Now it was even Stevens.
That is right. Yeah.
And Imran had brought home the bacon. I mean, when you got home, you mentioned that everyone was, that it was pandemonium.
Yeah, it was.
You must have had an inkling that it was going to be.
No idea. It's going to be sheer volume of people at the airport. And so when the plane was landing, there were just heads everywhere. I said, "What? What have we done?" So then, we realized that it's a big thing for Pakistan.
Chat shows every day.
Chacha wasn't born then, I think. But people told us that, after the independence, which was in 1947, this is the happiest that they've ever felt.
Wow.
So it was a big deal for cricket fans and for citizens of Pakistan.
And it's something you'll never, can never ever be taken away from you. And to get 200s in the tournament as well. Rami, thanks so much.
There we go. I look back at 1992, one of the great moments in Pakistan's cricket history. I think it's fair to say the second Test match at the Aegis Bowl will not rank quite as highly. It is still raining. we have had so little play in this Test match, which is very frustrating because, I mean, from what we've seen so far, we've seen some dramatic cricket, some exciting cricket with the bowlers on top putting pressure on the batsmen. The situation at the moment is it's not raining particularly hard, and I can actually see some blue sky away to the left-hand side, suggestion that it will stop raining. The only problem is it's been raining quite steadily now for 2 or 3 hours. We had the situation yesterday where it stopped raining, and eventually they had a sort of inspection around about 4 o'clock, and then 4:30 and 5:15. The ground hadn't dried sufficiently, so I think we are racing against time. In the play that we have seen so far today, we've seen a couple of wickets fall. Pakistan were bowled out for 236. Mohammad Rizwan, who played really well, was eventually caught by Crawley in the covers, miscuing a leg side stroke off Broad. He got a leading edge and the ball ballooned in the air, so he was out for 72. That was 236 all out. Broad taking 4 for 56, so 26 wickets in the summer at 12.38. And then England came out for a handful of overs, 5 overs, and it was really difficult out there. Burns was out for naught. He was nearly out first ball. He eventually was out in the same over, though, caught by Asad. Shafiq at slip of Shaheen Afridi, and there was lots of playing and missing, and Crawley and Sibley survived. Probably quite grateful actually to get off when the light closed in and the rain started to fall. So we've had no play since midday. We've been trying to entertain you. Mark Ramprakash is with me, so too is Atif Nawaz. What do the players feel in a situation like this, Ramps? I mean, it must be quite difficult. We've had so little play, just to actually stay focused on the game.
Well, I think it's particularly difficult for Rory Burns just at the moment. Opening is always difficult at the best of times, but that was always likely to be a fairly short session. The rain was forecast around the corner, and he bumped into Shaheen, who got it absolutely right first over. He bowled very, very, very well, got the ball pitched up, and also, importantly, had made the batsman play. So, Rory Burns, he's got to be fairly philosophical about life at the moment, which can be tough. We heard Zach Crawley talking about, I think a few card games going on in the dressing room, and suggesting that perhaps one or two of his teammates weren't playing by the rules.
Yeah, Josh Buttler, one of them. I wouldn't have put him down as...
Well, he's competitive, I tell you,
Yeah.
Josh Buttler. I mean, he's got this sort of angelic look to him at times, but he puts his foot in when he's playing football. I know that. He does get up and down the pitch, so... they do a bit of cards. Of course, they've got other various ways of keeping themselves interested, and some will go to the gym. Some may go to the indoor school, hit a few balls, but most will probably relax and get the Xbox and a bit of music.
Yeah, frustrating for all of us. Frustrating for Pakistan, Atif, because they were causing a lot of problems. Those opening bowlers.
They did indeed, yeah. There was that extended spell where England couldn't quite get off the mark. There was sort of 14 dot balls in a row at the top of the innings, and they were creating a lot of pressure, a lot of noise, and we were just having a closer look at what they were saying in Urdu, and there's a few languages floating around this Pakistan team. They speak a bit of Urdu, a bit of Punjabi, a bit of Pashto, and so much encouragement for the bowlers, so much noise, even for a very resolute block. They really felt like they were in it. They didn't seem like, as Rams just said, like Rory Burns, a little bit out of sync with the game, as you'd expect after a long gap. Whereas those Pakistani bowlers came in there well into the game, really believed it. At one point, one of them said, "Jitna jaldi karenge, utna hamare fayde mein hoga," which means as quickly we need to get around the field quickly because it'll work to our advantage. So they were all still thinking quite tactically. So if it stays dry, we're in this game, we want to win this game, get back in the series. There wasn't really any kind of lackadaisical stuff going on, no phoning it in.
Yeah. England still needed 30 to avoid the follow-on when the players came off. That's fanciful. Although, I do remember England being 27 for 9 in Auckland. I mean, who knows what's possible with an England batting line-up. We're talking about Pakistan being unpredictable. England, an extremely unpredictable side as well. But if they could bowl England out cheaply, then just crack on and then have a go for 3 hours tomorrow, something like that at England, and see if they could make something happen. But, I mean, it's really... you're battling against the weather here. I think it's nearly stopped raining. It's very close. It is brightening up. That blue sky is coming towards the ground. The only problem is a light later on. Okay, we might get some sun possibly, who knows, but also the wetness of the ground, and also that sort of dry, that willingness to play, which we didn't really see yesterday. Just one thing, Ramps, it strikes me as well about we're back-to-back test matches down here, what about the groundsman preparing the pitch for the next game on Friday? You know, his covers on, he can't get out there and work very much. I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, actually. And I thought this pitch looked a really good test pitch. And it's such a shame that we've not had more dry weather, because I think it would have proved to be... it would have dried out. It would have been good for batting in terms of the ball coming onto the bat. And would have provided a really good contest, a fair contest, I think. But because it's been undercover so much... and it clearly juiced up, and today the cricket that we saw, I mean, the ball jagged around prodigiously, didn't it? It's not really a fair reflection. And so how does the groundsman get on to a pitch which is probably 2-3 strips away from this one? His windows of opportunity are small, aren't they? And so whether he's done some work prior to this test match to get it in a state of readiness quicker, I don't know. But there's certainly not been a lot of opportunity to get the covers off and to work on that particular strip. I mean, it's highly unlikely, but I'm just wondering, I mean, in county games, if there's not been much cricket played on one particular strip, they may start a test match on a used pitch. What are the chances of that?
Well, reconstitute it. I mean, I saw that happen in the West Indies with a one-day pitch once, and you thought, well, this pitch is going to be pretty ropey for the next game. It was in Antigua 2 days later, but actually they managed to piece it together pretty well, and the pitch wasn't too bad. But you're talking about a test match pitch, not an easy thing to do. But it is a consideration. If we get more rain tomorrow, and then who knows, between this game and the next game, which starts on Friday, it could be quite spicy for the batsman again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be... I mean, any cricket that we do get to see is going to be very, very exciting, as proven by that first session. It was all the way through. It was just must-watch, very dramatic and everything. So I think when they get back out there, I think it'll be quite exciting either way. Sadly, there might not be much context to it, because it seems any chance of a positive result in this game is pretty much gone. So all we can really see is hopefully, we'll see a bit of skill on display and a bit of use of conditions, and maybe a little bit of recce work for that last test match.
Yeah, I mean, actually, sometimes we get to the last day of a test match and there's bad weather around. The umpires say, okay, well, there's no chance of result, let's call it off, because there is some incentive to play for both these two teams to get some practice in ahead of the final game.
There is without doubt, but I think that the umpires need to take the overarching idea of, is a result possible? And if there isn't one, then to my understanding, the game is called to a halt.
You can bring it to an early halt, but I think you've got to play a certain amount tomorrow if the weather's okay.
Well, if they do have to play a certain amount, then Atif's absolutely right. They'll be looking to find some positives, both teams, and from Pakistan's point of view, they'll be looking to, cause a few problems with the ball and take out a few batters for low scores, just to give them a little bit of uncertainty and lack of confidence going into that last test match on Friday.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Fawad Alam bat as well. Talking about Rory Burns, poor old Fawad, he's had to wait all that length of time out for naught. I think he's been on the field for about 35 balls in his 4 days of Test cricket.
You really feel for him. I mean, the anticlimax of it, it feels like an anticlimax for somebody watching, but just imagine the misery and anxiety that hangs over you for even longer, because you've got this prolonged breaks to just think about it. If you're in the field, you can sort of mini redeem yourself with a nice dive in the deep, or maybe a catch or a run out chance. There's little ways you can redeem yourself, but the poor guys just had to sit there and think about it non-stop, relentlessly for the last 3 days. We can only imagine what goes through his head. I hope, and I have high hopes for this Pakistan coaching setup. Someone like Yunus Khan is quite a positive figure, quite a happy, smiley figure. He would have given him some confidence, had a chat with him, told him to get past it. Yunus himself, they were rare, but he had a few lean spells, and hopefully he can relate some of that experience back to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he did touch the ball once in the field. He definitely touched the ball. I mean, it's incredible, really, isn't it? He's so... I mean, normally you get to field for a day and a half, even if you get naught or something. You get to field in a Test match, but he's barely been out there. So that's the situation here at the Ageas Bowl. It's so rare, actually. We do get rain interruptions in Test cricket, but it's so rare we get to the final day without the prospect of a positive result for one team or the other these days in England, because the drainage is so good, and normally we get that window. Anyway, what we're going to do, we're going to say goodbye to our Radio 4 long-wave listeners now. But we're going to continue for everybody else. We are going to head very shortly to Warwickshire against Somerset. And if there is any play here, then we will bring it to you. There is a championship match going on at Edgbaston in the Bob Willis Trophy. Somerset, as we mentioned yesterday, because we joined the game yesterday, going really well so far in the competition. Somerset have won both their matches so far, and the last I looked, they were in a very good position in their game against Warwickshire. So let's join Kevin Howells.
Yes, thank you very much, Simon. Welcome along to Birmingham, where we have got some cricket. We've had a delayed start, then we saw some cricket, then the players went off and they're back on again now. We're going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, have some cricket through till 4:10 here, and we will try and keep live cricket going for the remainder of the afternoon. Before we catch up with what's going on here, just a quick look down the cards elsewhere, where there is play or not taking place. Problems at Trent Bridge still with the weather, so not still sitting on 268 for 2. Suspended for bad light at Leicester, where Durham have taken their score to 224 for 4. They made a start at 3 o'clock in Leeds, but now off for bad light there. Yorkshire 288 for 4 against Derbyshire. No cricket possible yesterday in Cardiff, but they've had cricket today between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Glamorgan is 71 for 4. Northamptonshire versus Worcestershire. What a game there in the central group. Very important game. Could have an impact on Somerset at the top here, because Worcestershire sitting in second place, just 3 points behind before this round of matches began in the Bob Willis Trophy. Worcestershire all out for 219, but they lost 5 wickets for only 7 runs in the space of 15 minutes just before lunch. So all out for 219, but the bowlers are doing well. Ed Barnard has taken a couple of wickets. Northamptonshire 67 for 4. Now to the South Hampshire and Surrey. They've closed for the day there. Surrey having taken their score to 130 for 8. Rain delay at Kent, where Middlesex are 94 for 4. And a rain delay at Hove, where Sussex 155 for 6 against Essex. Let us concentrate now here in Birmingham. Warwickshire made 121 yesterday. Somerset this morning resumed at 80 for the loss of 2 wickets. Very quickly, they lost the wicket of James Hildreth for 1. And Tim Bresnan taking that wicket. Tom Banton was out for 13, giving another wicket to Ollie Hannon-Dolby. 17 wickets so far for him this season. Then Tom Abel has gone quite recently with a leg side glance, which was very well taken by the keeper Burgess off the bowling of Craig Miles for 41. So Somerset now have a lead. Fingers crossed we get cricket through until 4:10 when they will take a tea. 147 for 5, a lead of 26 runs. Craig Overton on 10, Steve Davis on 18. Let's join the commentary team next door. That's Anthony Gibson and Richard Wilford.
Had a third slip in there, he might very well have been in business. But with Somerset, well, they're 26 on now, doesn't want to concede too much more of a lead.
No.
So he's just, he's got to hedge his bets a bit.
I think he meant to get it higher than that, Craig Overton. As this next delivery is on his pads and he turns it round the corner for a single. And it'll go up to 148 for 5. We welcome listeners to Sport Extra on the BBC, to Edgbaston on day 2 of this Bob Willis Trophy match. Anthony Gibson is here from the Somerset corner. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC WM. Kevin Howells is around as well, as you'll have heard. And Somerset, what we've had, an hour and a half cricket in 2 sessions so far today, either side of rain and bad light. Somerset have moved their first innings on to 148 for 5. That's a lead of 27 over Warwickshire. Henry Brooks is bowling from the pavilion end. Stephen Davis on strike has 18 as he clips the ball in front of square on the leg side. But won't penetrate the field there, picked up by Alex Thompson. There's no run. Warwickshire bowled out for just 121 yesterday. Craig Overton with 3 wickets was the pick of the bowlers. A couple of very tidy pieces of fielding for run-outs as well. Tim Bresnan top scored with 32 not out. Somerset were 80 for 2 overnight. They've added a further 68 runs, but have lost 3 wickets along the way. I'll run you through those after this delivery from Brooks, which is driven by Davis, but can't beat the 12th man Ed Pollock. He's on because Matt Lamb suffered a cracked toe during yesterday's play. The men dismissed today: James Hildreth, who was caught at mid-wicket by Alex Thompson off Tim Bresnan for 1. Tom Banton trapped LBW by the very much in form Oliver Hannon-Dolby, his 17th wicket of the Bob Willis Trophy. Banton out for 13. And not too long ago, Tom Abel was caught by Burgess, clipped down the leg side. Craig Miles strangled by Miles for 41, as Davis is able to turn the ball off his hip down towards long leg. Hannon-Dolby, with a dark towel hanging from the front of his trousers, is able to do the fielding, and there'll be a single, 19 to Davis, 149 for 5. The lights are on and it's getting a little bit darker again, Anthony.
Yeah, some nasty looking cloud just drifting across. It's touch and go as to whether we're going to escape the next batch of shower clouds, but beyond them it doesn't look too bad according to the radar.
Somerset looking to build this lead. Overton, that was a bit tight on him, a ball that perhaps offered a jag back a wee bit towards off stump, and it didn't allow him to free his arms. He was thinking about a cut initially, but he gets it out into the offside. He remains on 11, 149 for 5. The lead is 28. We know that the weather is likely to play a part in the next couple of days as well. The forecast isn't brilliant, but all that Somerset can do is get themselves in a position with a decent first innings lead to try and continue their winning start to the season.
Yep, and hopefully pick up a couple of batting points along the way. They're still 51 runs short of the first batting point. They've been rescued several times by their lower order, Somerset, in this short season so far. Here's Miles in and bowls to Davis, who drives that nicely away through the offside. It's being pursued in vain, and that's 4 runs to Stephen Davis over the boundary on the much the longer of the two boundaries, away to the north as we look out towards the city of Birmingham, and that's 150 up for Somerset. 4 handsome runs to Stephen Davis, who moves on to 23.
It was sort of in the air through the inner ring, but it was very much in between the point fielder Rob Yates and the 12th man Ed Pollock, so it was controlled enough to be in a gap. There was a yelp from Craig Miles, but that's the 8th boundary he's conceded, and he's in his 8th over.
It's the 4th boundary from the bat of Stephen Davis, as Miles is in and bowls, and this is up in the air, and not sure if that carried or not. Pollock came in and dived forward to try and take the catch, came off a leading edge. Richard shakes his head. It didn't quite carry.
No, he threw himself full length, but it bounced a few inches in front of his hands, and then it bounced off his chest subsequently. But just trying to turn it to leg, and it was the leading edge, and it looped out but didn't carry. And Craig Miles looks disconsolate as he goes back to his mark.
Well, Stephen Davis escapes. Miles tries again, in and bowls, and Davis playing that characteristic digging out defensive shot. I had some figures from the Somerset scorer Polly Rhodes down there in Taunton. Stephen Davis's 4 innings in this competition so far: 81 not out and 18 against Glamorgan, 13 and a duck against Northants. He's averaging 37.33, assisted by that not out, it should be said. He waits now as Miles is in and bowls, and he drives that away through the offside again. Another nice shot. Not sure that it will go for 4. It's going to be pulled in 5 yards or so inside the boundary. They'll come back for a 3rd run, 156 for 5. That would have been a comfortable 4 on the other side of the ground, but didn't quite time it as well as the off drive earlier in the over. He moves on to 26, Stephen Davis.
And only a reasonably damp outfield in that area as well, but 3 good runs for him. And Davis has batted very nicely, apart from prior to that little miscue during the course of this over. They're putting square leg quite deep here now that Overton is on strike.
Try and tempt him to have a hook. Yeah, we've got it's a long boundary out there. Miles into Overton, and he just plays that away into the offside, into a gap. They'll take just the single as Rob Yates slides, makes the stop, sends in the return 157 for 5. The lead now 36 for Somerset. And just looking at the clouds, trying to work out which way the wind is blowing, which way the weather's coming from. It looks better away towards the east, which is more or less the direction that the weather's coming from. Here's Miles to Davis. Oh, is it? Oh, he went for that off drive. Made no contact, fortunately for him. And through to Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper. End of that over. The players head for the sanitisation stations around the boundaries. And 157 for 5 is the score.
Maybe we should do that. I'm going to do it as well, because I think to fit in, we've got the gel. I'm going to have a squeeze of the gel. I'm going to sanitise at this particular juncture. But yeah, I mean, it's been some really good competitive cricket played over the day and a bit that we've seen. We lost probably about an hour's play, didn't we, towards the end of last night. Finished early because of bad light, which by the time we got downstairs to do any interviews at the end of play, it turned into rain. I think we've been quite fortunate today. Heavy rain overnight, and the forecast improved a little bit this morning. Got on at 1:10, had nearly an hour's play before another rain shower took us away for an hour, and it means we've got tea to come at 4:10 and 39 overs potentially left in the day if we avoid the next front coming up. Henry Brooks is going to continue from the pavilion end. The pile of sand or sawdust, I always hedge my bets on that because I'm never sure which it is these days, has grown with a fresh layer having been put on since the covers were removed again. And Brooks comes in back of a length, that's into the pads of Overton, who can just help it round the corner. And Dolby comes in from what isn't a terribly long leg because the boundary is quite short over there, and they get a single, 158 for 5, and that means Helen Dolby now has an 80-yard trek to make near the other pyramid of sand stroke sawdust. I should tweet the groundsman really and ask him what it is.
Well, it's bound to be sawdust, isn't it? I would have thought.
I would think so. As Brooks comes in this time to Davis. Nice straight bat in defence there to a ball just back of a length, guided out into the covers where Miles does the fielding. 2 slips in position. Tim Bresnan and Sam Hain. Ian Bell is in a gully, relatively close to the bat there actually. Rob Yates is at point. Miles in the covers. Pollock, the 12th man, at mid-off. Captain Will Rhodes at mid-on. And then there's a mid-wicket, Alex Thompson and Helen Dolby down in the outfield. That one's just tucked Davis up a little bit, back of a length, and perhaps straighter than Davis was expecting it to be. But he's able to fend it off high up the bat and down towards the gully area.
He's resisting the temptation, Stephen Davis, to play one of his favourite shots, which is where he looks to back cut it down through the gully and very often fails to keep it down. I think that's why Ian Bell is where he is at the moment, for precisely that shot.
That one certainly would have been too close to him. Fuller delivery by Brooks on middle and off. And Davis does get turned round a little bit by it, but with the full face of the bat is able to defend back down the track.
Because he's been around so long, Stephen Davis, that opposing sides know very much what they're in for, what his strengths are and what his weaknesses are. Hasn't scored as many runs as we were hoping since he joined Somerset 3 seasons ago.
Well, he has 26 of them today, and he won't add to this next delivery because once more it's a very straight bat that he defends with, up to Will Rhodes at mid-on. Birmingham skyline has re-emerged again. It's been disappearing from time to time at the far end of the ground, the Birmingham end of the ground. But from the rotunda on the right of the towers, across the blue glass-fronted hotel, to the cube with its spiky viewing points at the top. If you go up there for a drink and look down, it's not good for your vertigo. Trust me on that. Brooks short, and Davis is able to pull a ball that sits up quite kindly for him. Ollie Hallen-Dolby moves round to do the fielding, and they'll settle for a single. 159 for 5.
Lots of cranes on the skyline as well, aren't there? The Birmingham skyline.
I haven't done a crane count this week, actually. I normally do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7. I can see
10. If we go all the way to the one on the right,
yeah.
behind the right-hand floodlight as we look, with the illuminated lowercase e's. That was the end of the over. There was some discussion. It looks like we're going to see the return of Ollie Hallen-Dolby, who has been, not just this week, but by a distance, the Bears' most effective bowler so far during this shortened campaign.
Yeah, he's 3 for 48 in 18 overs in this game. And he's been taking plenty of wickets prior to today. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Steve Davis. He topped the Warwickshire bowling averages last season as well with 44 at 25.6. But he's doing rather better than that so far this season. He's coming in now from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls to Davis, who drives away through the offside, and that, I think, will run away for 4 runs. A handsome square drive from Stephen Davis. Rob Yates goes in vain pursuit. 163 for 5. Davis moves into the 30s. He has 31. That's his 5th boundary. And most of them, I think, Richard, have been off drives, haven't they? I know there was one that he nudged down through the slips that I recall, but I think all of the others.
Been a bit of variety. One was certainly a square drive. We've seen an orthodox cover drive. And just that we've mentioned the word earlier, haven't we? That there's an elegance about the way that he plays when he's got his eye in, and he looks to have here, and in conditions that haven't been the easiest. Not seeing an awful lot of nibble at the moment.
Hallen-Dolby coming over the wicket to Davis, who lets that go through outside the off stump to his opposing wicketkeeper, Michael Burgess. 2 slips in the gully still. Clouds, I wouldn't say they were threatening, but the sort of cloud where you could get a shower at almost any time. There's an awful lot of weather about at the moment, and it's ill luck, isn't it? I mean, we've got the Test match. There's no play there. We've got this truncated cricket season. Everyone's worked so hard to get cricket on, and the weather, certainly for this round of matches, and it's not looking great for the next round either, next weekend, just is not cooperating at the moment, which is a shame.
But my feeling today is we could well get through to tea these next 25 minutes. We may be fortunate to resume after looking at the front that's heading our way on the radar at the moment.
Hallen-Dolby then. We've got a short cover, really, in for that off drive that Davis doesn't keep down, and that's outside the off stump, and he plays no shot. Who have we got in there? Is that Miles? Or is that Sam Hain? No, Sam Hain's at second slip. No. So we got 2 slips in a gully. This.
So you need good hands in that position. If the ball comes your way, won't
you?
Short
cover in a catching position. Crouches down now as Hallen-Dolby is in and bowls, and that is played to that man there, who is indeed Craig Miles. That short cover makes the stop, but not in the air on that occasion from Stephen Davis.
Well, it demonstrates that he has indeed got good hands, though, because one-handed to his right, and the ball was moving reasonably rapidly. He's sort of uncertain whether he should be standing upright or whether he should be crouched down, because he's, 12 to 15 yards from the bat, so he's barely in front of square. Very unusual position.
Hallen-Dolby again, this characteristic approach. He's there now and bowls, and this is turned away nicely into the onside, just for a single by Davis, who moves on to 32. The score on to 164 4 for 5. Lead of 43. It's assuming useful proportions at the moment, but a long way from being dominant.
And Dolby just bashing his fist into the palm of his hand there as he walks back to his mark, because having put a plan in place to see whether they could find a way of getting Davis out, he's let him off the strike, so annoyed with himself.
Well, he's bowling now to Craig Overton. He's in and bowls, and Overton gets in a little bit of a tangle, playing around his front pad, but gets plenty of bat on it. Back up the pitch. End of that over. 164 for 5. 13 to Overton and 32 to Stephen Davis.
Good delivery to end the over, that one. If he gets no bat on it, I think he's very much in front under those circumstances. There is play on only 3 fronts at the moment in the Bob Willis Trophy. At Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 79 for 5 against Gloucestershire in 45 overs. Billy Root is 17 not out off 59 balls. Dan Douthwaite with him on 6. A couple of wickets for Shaw. And they're also playing at Northampton. Northamptonshire 82 for 4, trailing Worcestershire by 137 runs as Henry Brooks begins a new over, bowling to Davis, who's driving square on the offside for 4. Once it's past Yates with that short boundary, it will scuttle its way over the rope and to the fence for 4 more. 36 to Davis, 168 for 5.
Effortless, that was. Effortless.
It was good to watch. He's provided the batting highlights of today, probably the batting highlights of the match, because yesterday was hard going, particularly for Warwickshire, as they were bowled out for 121. And now Brooks once more to Davis, who guides it to backward points, where it's picked up by Yates. Just about to update listeners to BBC CWR in a few moments' time, in the midst of their rugby coverage today. Rugby Union, I think it's Northampton against Wasps. But we'll let them know what's going on. Yeah, we're in our second phase of play in between rain showers here. Somerset have taken their first innings onto 168 for 5. That's currently a lead of 47. The former Worcestershire and Surrey wicketkeeper Stephen Davis going rather well. He's on 36 not out as he turns a delivery from Henry Brooks into the leg side. They'll get another couple here. The Bears have bowled a bit better today, in truth. Tim Bresnan got James Hildreth caught in mid-wicket for 1. Tom Banton trapped LBW by Ollie Hannon-Dolby for 13. Hannon-Dolby's 17th wicket of the Bob Willis Trophy. Then Tom Abel in this second session of the day snared down the leg side. Good tape by Michael Burgess to his left of the bowling of Craig Miles for 41. But in a weather-hit game, this is a very good working lead and growing for Somerset. 170 for 5, they lead by 49.
Just going to interrupt the boys next door just to tell you that, sadly, as predictable as it may have seemed when we last heard there from Simon Mann at Southampton, there is no further play in the Test match at Southampton. So England still remains, somebody else probably ringing to tell me the very same thing, that England 7 for 1 in reply to Pakistan's 236 all that. But there'll be no further play today, and fingers crossed tomorrow we'll get some sort of action there. But we continue with our live cricket here at the moment in the Bob Willis Trophy, and I'll return you to both Richard and to Anthony next door.
Five Live Breakfast.
People arriving in the UK from 6 countries, including France, Malta and the Netherlands, will need to self-isolate.
The latest 14-day cumulative figures show that 32.1 COVID-19 cases per 100,000 people in France, and that compares with 18.5 in the UK. Let's talk to Jill Starley-Granger, who's the editor of JetSetJourneys.com and is currently on holiday in France.
I only advise anybody to go on holiday right now outside of the country if they can quarantine, if they need to. It is a risk going forward for anybody that if you are traveling outside of the UK right now, there is no guarantee that any country will not be added to the list.
5 Live Breakfast, weekday mornings from 6.
Well, it's that rather awkward thing where I have to tell you that even though they're next door, I can see them, we can't hear them. So what you've got me for the time being, and to tell you that the score is 170 for 5 here. Craig Overton on 13 and Steve Davis on 38. I'm in a little room. I am actually at the ground. It may sound as if I'm in my living room, but I am honestly at the ground. Just no idea of the noise outside. And of course, one of the great shames anyway at the moment is there's not a lot to bring you in terms of noise from outside because no crowd allowed in. However, we have our fingers crossed in the game that possibly for the T20 finals day, which is here on October the 3rd, for example, something like that. So fingers crossed on the crowd, but we've got live cricket for you. The floodlights are on. We've had one delay and then one interruption earlier today, and thankfully with Ollie Hannon-Dolby coming into bowl now to Craig Overton, and that's just pushed into the offside for no run. We can return you to the commentary, and as I say, 170 for 5, a lead of 49. Fingers crossed next door, Anthony and Richard.
Just see if I can I'll have a look up how Stephen Davis has